Hello, Towel friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is Sunday, March 15th, 2026, and we're live for coverage, again, of the U.S. war with Iran. It is so very nice to see so many of you. Now, I'm trying something new on today's stream, so I gotta give, the Towel computer a few minutes to kind of get adjusted. Now, take a look at this. Oh yes, are you ready? Ready for this? We can monitor 4 news channels at the same time. I know it's the greatest thing you've ever seen. There's a little bit of an ad running on one of them, but my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and look at that's 4 news channels. It's Al Jazeera English in the bottom left, Al Jazeera Arabic in the bottom right, Al Manar in the top right, and El Mayadeen, which is frozen at the moment. Their signal's a little broken, in the top left. How cool is that? Have you ever wanted to watch 4 different channels at the same time while talking with your dear friend Tal? Yes, I upgraded so we can do this today. Now, I don't really have the processing power or the computer power to really do this. I just wanted to show you what's technically possible. We could watch like 16 channels at the same time if I had enough computer or processing power. But anyway, it's so very nice to see you all. And I'll pause some of these videos because we don't really need this running. I just wanted to do it more as a proof of concept. So anyway, it's so very good to see you all. Have you ever wanted to watch 4 television channels with your dear friend Tal at the same time? Isn't that your life goal? Oh, thank you. I know you and I could sit here and watch all 4 TV channels at the same time. That's why I was a few minutes late. I wanted to upgrade our battle station. I suppose it's the war desk. Anyway, it's a Sunday, so I was praying today, and I hope that peace comes to the world. I had a very tough night last night. The world had a very tough night last night. There were a lot of attacks. We can talk about them. But we should really welcome people in first, let them get situated. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I was just showing you how I could show 4 news channels at once, in case we need it today. Is Agence France, the French press agency? Yeah, they're like the Associated Press of France. Agence France Press. The War Desk is a nice name. I think that's what we'll call this then. We'll call our daily broadcast the War Desk. It's a very nice thing to call it. The War Desk. From the War Desk. I think that's very fine. I'm very grateful for you. It's so nice to see you, Kanapi and Miss Missy and Jerry. Oh, Jerry, how are you today, my friend? Star Child, it's so nice to see you. We have to give folks a few minutes to come in now. If we just start the coverage before they get their notification, people have to DVR to catch up. So I give a 5-minute window in the beginning for everyone to kind of get settled. You know what I'm saying? Just a little time for people to get settled. How do I think the war will end? Very good question, AJPZ. A ground war, unfortunately, right now. I think a ground war. Sorry, that's my back. I'm stretching. I put a pillow on my chair to help me do the 12 hours. I feel very comfortable. Yes, we are live indeed. It is so nice to see you. The War Desk. How to follow the news. But yes, hello, welcome, Michelle. In the beginning of every stream, I have to give people a few minutes to come in. Otherwise, they have to DVR, and I already talk really fast. So if I don't give people time to come in the beginning, they start late and they can't watch it at 2x speed, because then you'd be listening to me talk 800 words per minute. I did get some lunch today. It was a very nice chicken sandwich. I know you're saying, Grant, you sound like you're a little tired. Was last night really tough? Yeah, there were lots of waves of attack last night. I'll slowly start telling you about them, but you should know it was really bad. Yeah. And it got so bad at one point, I don't even want to rewatch the moment. We were watching Tel Aviv, and we were talking in the chat, and Tel Aviv got hit so hard last night that the glass was rattling in Tel Aviv. Hello, Electron Arts. And then, there's a moment in every war. I don't care if you're covering this for Al Jazeera or Al Mayadeen. Oh, Water under the fridge. God bless you, my dear friend. You are so kind for supporting Towel Channel. Water under the fridge has a wonderful username. If you've never met them, you should say hi. You are so kind, and I am honored to help in any way that I can. I'm so glad you find this useful, my dear friend. So if you missed last night, we were watching Tel Aviv, and there are waves of Iranian attacks that start. I can basically predict them. They're always at like 1:40 a.m. local time in Israel. It's not when the prayers are necessarily in the Islamic world. It's specifically when the man does the call to prayer in the occupied Palestinian territories in the West Bank, because they're very near Jerusalem, and Jerusalem's near Tel Aviv. And so what happens is that the missiles fire like the biggest rounds from Iran every night at like 1:40 a.m. local time in Israel, and then also like again at like 5:20 to 6 a.m. local time in Israel. And Iran and Hezbollah have been teaming up and firing lots of rockets. And last night they hit all the rockets, and they hit all the sites in Israel very bad. And I will show you that footage, but I have to give you updates from today too. And you got to give me a second, because I put a pillow on my chair, and when I change my orientation, like when I change even a little bit of how my brain is like sitting compared to objects, I need a few minutes. Can you tell? I get in the zone. I can still be in the zone in this comfy chair with the pillow on the back, but it's going to take me a few minutes. My body doesn't really understand how to be this high up off the ground. I feel like I'm flying a plane, which is kind of nice. It really hurts to sit here 12 hours a day when you're like not like orientated right. Now I'm looking down on the computer. This is so much more pleasant. I didn't get a new chair or anything. I just was reading, my friend was telling me that I could put a pillow on my chair and in the back of my chair. And now I feel like I'm flying a jet plane. My back feels so much more comfortable. I'll give you the updates now. This is the latest from overnight in Qaim, where Israel attempted to take the city. This is in southern Lebanon, but they did not succeed in doing so, according to the reports from the ground. There were ferocious land battles involving the Islamic resistance of the Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance, which is, of course, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Israel. And I'm going to show you now the most recent update from Qaim with English subtitles. My name is Grant Smith Ellis.
هذا هو المدخل الشمالي لمدينة الخيام، حيث كانت تتوه خلال الساعات الماضية أعنف المواجهات التي استمرت قرابة 10 ساعات منذ الغروب وحتى ساعات الصباح الأولى.
Oh, sorry for stretching on camera there. Maybe we should all do some stretching. Hello, happy Sunday. It's good to see you, Miss Sexy K. It's very nice to see you. What a wonderful username. I love how empowering that username is. So maybe you should do some stretching too, You can kind of stretch like this. It's good before you're going to sit for a long time to do some stretching. And you can do that on your left arm. Oh. Yeah, I was stretching a little bit there. Look how tall I am. Did you know I'm like 6'2"? I'm actually like 6'3" if I actually stand up. Can't stretch too hard though, it could hurt myself. But do you know when I actually stand up, I'm like 6'2". I'm a very tall towel. You see, this is me sitting up with my full posture. You see what I mean? I'm a very tall towel. You see what I mean? You can call me Kesha. Is it Keisha or Kesha? I've heard it pronounced both ways. Again, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you from Boston. Hello, Roy and Nancy. God bless you. It is so nice to see you. I was just doing some morning stretching. You can call me Towel Jack LaLanne, you know what I'm saying? I'm not in black and white. I'm in full color. But I was doing some towel stretching. I hope you're well out there, my dear friend. I was thinking about you in San Diego yesterday. God bless you. Pretty sure that's where Roy is. I might have forgot, but I think it's San Diego. Very beautiful city. I hurt my shoulder a little bit there. Maybe I stretched a little bit too much. It's okay. You know. Definitely feels like my shoulder's in a new position. Let's take a look at the update from Hezbollah. This is from, I believe it's from March 10th, but it was only released this morning. This is the targeting of the Yodafet military industries, a production site tied to the IDF in Bar-Lev industrial zone southeast of the city of Acre. So this is the latest from Hezbollah. Okay, I'm going to show you this now, the latest from Hezbollah. I do not condone or promote either side or any sides. Latest from Hezbollah in Lebanon. That was from an attack on March 10th, but it was not released until this morning. I'll show you some more updates from around the area. This was a nice rainbow over the southern area of Lebanon. If you don't take time to look at a rainbow every now and again, are you really living? Such a beautiful countryside down there in South Lebanon. This is from Carmen Jodakar, a journalist with the BBC. She might have got actually fired at one point. Or not fired, she might have left the BBC. I don't remember. I can't keep track of her. Everybody works all the time. That's a very nice picture there. Nope, I cannot take any calls. It's a Sunday. Unless you are like the U.S. military, do not call me on a Sunday. I'll take a look now from Al Mayadeen at the southern side town of Kafur Sabor, where IDF tanks were last seen. Again, this is a report from Al Mayadeen and today in South Lebanon.
نحن الآن مقابل مرتفعات بلدتي شبعة وكفر شوبة في القطاع الشرقي وهي من قرى العرقوب. نطل عليكم من هذه المنطقة التي تتعرض لاعتداءات إسرائيلية وأيضا لمحاولات توغل بين الحين والآخر لقوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. هذا هو موقع رويسات العلم الإسرائيلي الذي يقع مقابل بلدة كفر شوبة التي تتعرض لقصف مدفعي مركز على أطرافها من قبل هذا الموقع، وأيضا هذا هو موقع السماقة الإسرائيلي أيضا المحاذي تماما لموقع رويسات العلم، وهو يقع في تلال كفر شوبة اللبنانية المحتلة. هذه هي منطقة السداني. هذه المنطقة التي نراها في الصورة هي مرتفعات جبل السداني ومحيط مواقع الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، حيث تتوغل قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي إلى هذه المنطقة بين الحين والآخر باتجاه أطراف كفر شوبة، ومن ثم تنسحب نحو الأراضي اللبنانية. وهذا هو موقع الرادار الذي يقع مقابل بلدة شبعة في قرى العرقوب. ونحن نقف هنا أثار الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية من قبل الطائرات الحربية التي تواصل عدوانها على البلدات الجنوبية. هناك غارات مكثفة وعدوان مستمر على هذه البلدات كما نشاهد الآن. كذلك نطل على الأطراف.
Damn right, Georgelinos. It's not the size of the body, it's the ferocity of one's spirit. That's not what this woman is saying. She's just filming a village in southern Lebanon. I just wanted to say that. I'm having a day. Alright, as you can see, this is the most recent footage from southern Lebanon, thanks to the reporter from El Mayadeen. She's speaking Arabic. Standing Stones, Amatau. How are you and the wife doing in the duggo? I send my best regards. God bless you, my friend. So that was the latest from El Mayadeen. That's Hezbollah's network in South Lebanon. I have another piece of footage for you to show you. Well, I'm going to show you that in a second, but I also want to show you some footage of the Hezbollah-Iran war in Hezbollah-Israel war in 2006. So in case you're just wondering, like, have people been looking at this kind of footage in that area for 20 years? Yes, but it's never been this intense. I'm going to show you some footage that someone posted today that I thought was good historical context. Now, this footage is from the Hezbollah-Lebanon war from the Associated Press in 2006. This is Qaim, 2006 in Qaim. Okay, this is stock footage from, it's not stock, it's archive footage. Hello. So again, you're looking at archive footage from Israel's tanks getting into a battle with Hezbollah in Qaim. That's the same Qaim we're talking about now. But it was in 2006. Those tanks got hit pretty hard. Again, this is the Associated Press from 2006. But you can see war never changes. Yeah, that's true, water under the fridge. Sometimes intense things happen, but really my body just falls directly asleep as soon as I go to bed. As soon as I get off, I don't even like browse the internet. I might tweet like one thing, but as soon as I hit the bed, I'm out for like 8 hours, maybe 7. I can get up if something happens. I'm a very light sleeper, but I'm out once I'm done streaming. It really takes an impact on my physical body. Not anything like being in the war, obviously, or living in the war conditions. So I don't complain. But yeah, like I notice it. Like my legs, my body, my brain. But I'm like, you know what? I'm blessed. I'm on soil that is not being bombed, and I have food to eat and donkeys to drink. And I should remember that. And then I just hardened myself. I'm up, and I'm like, okay, let's do it. We have to do it. There are innocent people and soldiers in harm's way. So that's how I think about it. Okay, there was a very serious report in the last few minutes about the use of white phosphorus bombs in South Lebanon. I'm going to show that to you right now. This is a very serious concern. It's not a war crime to use white phosphorus bombs. This was just today. Remember how I told you white phosphorus bombs look like an octopus? So that's a white phosphorus bomb that Israel fired over South Lebanon. Now this was maybe just like an hour or two ago. Now here's the thing. You can fire white phosphorus bombs for a number of purposes. They're good kind of tactical smoke screens for your troops. You see how it leaves that little kind of like smoke screen? So what you can do is move around on the ground there, and your enemy doesn't know where you're moving. But the problem is that a white phosphorus bomb, when you use it to, like, I don't know, over mass in like civilian areas, it causes a lot of fires when it hits the ground, and that's a war crime. So you can fire white phosphorus bombs, but when you do it, it looks like an octopus, and also you catch a lot of attention for it because it can be a war crime if you like cause a massive fire. So this is just like in the past 2 hours in South Lebanon. That is what you're looking at right there, is white phosphorus bombs being fired by the IDF over a region probably somewhere near Qaim, maybe north of Qaim, could be west of Qaim, east of Qaim. The point is, it's in the border region, south of the Litani River. Roundup material, I wouldn't say it's like, that's like glyphosate phosphor, whatever. I don't know a lot about Roundup. This is closer to like white phosphate. It's like a what you would see fired in the over the ocean if you wanted to create a giant smoke screen for ships. But it's like also an incendiary bomb. You can use it like for tactical purposes to like cover troops while they're walking on the ground so the enemy can't see them under the smoke, or you can let it reach the ground and it burns everything on the ground. It's kind of like an inverted firework that reaches the ground, like it shoots at the ground, not the sky, and then it burns the ground, but it burns on the way down. Yeah, glycophosphate is a different thing. This is wet phosphorus. Very close, though. I like your word association there. But yes, it does have a in case you're wondering why do these bombs even exist, it has an initial practical application, especially on the sea. You kind of use like a smoke curtain to protect your ships. But like once you start firing it at the ground, like over the ground, it can cause a lot of fires. It's very kind of frowned upon. It does have a use though. But yeah, this will get written up by the UN in like a day or two. The UN really doesn't like to see the use of white phosphorus bombs. They really don't like it at all. You know, they kind of like write reports about it. Every time you fire a white phosphorus bomb, it leads to a UN inquiry. They hate when you fire the white phosphorus bombs. Oh, would anyone mind if you have the means? I know a lot of you are like worried about the war. Don't donate if you are. Could you donate to this GoFundMe? One of the GoFundMes for our wonderful soldiers and their family. One of the soldiers left behind 3 babies and a wife. But one of our other soldiers, he left behind 2 babies and a wife. And people, the first fundraiser got like, I don't know, maybe like $500,000 in 12 hours. But this other one, like they only wanted $18,000. They had to lower their goal because they only got like $3,000. And he was a very decorated veteran. He had all these awards. Now I feel like no one's listening. I've been trying to ask people to help. I figured if we could get a little attention on Mr. Mazan's family's GoFundMe, it would go up overnight. I thought somebody would hear this and share it, but it didn't work. And I don't know what to do for Mr. Mazan's family. They really need some help. There's 2 babies and a wife he left behind. He died in Kuwait on March 1st, 2026. So if you could share the GoFundMe, or if you have a platform, just let people know about it. I donated $5 last night. It was all I had. But I really hope it helped. So anything you can do to help Mr. Mazan's family, that would be very nice. I really would like them to get $500,000 like the other family got. We can come together and do it. I know we can. I know we can do it. They must be so confused. Why did the other family get so much help and they didn't get a lot of help? So we have to help them. God, I pray that this one can go viral too. We need to help them. That would be very nice. So you can find that. It's Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzan. You can find the link in the chat. And I'm just trying to. They just wanted 18,000. They couldn't even get there, and they only have 3,600. So, yeah, I'm hoping we can do that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I pray your indulgence there. It is Sunday. Maybe we'll get a miracle in this family. We'll get the help that they need. I pray for that. I was praying overnight. I tried really hard. I shared it, I shared it yesterday. It got a bunch of shares, but it didn't really go viral. Then I shared it again today. Hopefully someone will see it. I want to show you the latest pictures from Hamadan in Iran. This was earlier Sunday. Hamadan, Iran, earlier Sunday. Oh, you're so kind. Here you go, Tay Logan. You got it. God bless all of you who asked for the link in the chat. Oh my God, Taylor Logan. Taylor Logan, I didn't see you said you were going to donate 1,000. Oh my God. Yes, I linked it for you, Taylor Logan, for the Marzan family. It's going to be GoFundMe, okay, and the /B4BB99ABA. So I repeat, GoFund.me/B as in Bravo 4 Bravo Bravo 99 Alpha Bravo Alpha. I hope that you were able to open that. That is the kindest thing. Oh, folks, I would just be so. It would. That's almost a fourth of what they got. That family. Oh, they're going to be so thrilled. They're going to hit their goal and go to the next goal. We can do this. Oh, what a very kind thing for you to do, Tay Logan. God bless you. Oh. That I can't wait to watch this happen for that family. You don't understand. I will be the happy. Oh, I prayed for them. Look, we're going to get to watch it go up. They're going to hit their goal and more. I watched them reduce their goal from 18,000 to 5,000. You don't understand. 4.5. It was so sad. Okay, Tay Logan, hold on. Let me get you one more link. Excuse me. No, not that. Hold on. Tay Logan, let me try one more time for you. Okay, so I'm going to click the share button for you. All right? Hold on. I got this. Maybe my friend Lynn can help me turn it into a clickable URL. I'm going to click the share button. Come on, we can do this. Come on, GoFundMe. Okay, I'm going to copy the link. Okay, here we go. Help the Marzan family. Here, I hope you will forgive me. Okay, here comes the link. Ready? Alright, it's coming in chat. Let me know if that works. Oh, you all are so kind. Don't worry. No, we will help right here. So again, to help the Marzan family, I'm gonna don't worry. Hold on, folks. Let's make it easy. God bless all of you. Just write in the chat. Okay, see that link? Just let me know if that link works, okay? We will be so grateful, all right? Don't worry too much at all. Just go ahead. That link in the chat, just test it out for me. I apologize. The short link from last night must not have worked. But this night, I used the share button, so just go ahead and, if you could, let me know if that link works. Not Taylor Renz. They have some work to do, but God bless the rest of you. Oh, you did it, Lynn. See, Lynn's our chat mom. Lynn's wonderful. Lynn helps us out. Lynn has a goat emoji. Lynn's a goat. Lynn just loves goats and penguins. We're actually pausing because I prayed that someone would help this family, and so now it just made the link work. Yes, it was indeed a horrifying attack in Kuwait on March 1st, 2026. And if you want to learn about Mr. Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan, I can show you the press release, which was very nice of the Army to take the time to do this. That is Mr. Marzan, Chief Warrant Officer Marzan. All right, and I'll let you listen to a little bit about him, and then we'll go back to live coverage.
An official website of the United States government. Here's media release. Army Reserve confirms casualty. March 11, 2026. Update. The Department of War has confirmed the identity of the 6th U.S. Army Reserve soldier who died March 1st while supporting Operation Epic Fury is Chief Warrant Officer 3 Robert Marzan, 54, of Spotsylvania, Virginia. Marzan, who was assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command, Des Moines, Iowa, died in Kuwait at the port of Shuaibah during an unmanned aircraft system attack. The incident is under investigation. Chief Warrant Officer 3 Robert Marzan, a resident of Spotsylvania, VA, enlisted in the active army in 1990 in Sacramento, California, then transferred to the Army Reserve in 1994, becoming a Data Operations Warrant Officer in 2011. He deployed to Croatia and Bosnia in 1996 and Egypt and Kuwait from 2019-2020. Marzan's awards and decorations include the Bronze Star Medal, Meritorious Service Medal, Army Commendation Medal, 2 awards, Joint Service Achievement Medal, Army Achievement Medal, 2 awards, NATO Medal, Army Good Conduct Medal, National Defense Service Medal with Bronze Service Star. Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Armed Forces Service Medal, NCO Professional Development Ribbon, Army Service Ribbon, Overseas Service Ribbon, 4 awards, Army Reserve Component Overseas Training Ribbon, 7 awards, and the Multinational Force and Observers Medal. Updated release follows. Fort Bragg, NC. The Department. We honor our fallen heroes, who served fearlessly and selflessly in defense of our nation. Their sacrifice, and the sacrifices of their families, will never be forgotten, said Lieutenant General Robert Harter, Chief of Army Reserve and Commanding General U.S. Army Reserve Command. On behalf of the Army Reserve, we express our heartfelt condolences to their families and loved ones. We remain steadfast in our commitment to honoring the legacy of our fallen and supporting their teammates and families during this difficult time, said Harter. The deceased are 1. Marge. Jeffrey O'Brien, 45, of Waukee, Iowa. 2. Captain Cody Cork, 35, of Winter Haven, Florida. 3. Chief Warrant Officer 3 Robert Marsden, 54, of Spotsylvania, Virginia. 4. Master Sergeant Nicole Amer, 39, of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. 5. Sergeant First Class Noah Tychens, 42, of Bellevue, Nebraska. 6. Sergeant Declan Cody, 20, of Des Moines, Iowa. To the families and teammates of these Cactus Nation soldiers, you have my deepest sympathy and my respect, said Major General Todd Erskine, Commanding General, 79th Theater Sustainment Command. Our nation is kept safe by folks like these, brave men and women who put it all on the line every single day. They represent the heart of America. We will remember their names, their service, and their sacrifice. It with deep sadness and unyielding grief that we acknowledge and recognize our soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. Our soldiers relentlessly, consistently, and fearlessly served with sincere dedication and pride, said Brig. General Clint A. Barnes, Deputy Commanding General, 1st Theater Sustainment Command, Operational Command Post. They were the ultimate ambassadors for freedom. They represent the best of what our country stands for. May God grant their families peace and comfort in their memories. We will never forget them. Marge.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to do that. God bless you, Alpha Omega. It is so good to see you. And I'm so glad we were able to make that link work. God bless you to everyone. Someone just made a donation, and I know people are looking into it. We're going to keep this. I'm going to keep a running list on a Google Doc of all the fundraisers you can donate to, at least if you're an American towel, or you could be around the world if you want to help. And we'll make sure all of the families, if I can, of our service members get help. I'll dedicate, a block of like 30 minutes every day. And then we'll do that. We'll call it the Help Our Soldiers block. Okay, every day I will highlight Hemp Gardens for Freedom here on the red page, Jeremy Briggs. God bless you. We need Hemp Victory Gardens. There you go. Somebody tell Mitch McConnell. Hashtag Hemp Victory Gardens. My point is, so that's what we'll do. Every day I'll dedicate a certain time, probably in the beginning, to updating you on various fundraisers for the families of our fallen heroes, and I'll let you know how you can help, and we'll just do every day, and don't donate if it would be a burden on you, but we'll, read up, not for me, but for our soldiers, okay? Don't use the GoFundMe directly, there's a link in the chat, so if you're just tuning in and you're thinking, wait a minute, I would love to help that family, they only raised $3,500, oh, it's right there. It's right there in the chat. Hello, Petty LaBelle. So yeah, this is called, this is our segment, Helping Our Heroes. Okay, this is our Helping Our Heroes segment. Okay, I'm going to call it that every day. Okay, I'm going to call it the Helping Our Heroes. Okay, I'm going to call it Helping Our Heroes. All right, so every single day, we're going to spend 20 to 30 minutes. Thanks, Grant. I found it, but it won't take card. I need to get home and get another. Oh, absolutely, Tay Logan. Don't you worry. We're going to do our day of coverage. And I wanted to let you know, Tay Logan, your thought, I know you're doing things, don't worry. Your thought inspired a daily segment called Helping Our Heroes, okay? So every single day, for 20 to 30 minutes, we're going to do a segment called Helping Our Heroes, where I'm going to highlight for you various fundraisers for you to be able to help the family members and the babies who were left behind after our soldiers fell in defense of their country. And that's going to be called Helping Our Heroes. I'm very excited. I just created it because of Tay Logan's wonderful spirit. I'm so grateful, and God bless you to all of you. So yes, Standing Stones, yes. Oh, God, Standing Stones, don't you worry. Standing Stones, you know we're going to get coffee, and then you absolutely, of course I would accept a painting from you, my dear friend. I'd consider it an honor. I would hang it up on the wall you don't understand. Hello, Tara. How you doing? You came in at the end of our newest segment, Helping Our Heroes. So I just want to repeat one more time. We have lots of people who are offering to help our heroes. If you're someone who'd like to help our heroes, you can go ahead right now and you can go into the chat and help the Marzon family, and then we'll go live. So this is the end of our Helping Our Heroes segment. Okay, so just let me know. Helping Our Heroes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to go back to coverage of the war now, but I certainly appreciated the opportunity to highlight the GoFundMe for the family of Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzon. He left behind 2 children and a wife, and they need your help. So there's a GoFundMe you can donate to right up on the screen there, and you can find the link in the chat, and Lynn can also post a link again. And this is for the family of Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzon. Thank you so much for listening to Helping Our Heroes today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, as it comes up on 4 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Sunday, March 15th, 2026. I think we'll take a moment now to get you caught up on all the latest news. Look at that. I'm becoming a professional news announcer, Tal. We have segments now. We have different ways to help. Oh, this is wonderful. I am so grateful to be with you all. I know there's so much intense things going on, but the best thing we can do is channel our distress and agony and sadness into compassion, love, and assistance. I figure that's a very nice way to do that. So God bless you all. Here's the rain this morning in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Hello, Zachary Ryan. You are a super towel. God bless you, my dear friend. Tay Logan says, Grandma brother is deployed in the Middle East at present. I'm praying for all to be safe and couldn't be prouder of them. May God bless them all. We'll tune in later. God bless you, Tay Logan, and we'll say a prayer for your brother today and all the soldiers in harm's way and all the innocents as well. We pray for them, and God bless you, Tay Logan. You're a very nice person. Hammer, my dear friend, how are you doing today? It is a pleasure to see you, and you came in right as Island Girl came in. Oh, and Unity is here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is just so pleasant to see you all during this difficult time on a Sunday, too. This is the most recent barrage of attacks on U.S. Victoria Base in Baghdad as we approach the 4 o'clock hour this Sunday, March 15, 2026. It is 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Time, 10 p.m. in Tel Aviv. It is 11:30 p.m. in the Iranian capital of Tehran. I bring you now to the latest scenes from U.S. Victoria Base, which I believe is U.S. Victoria Base in downtown Baghdad. Linos, my dear friend, it is so good to see you. Latest scenes from the U.S. Victoria Base in downtown Baghdad. Also, not really related to the situation in Baghdad, but I made you new emojis. One of them's a penguin, one of them's a goat, one of them's a happy penguin. Then there's a penguin with a heart. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag save the penguins. There are no penguins in harm's way as far as I know, but save the penguins anyway. Good evening, Valhalla. God bless you. Good to see you, dear friend. And Valhalla, we now have some goat-based emojis. I know. This was the storm in Beirut today. There was a storm. Look at that man. He barely stayed on his feet. He did, though. Look at him. He survived. He stayed on his feet. I'm telling you. But he almost got knocked right clean off his feet. This was the storm in Beirut today. 11:31 p.m. Tehran time, indeed. The night is about to begin, but for now, take a look at some pictures of the storm in Beirut. That man got wiped clean right off his feet right there, and he managed to stay standing. That's a very impressive feat. I'm glad he is okay. He could have got washed away into the sea. That would not have been good. He's right at the base of the Intercontinental Hotel there in Beirut. I know where he's standing. I'm a tab. Anyway, so yeah, what do you think of the storm in Beirut? It was kind of a big storm. They had a lot of rain. Yeah, the rain will turn you into chum, that's for sure. That's why they call it the chum bucket. You know, Plankton was all aware of that. SpongeBob is far more erudite than anyone realizes. I'm worried it's a little bit propaganda, though. Not really sure for what SpongeBob-based propaganda. Maybe it's propaganda for sponges. Yeah. Seinfeld tried to do sponge-based propaganda. I think they just confused a lot of people. Frankly, I'm still confused. But SpongeBob, well, everybody likes SpongeBob. Anyway, so yeah, I'd advise like not getting swept into the sea. I know it's not really related to the war, but just as a general public service announcement, you should avoid getting swept into the sea. It's not very good for your well-being, I don't think. Anyway, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll show you now the latest pictures of an Al Jazeera correspondent who apparently got kicked out of Kurdistan last night. I think Iraqi Kurdistan, because he was trying to report on the hits on U.S. bases in Erbil. Good evening, Ryan. It's so good to see you.
نعم نسمع الآن أصواتا قوية حقيقة الأمر بالقرب من قاعدة التحالف الدولي في مطار أربيل. يبدو أن هناك هجمات بطائرات مسيرة يحدث الآن في مدينة نسمع أصوات لتفجيرات نعم نسمع الآن أصواتا قوية حقيقة.
Again, this is an Al Jazeera Arabic reporter who got kicked out of Kurdistan because he was reporting on the strikes on Erbil. He didn't get a lot of support from Al Jazeera, but I do think it's kind of weird he got kicked out. Alright, here's the latest from Hezbollah. This is from March 5th, but they're only releasing it now. And it shows targeting of a newly established Jabal Blat site in southern Lebanon with an anti-tank guarded missile. Again, the hit is March 5th, 10 days ago, but it's just released by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance. Now, take a look. Hi CBA, it's so good to see you, my dear friend. This is the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, an attack from March 5th. The latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, an attack on March 5th on an Israeli position in the south of Lebanon. I will now show you the update from the Public Health Minister of Lebanon, Hussein Massoud. We have begun distributing the available medicine to all the displaced persons in Lebanon, and we are working to secure more medical supplies to ensure the continuity of health care. The latest from the Lebanese health minister about the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Lebanon, where upwards of 700,000 to 1 million people have been displaced. Hello! Telecontra Cloud, my dear friend, God bless you. Hello, Robinson. It is so good to see you. I hope you've been well. Here we go. The latest from the Lebanese health minister.
صرفنا أدوية مزمنة من الوزارة لمراكز الرعاية الصحية الأولية، مراكز الرعاية الصحية الأولية بدورة هي لازم تنقل الأدوية لمراكز الإيواء، وبنفس الوقت شو اسمه توزعها. هلا بضل في ثغرات بمحلات، في أدوية حادة عم توصل، في أدوية مزمنة وصلت لمراكز الرعاية وعملوا تقييم بدهم يوصلوها هلا مراكز الإيواء. أكيد إن شاء الله بالتعاون مع الجهات الدولية بميزانية وزارة الصحة بالستوكات الموجودة الأدوية متوفرة. عما لا يقل عن 3 شهور أكدنا على الموضوع، اوريدي بلشنا اللي عم ينقص عم نبلش بمجال شراء نفعل بقلب الوزارة. احنا اوريدي بلشنا صرفنا أدوية مزمنة من الوزارة لمراكز الرعاية الصحية الأولية، مراكز الرعاية الصحية الأولية.
Latest from the Lebanese health minister, he's talking about distributing food.
لمراكز الإيواء وبنفس الوقت
God bless you all. It's great to see you, Lucky Eel, as well. There have been no attacks on Boston, as far as I know, thank God. Latest from the Lebanese health minister about the distribution of health supplies to the 700,000 plus displaced in Lebanon. Here's the latest from Hamadan, Western Iran. I had the question about this earlier from Nikki Tao. So take a look. This is from Hamadan, Western Iran. The latest pictures from today. Hamadan, Western Iran. Oh, Sleepy Kitten, I hope all is well with you. Praying for your power situation, my dear friend. Again, the latest pictures from Hamadan, Western Iran. Very, very serious bombing in Hamadan this Sunday afternoon. It's obviously nighttime now. The pictures from Iran take an hour or two, sometimes 4 to come out. Jeremy says, the voice of the Lord breaks the cedars of Lebanon. Psalm 29:5. Oh, what a powerful voice. What a powerful psalm. I love that. Jeremy, you have taught me a new psalm, and it's about Lebanon. I love it. Oh my God. And then Zach sent jewels. Oh, those jewels are very special. They're kind of a rare thing on YouTube, and they really make... I just want to pause to say thank you to Zach, because jewels make me feel very special. They have this kind of energetic quality to them. It's tough to explain. I think it's really Zach's energy. So I just want to say God bless you, Zach. It's such a pleasure to know you, and I love those jewels so dearly. Every gift I appreciate very much, but there's something about the jewels, I don't know. They just are special to me. So I wanted to say thank you. God bless you, Zach. You are very kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. For those wondering, this was Hamadan, Western Iran. Just about 4 hours ago. It's daytime in Iran, nighttime in Iran now, closer to 12:10 a.m. on Monday, the March 16th. But this was earlier in the afternoon in Hamadan. Oh, we missed you too, Zach. God bless you. It's so good to see you. We missed you as well, Zach, and all of us are so pleased to see you. You're such a welcome presence on the channel, and your energy is very special. You just keep being you, and it's not just the jewels. Just keep being you all the time. You are loved and appreciated, my friend. I'm sorry to announce Jamal Ryan, at the age of 73, one of the leading Al Jazeera presenters, passed away this morning. God rest his soul. He was the face of Al Jazeera Arabic for many homes in the Arabic world for over 30 years. I'm also sorry to announce the passing of Professor Jürgen Habermas. Jürgen Habermas, the towering Greek intellectual, student of Adorno and Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, of course the founders of the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Professor Habermas, if you would indulge me in a new top of the hour news roundup, I'll show you Professor Habermas. Professor Habermas trained a number of different dignitaries over the years. a number of them. Professor Habermas also trained a man at Boston College who the markets in the East open in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Thank you very much, Stu. Professor Habermas, who passed away yesterday in the West German forest where he loved living. My professor told me that Professor Habermas used to just love being in the German forest. It was very peaceful to him, and he would write books. So Jürgen Habermas, the towering intellectual figure of modern philosophy, one of the greats, I would say, of history of the history of philosophy. The names Kant and Hegel may be known, but Habermas is beginning to reach those levels of notoriety for his contributions to modern critical theory. Now, in my hands, ladies and gentlemen, I do hold Between Facts and Norms. Now, I'll tell you that Mr. Professor Habermas wrote two very important books. Mr. Professor Habermas wrote A Theory of Communicative Action, and then Mr. Habermas wrote the book called Between Facts and Norms. And in honor of Mr. Habermas, I can't really read you the whole thing. But here's an example of Mr. Habermas's critique of legal rationality, which is basically like the legal system creates justifications for its own rulings rather than acting from a place of like morality or ethics or ideally like a communicative discursive rationality. So let me just read you one sentence from the Honorable Professor Jürgen Habermas, who passed away yesterday at the age of, I believe it was 97 in the Western German provinces. If, however, reasons no longer command a force intrinsic to rational motivation, if, as Luhmann formulates it, reasons cannot be justified in the legal system, then the high-priced culture of argumentation developed in that legal system becomes a mystery. One would have to explain why one needs reasons that are not reasons at all. At the end of a long process of sociological disillusionment, systems theory has cleared away the last remains of the normativism found in modern natural law. Having withdrawn into an autopoietic system, self-generating, law stands before the defamiliarizing sociological gaze and is stripped of all normative connotations, like stripped of all like idea of striving for moral like norms or like moral standards. Which in the final analysis refer to the self-organization of a legal community. Described as an autopoietic system, a narcissistically marginalized law can react only to its own problems that are at most externally occasioned or induced. Hence, law can neither perceive nor deal with problems that burden society as a whole. At the same time, in accordance with its autopoietic constitution, it must finance all its achievements from resources it produces itself. Law can derive its validity only in a positivistic sense from the actual existence of law. As Luhmann illustrates with court procedures, it has dropped any further-reaching claim to legitimation. There is no output the legal system could deliver in the form of regulations. Interventions in the environment are denied it. Nor are there any input the legal system could receive in the form of legitimation. Even the political process, the public sphere, and political culture present environments whose language the legal system cannot understand. Law supplies its environments with the noise that can at most induce variations in the internal orders of those systems for which the law in turn represents an environment. Oh, it is beautiful, Professor Habermas, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for allowing me to explain to you the genius of Professor Habermas, who, this is the last time we'll probably talk about him. Well, I'll talk about him in a scholastic context, but for those following, he passed away yesterday, March 14th, 2026, at the age of 97, a titan of philosophy, a man who inspired your noble and honorable host. I am a third-generation critical theorist. I stand proudly on the shoulders of Mr. Adorno, Mr. Horkheimer, Mr. Habermas, and my professor, and it was an honor, Mr. Habermas, to have learned your perspective on the world. I am truly grateful. God bless you very much. Thank you, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and yes, Jürgen Habermas did pass away yesterday at the age of 97. I will now take you live to an update on an Israeli attack on a medical center of the Lebanese Red Cross yesterday, killing 12.
Here in front of the medical center that has been targeted by Israel, killing 11 rescuers. We spoke with survivors, and they told us that they were not expecting to become a target because this was a civilian place and they're protected under international humanitarian law, regardless of their political affiliation. Yet, the strike came with a warning. Survivors told us that they had to rescue their friends, that there were body parts everywhere scattered across the debris, the rubble, and they could not even recognize some of their friends because they were completely burned from the fire. This is the biggest strike on rescuers since the war resumed. Israel has, in more than 2 weeks, killed dozens of rescuers, so it's not the first time that's happening. We have to leave now in a hurry because there's been a warning. It's a level 2 security, which means that this village is soon not going to be safe, so we have to leave in a hurry.
God bless you, Spacey. Yeah, so for those wondering, maybe about 15 years ago, when I was just a young washcloth, I was in graduate school at Boston College. That's when I was praying to the Virgin Mary and heard the call to be a priest. It was a very nice and special moment. It said, "The world is yours to behold if you can abscond from your temporal inclinations." And then I never wanted for anything again, really, I suppose. But setting that aside, when I was at Boston College in, I don't know, it was a long time ago now, 15 years before I felt disabled in 2014. Did you know I was reading a lot of John Rawls and Habermas and Hegel and Kant and Wittgenstein and basically everything I could get my hands on. So anyway, I was reading Father Copplestone's Anthology of the History of Philosophy. That's my favorite work of all time. Anyway, so, I was kind of reading Mr. Rawls. And Mr. Rawls, now, I've also been to law school since then, but I didn't start that till 2021. But back when I was just a young washcloth, I still knew a little bit, you know what I'm saying? So I was reading Mr. Rawls, and I was reading his book from 1997 called The Law of Peoples. Now, Mr. Rawls was dead at the time. But I was mad because Mr. Rawls said that the Supreme Court was the exemplar of public reason in his theory of discursive legitimacy. And I said to myself, wait a minute, doesn't the Supreme Court have a decision, I was just a young washcloth back then, from 1956 called Gideon v. Wainwright? And doesn't the court, by and by, in Gideon v. Wainwright, say that the layman is fundamentally unable to understand the adversarial process at even the most basic level, read an interaction with a cop? And therefore, how can Mr. Rawls, in his highfalutin ivory tower, the grand theorist of, overlapping consensus and reasonable pluralism and comprehensive doctrines, how can this man stand up there and say that the convoluted legalese of the Supreme Court, that the court itself says is fundamentally inaccessible to the layman? And really, if Rawls had read his Habermas, he would know that legalese is not legitimate discursive rationality. Anyway, so I said to myself, Mr. Rawls, you cannot use the Supreme Court's discourse in their decisions as the exemplar of public reason. So, it was the very early days of machine learning processing, and there was this nice woman over at MIT named Regina Brasilet. She got a MacArthur Award grant at the time for being a genius. I always thought she was a genius. So anyway, I was reading Professor Brasilet's work about this thing called natural language processing. Now, you probably know it today as AI or whatever it's called, but back then we just called it machine language processing. You youngins and your AI and all these weird terms. It's just machine language processing or natural language processing or machine learning algorithms. So anyway, I was reading Professor Brasilet's work, and, she was doing most of the stuff in, the applied medical field. She was trying to, help doctors be more accurate in their surgeries or something. I don't remember. It was very noble work. She got a big prize. They gave her $1 million and said she was a genius. I was like, you are a genius. I don't know, I couldn't really understand. It was way above my pay grade. Anyway, so, I was thinking to myself, wait a minute. I could just take natural language processing and develop a quantitative methodology to examine the cogency of public discourse as an indicator of political legitimacy in liberal republics. And, then I thought, wait a minute, that's a really good exemplar of public reason. And I can kind of point out to Mr. Rawls, but he was dead, so I was kind of talking to his canon, his body of work. I was like, Mr. Rawls, you just had to kind of develop a quantitative methodology. And you just had to populate word clouds based on the sort of geo-bounded, and temporally bounded use of all of the words on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram by the different polities. For example, in Massachusetts between November 1st, 2012 and November 1st, 2014. You collect 2 years worth of data from the API via a special research token you get from the NAS company who gives it to academics. And then you juxtapose, you populate a word cloud based on everything the polity in Massachusetts was talking about over those 24 months. Then you look at the congressional record and all the public statements of the senators and the representatives and the governor and the lieutenant governor and the treasurer and the secretary of state and the auditor and everyone who's elected. And then you put those into a big kind of pile. You make a word cloud from that too. Word clouds are like looking at all the words that are used in a data set and making the words that are used most frequently the biggest. Then you populate a Venn diagram. You just overlap the word cloud of what the public was talking about and what the lawmakers were talking about, and the degree of overlap is an indicator of political legitimacy. And you can kind of scale that horizontally or vertically. It's a very nice theory. So anyway, my name's Grant Smith Ellis, and that's what I was doing in graduate school. It was a long time ago. I was only a young washcloth. But I wanted to help Mr. Rawls. He was dead, but I wanted to help his theory be a little better. And then I went to law school. You should have seen me in law school. I was like in my 30s, but I don't really look 30s, So I was just in there saying things. The professors, they really had a lot of fun. The teacher fellows, they were a little intimidated by me. I tried not to ask too many questions of the teaching fellows, but the professors, the judges, we had so much fun in class. I would just go in class and be like, I read like 400 years of progeny on the case you assigned. They'd be like, Grant, you didn't have to do that. And I'd be like, yeah, but Professor, I wanted to learn about everything that's ever happened in the history of mankind. And they'd be like, Grant, we only have an hour. And I'd be like, I understand. They'd be like, Grant, we can't go into a case from the 1800s. We're like, oh, that's so sad. And they'd be like, it's okay, Grant, you can come to the office hour, we can talk about it. Then I would go to the office hour, we'd talk about Hegel and Kant and Rawls. I would try to bring up Rawls in class, and the professor would have to stop and be like, okay, students, if you didn't come across John Rawls in undergrad. So anyway, yeah, I'm a third-generation formula-trained critical theorist, I suppose. I do a lot of nice work. I like to study things and quantitative methodologies and public discourse and the way people are legitimately represented in their various forms of government. I read a lot of Immanuel Kant. I like his essay theory and practice. Perpetual peace is pretty good. You really got to study it, though, or it can get a little hegemonic. Ask Professor Fukuyama. He wrote End of History in 1992. And then by 2005, he was like, I got screwed, which is true. We're taking a little bit of reset before we go on. I was talking about my intellectual legacy because Professor Habermas died yesterday, and I'm very sad. You will pay me that indulgence. You can learn about me, though. Okay, here's more about the clashes in the southern suburbs of Beirut.
تكون اليوم الهدنة الأطول على الضاحية الجنوبية رغم تجديد المتحدث باسم الجيش الإسرائيلي تحذيراته بإخلاء مختلف أحياء ومناطق الضاحية الجنوبية. طائرات الاستطلاع غابت منذ صباح هذا اليوم. قد يكون سوء الأحوال الجوية أو قد يكون انشغال الإسرائيليين بالجبهة الجنوبية، ولكن في كلتا الحالتين خوف وترقب وحذر، أولا في غياب أي حل دبلوماسي وأي أي جهود فعالة في هذا الإطار، وثانيا بسبب التصريحات المتصاعدة عن تصعيد إسرائيلي محتمل وعن توغل. هذا الهدوء النسبي على الضاحية ولو هو مشروط بحذر وبتجديد هذا التحذير إلا أنه لم ينسحب على باقي قرى
Tel
الجنوب،
Aviv
حيث غارات
overnight. Take a look.
بدأت فجرا
Attacks in Tel Aviv
محاولة
overnight.
اغتيال
I repeat,
أسفرت عن قتل
this was in
أحد
Tel Aviv
قيادي
overnight.
حركة حماس في المنطقة وإصابة
Guy
3
Zachary Ryan, my
آخرين في
dear
وقت
friend.
تنقلت الغارات إلى الزهراني وإلى النبطية وغيرها. أما أم المعارك
Again, the attacks in Tel Aviv overnight, if you're just getting caught up.
الساعة الرشقات الصاروخية
And yes, it was that bad. Again, you're seeing a roundup of the attacks in Tel Aviv last night. I'm talking over the Arabic so you can understand if you speak English.
يعني هو في كل بيان يتبنى عملية إن كان على موقع إسرائيلي عسكري أو تجمع لجنود أو لدبابة ميركافا. يوم أمس أقفل بياناته على 48 بيانا، يعني 48 عملية، واليوم افتتحها ب11 بيانا حتى الساعة. هذا الأمر يقابله من الناحية الإسرائيلية.
نعم.
وكما يعني عهد الإسرائيليون منذ حرب الإسناد على يعني إخلاء للحافة الأمامية والثانية من القرى والبلدات الجنوبية تمهيدا يعني أولا ضمن سياستهم للأراضي المحروقة، وأيضا قطعا للطريق أمام أي تقدم من حزب الله. هذا الأمر أيضا يترافق مع سلسلة الإخلاءات القسرية التي فرضها الإسرائيليون إن كان على الجنوب الليطاني، وصولا إلى التحذيرات الأخيرة لأيضا سكان جنوب الزهراني بضرورة الانتقال شمالا، قبل أن يعمد الإسرائيليون أيضا إلى قطع أوصال بعض الطرق الجنوبية إن كان من خلال استهداف جسر الزرارية قبل أيام أو جسر الخردلي، وبذلك كله يظهر توسع في هذه خريطة الاستهدافات الإسرائيلية.
Okay, so those were the most recent pictures. Those were the attacks on Tel Aviv overnight. They did a pretty good job. They got you most of the pictures. I was going to show you that roundup anyway, so that was actually incredibly efficient. Let me see. This was from March 5th. We already watched this one. I want to show you a little bit of how badly Beirut has been damaged. Okay, so you saw the report on Tel Aviv. Here is the damage to Beirut overnight. That was an apartment building that was bombed yesterday in the southern after the shelling. It's so good to see you, my friend. You are looking at the latest scenes from overnight in Beirut. This was Beirut this afternoon. It's probably actually not cleaned up. So again, I repeat, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. wartime. It is Sunday, March 15, 2026, but there is no peace in Israel. There is no peace in Beirut. There is no peace in Iran or the UAE or Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or Bahrain or Yemen or Oman or the Strait of Hormuz or the Al-Shabaab Strait or Iraq. There is no peace in the Gulf region, and we pray. Thus stands the city of Beirut, if you can call it that. Rubble lines the roads where children used to play. And that is the reality of war. Raw, unfiltered, with no screaming, no sounds of bombs, under the dark, cold light of the Middle Eastern day. That is Beirut. And if you think for 1 second that even though we go from update to update, that I do not have in my mind seared these images of the human toll and the humanitarian crisis that has been impacted, that has been imposed on the people of Beirut, you would be foolish. Hundreds of thousands, 700,000 people displaced from southern Beirut who have nothing to do with Lebanon, with Hezbollah, and who are only in love with the country of Lebanon, their families, their memories, their childhoods erased. Not one building, not two, but entire city blocks. It could be Boston. It could be anywhere. Yes, so Gregory Linos, as scary as that sounds, there has been shelling on the Gaza Strip in the north over the past 2 days. There has also been raids in the Nablus, which is in the West Bank, and in Ramallah. So there are kind of active sort of clashes between the IDF and residents of the occupied West Bank. I will now show you the latest pictures from Tel Aviv. This is just some of the damage caused to Tel Aviv overnight. We looked at Beirut. Now we will look at Tel Aviv. Again, I'm trying to be as fair, unbiased as possible, but it is very hard. This was a very hard night of the war last night, and tonight hasn't even started. Hello, Cheryl. God bless you, my dear friend. This is Tel Aviv today. And this is not the worst of the damage.
מטר מהבית. הנה הבית.
Again, Tel Aviv today.
بس شظية بس شظية.
هاي صاروخ هاي صاروخ مش قضية هاي صاروخ لا يا عمي قضية مش هي قضية بتعمل هيك قضية بتعمل هيك هذا شو اللي معك أنا
Tel Aviv today. Tel Aviv today.
بس شظية.
هاي صاروخ هاي صاروخ مش قضية هاي صاروخ
Tel Aviv today.
لا يا عمي قضية مش هي قضية بتعمل هيك
I'm not positive which part of Tel Aviv. I'll take a look. I'll show you some other hits. But the situation in Tel Aviv in particular is very serious. Yes, Loudmouse, God bless you. I don't know if any of like the very sacred or archaeological sites were damaged. Most of it appeared to be in neighborhoods. Here is an update from the Israeli police about the
אנחנו נמצאים כאן בזירה המרכזית של נפילת טיל שפגע, כמו שאתם רואים כאן בבניין מאחוריי. יש כאן פגיעה שאזרח שהיה בתוך הרכב נפגע, קיבל טיפול ראשוני על ידי מד"א ופונה בתוך המקום. כפי שאתם רואים כרגע, כוחות הצלה, פיקוד העורף, מד"א, כב"ה, חבלני המשטרה. אנחנו מתעסקים רגע עם בידוד זירת האירוע. אנחנו כרגע סורקים את כל המבנים שנמצאים כאן לידינו לוודא שאין שם לכודים ופצועים. אני שוב מזכיר לכל האזרחים להישמע לפקודות ונהלים והנחיות של פיקוד העורף. זה מציל חיים, וברגע ששומעים אזעקה לרוץ למרחב מוגן, זה מציל חיים. אנחנו כרגע משקיעים את כל המאמץ בידוד הזירה, מטפלים כרגע בכל מה שצריך לוודא שאין כאן עוד נפילות, ומטפלים בתוך הנקודה הזאת. נפל כרגע בנפילה של טיל, כפי שאתם רואים מאחוריי, פגיעה בתוך מבנה. כרגע חבלני המשטרה, כוחות ההצלה סורקים בתוך השטח. אנחנו נסיים לטפל כרגע בסריקות ולוודא שאין לנו עוד פצועים.
Okay, again, that was the latest from the Israeli police. Downtown, kind of discouraging gathering around the impact sites. This was the Space Research Institute in Tehran. They hit it yesterday. Remember that building? This is loud. Remember that building we saw yesterday that was hit with the dome? They hit it again. This is today, Sunday. It's loud. Volume warning. This is today. They bombed it again. After it was already bombed, they hit it again. This is an American bomb hitting again the Space Research Institute in Tehran. It was already bombed out yesterday. You see that shell of the building? They hit it yesterday. They bombed it again today. I guess they missed something. Again, this is the latest from Tehran on Sunday. So today, thank you, Lynn. Yes, this is the latest from Tehran today. After the Space Research Institute was hit, they hit it again. America hit it again. That is Tehran today. Okay, that is Tehran today. Here's the latest update on the roads bombed out in the south of Lebanon from El Mayadeen. It's impossible to travel anywhere south of the Litani River. They are Terry, yes. Gaza is still being hit. Latest from Lebanon.
من أجل إعادة فتح الطريق الذي يربط مناطق جنوبية ببعضها البعض، مناطق مرج عيون وصولا إلى حصبية مرورا بالدبين وأيضا الخيام. غارة عنيفة جدا أدت إلى قطع هذا الطريق بشكل كامل، والآن أعيد فتحه بشكل جزئي كما هو حال هذا الطريق الآن.
Again, the latest report from Lebanon with English subtitles. One more time. With English subtitles, thank you. I'm so glad they're on there.
نحن الآن على الطريق الذي يربط مرج عيون بإبل السقي والخيام، حيث قطعت الطريق الطائرات الحربية الإسرائيلية قبل يومين، وهو طريق عام دبين. هذا هو حال هذا الطريق بعد أن قطعته الطائرات الحربية الإسرائيلية. غارة عنيفة جدا رمم بشكل جزئي من قبل المعنيين من قبل الجيش اللبناني، أيضا بمواكبة قوات اليونيفيل الدولية، من أجل إعادة فتح الطريق الذي يربط مناطق جنوبية ببعضها البعض، مناطق مرج عيون وصولا إلى حصبية مرورا بالدبين وأيضا الخيام. غارة عنيفة جدا أدت إلى قطع هذا الطريق بشكل كامل، والآن أعيد فتحه بشكل جزئي كما هو حال هذا الطريق الآن.
Thank you very much. That was one of the reporters for Al Mayadeen. I'm so grateful they're starting to caption this in English. It was so hard to understand. I'll now give you a report from Buj Kalawe in southern Lebanon, where 2 days ago the Israeli army bombed that medical facility. I will give you the report now.
I'm reporting to you from the town of Buj Kalawe, where 2 days ago the Israeli army targeted a medical center with an airstrike, killing 12 medical staff. In recent days, the Israeli army has killed 20 medical staff and first responders in a series of blatant war crimes aimed at terrorizing the population in the south and in Beirut and in the Bekaa. Americans, all of this is happening on your dime. Your tax money is being used to murder unarmed men, women, and children. For the Lebanese Ministry of Health, 826 people have been killed since March 2nd. 106 of those have been children. Thousands more have been wounded.
So I just want to be clear. She's very real and authentic in her plea. Okay, I want to be clear. But what you have to understand is that I believe her spouse or her significant other works for Al Jazeera Arabic, and there was some of the only people allowed to travel south of the Litani by Hezbollah. So what you're looking at, Courtney Boneo, she's a great reporter, but a lot of people are kind of like, they're just learning about her, which is fine. Like, I watch her a lot, so I know about her. She's a good reporter in that she gets to the location where the bombings happen, okay? But she, is directly connected to Hezbollah. Everything she does is approved by Hezbollah. Everywhere she goes is approved by Hezbollah. And I'm telling you, she's not the English spokesperson for Hezbollah. She's not Tokyo Rose, but she is operating under the strict military censorship of not the Lebanese army, not the Israeli army, but Hezbollah themselves, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. Now, listen, I know a lot of reporters that operate under the strict eye, watchful eye of the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon, Zena, Heidi Pett. Okay, there are lots of reporters that do the same thing. She, though, Courtney Boneo, is not associated with a network. So the networks temper, especially Al Jazeera, and Al Arabia from Qatar and Saudi Arabia, respectively. They don't show English reports really that much from Beirut. They do a little bit, but they show Arabic reports a lot. And those reports are always censored by Hezbollah. There are only 3 English language reporters in the entire world, maybe 4, who are allowed to operate with Hezbollah's permission south of the Litani in Lebanon. Some IDF friendly reporters, which I wouldn't recommend doing, can go to the north of Israel. But this reporter in particular, no, she is a journalist. I want to be clear. She's not working for Hezbollah. There's a difference. I want to be very clear. She is not a member of Hezbollah. She is like any other. There's only 4 English-speaking journalists in the world, maybe 3 that I know of, that can operate south of the Litani River. You need them, even though they're very much controlled by Hezbollah. Hello, Rio, my dear friend. It's great to see you. Hello, Heart of Manila. But yes, so she's not a target. She's not a member of Hezbollah. She doesn't have a gun. Her job, though, brings her into a territory where you, like, kind of like when you're in Israel, you must have the IDF's permission. Kind of like in Qatar, you must have, the Qatari government's permission. You can't just go into countries as a journalist. You have to, get permission from the government. And there's no government south of the Litani River in Lebanon. It's Hezbollah. So if we want to know what's happening there, all I'm saying is we must recognize what you're hearing there, her, statements, that she believes that. Trust me. But, the only reason she's allowed to even be in South Lebanon is because Hezbollah believes that her views are sympathetic to theirs. They're not, making her say this. They just handpicked her because they know, because she's not affiliated with a network, she's willing to risk her life for the people of Lebanon. They are, letting her do this. She's not a combatant. She's a member of the press who has a bias. The bias is she gets to operate, and it's not like operating. She's putting her life on the line. She's not staying in nice hotels. Hezbollah operates out of caves and like tunnels under Lebanon. She lives under bombs falling. She may not make it through the war. I would not discount for a second her sacrifice. In fact, the reason I play her, I don't have to play anyone's reports. I play her dispatches because what she's reporting, even though you have to understand it within the narrative container and the geopolitical constellation that it comes from, it's valuable primary source imagery. It just has a bias. So anyway, that's my opinion. She's a good reporter. She's brave. It has a bias. I'll show you more images of the south of Beirut now, today. This is the south of Beirut today. We have a lot to catch up on. There's a lot of damage tonight. Van Burton, because she's basically in an area where only people with Hezbollah's permission can go, so she's biased. She's a journalist, but think of her as a very biased journalist towards the Lebanese resistance. Oh, God bless you. God bless you, Sleepy Kitten. We pray for your Marine nephew heading to Iran. We pray for him, and God bless his service. Thank you for sharing that with us. We pray for him, Sleepy Kitten, and all those fighting to protect our freedoms. Again, downtown Beirut today. Downtown Beirut today. I'll now take you to the updates. We basically got caught up. I know that wasn't even half of what actually happened, but I can only show you so much. Literally, and then we have to go live for the day. I'm serious. So I'm going to take you now live to Al Jazeera English, and we'll see what they're looking at the 4:45 or so mark of the day.
Leading to higher.
No, this is a report from yesterday. It's about gas prices in Indonesia. We'll take a look at Al Jazeera Arabic. So they have Tel Aviv bottom right, Tel Aviv Live top right. I'm not positive. Looks like Beirut bottom center, Beirut bottom left, Tehran top left.
موضوع الطاقة والتكلفة القصوى حتى هذه اللحظة هو
المناط
الأخير لإيران. لكن شنو مفهوم النصر أستاذ محمد؟ لازم نحدده بعجالة.
Bravest fighting force I've ever seen.
أن تكسر إرادة الدولة أو تقضي على قياداتها أو تحتلها ميدانيا. هذا بالنسبة لأمريكا. وبالمقابل إيران النصر لها أن لا تتحقق هذه الأهداف بمعنى أنه منع العدو من تحقيق أهدافه الصمود وفرض شروطه.
Just getting some Arabic updates now.
أن سيكون انتصارا بطعم الهزيمة للولايات المتحدة.
I have an update. I repeat, I have an update from Al Arabia. Air defenses are launching in Tehran. Update. Yes, God bless the Marines. Listen, you never met a Marine before? I've met a few Marines in my life. They're a very hardened bunch. They are an honorable bunch. I've never met a Marine that wasn't willing to just jump right into any situation in defense of what they thought was like the vulnerable or what was right. Just like very, very honorable people. But you also don't want to mess with them because like a Marine, like the best way I can describe it, okay, I'm speaking generally, okay, so like what you never want to do is wake a Marine up, okay? Like one Marine can wake another Marine up, even when like they're veterans, okay? You never want to like wake a Marine up. It's not a good idea. Like if you just go up to a Marine who's sleeping, like, and they're not expecting you, like, and you wake them up and like you're not like another Marine who's like really like they don't like recognize your face immediately, like it's very likely that they're gonna like throw you, they're gonna break your arm, or like you're just like their reflex is just gonna like hurt you seriously, probably like incapacitate you. That's a Marine. Now, if another Marine wakes them up, like, you know, that's normally going to be, they're going to be mad, but like it's another Marine, so they can kind of like not like use, like the reflex stops and they don't hurt the other Marine. It's like all trained very well. But the point is, like, a Marine is very, very honorable, very, very duty bound. But like, if they actually deploy their skills, like, you won't reach the ground, especially if you're a civilian. Like, they will kill you like 3 times before you hit the ground, and then they'll kind of like flip your body around and then like put you like in a seated position on a bench and then just leave you there dead. That's a Marine. They're very honorable.
ونتابع مشاهدينا هذه الصور لإطلاق الدفاعات الجوية باتجاه أميراباد ويوسفاباد في طهران مساء اليوم. هذه مشاهد أخرى أيضا تأتينا من غرب طهران تظهر الدفاعات الجوية وهي تتصدى لهجمات من مقاتلات حربية. إذن لدينا هذه الصور التي نشاهدها الآن لإطلاق الدفاعات الجوية باتجاه مدن في طهران، أميراباد، يوسفاباد مساء اليوم. وعلى الجانب الآخر هناك أيضا في غرب طهران كما تظهر الصور الثانية الدفاعات الجوية وهي تتصدى لهجمات من مقاتلات حربية.
Again, the latest from air defenses over Tehran. I'll play this for you. Hello, Ms. Clutch. It's great to see you. Hi,
هذه
Ms.
الصور
Clutch.
لإطلاق الدفاعات الجوية باتجاه أميراباد ويوسفاباد في طهران مساء اليوم. هذه مشاهد أخرى أيضا تأتينا من غرب طهران تظهر الدفاعات الجوية وهي تتصدى لهجمات من مقاتلات حربية. إذن لدينا هذه الصور التي نشاهدها
Just
الآن.
now, the most recent pictures over
باتجاه
Tehran.
مدن في طهران، أميراباد، يوسفاباد مساء اليوم. وعلى الجانب الآخر هناك أيضا في غرب طهران كما تظهر الصور الثانية الدفاعات الجوية وهي تتصدى لهجمات من مقاتلات حربية.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and you are looking at the latest pictures of air defense intercepts over Tehran. Now, we are just starting what could be a long night. I'm going to do my best to stay hydrated. I am not sure where the night will take us. As Monday morning begins, the oil market's opening in just under probably half an hour. I'll take us back now to Al Jazeera Arabic while I continue to update on the latest. Some drones can be. Air defenses in Tel Aviv are definitely struggling. Like, with the alert system was really broken last night. I watched it go down after the first wave. It was really brutal. So I have us on Al Jazeera Arabic live in case anything major happens. And then, hello, Patrick Wilson. How are you? God bless you, sir.
أيضا قوة نشاط البحرية الاستكشافية تحتاج إلى 12 يوما على الأقل للوصول. وإذا ما أخذنا بعين الاعتبار دعوة الرئيس ترامب ليلة أمس لدعوة الصين وكوريا الجنوبية وفرنسا وغيرها لتنضم إلى الولايات المتحدة، أيضا رأيت في نفس الوقت فرنسا تقول لا شكرا، لا نريد الانضمام إلى هذا الجهد. إذا كيف ستكون نتيجة هذا لا أحد يعرف. إذا ما أخذنا أو دمرنا الأجزاء العسكرية من جزيرة خارق، لكن هذا شيء، لكن هذا لم يغير سلوك النظام. لكن بيان المرشد الأعلى قال أنهم سيغلقون مضيق هرمز. هو لم يغلقه، لكن أغلقه فقط بوجه الولايات المتحدة وحلفائها. وربما هو أيضا فكر بهذه القضية أن السفن ما تزال تعبر، ولكن يجب حماية
Hold on, I have a report coming in right now from Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Tony. Welcome. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. I have a report coming in right now from Turkey. They call it an unknown object flying in the sky. I guess it could be a meteor. But, you know, right now, like, most of the time, if there weren't a war going on, I would say it's probably a meteor. I'm worried it's a missile. So I have an update from Turkey, from the War Desk. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 5 p.m. Eastern. It's almost 4:54 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday, March 15th, day 17, 2026, day 17 of the U.S. war with Iran. I have this right now for you over Turkey. This is the latest pictures over Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the latest pictures over Turkey of what is being called a bright object in the sky. Now, maybe it's a meteor. I'm not a meteorite expert, but I'm going to show it to you. This is a bright object being reported right now. Okay, I repeat, right now, this object is being reported in the sky over Turkey. Now, does it look like a comet? Hello, Roy's World. It is great to see you. God bless you, sir. Now, folks, tell me, does it look like a comet? It could be a comet. I'm worried it's a missile. This is reported right now. I repeat, these are the latest pictures from over Turkey. Now, do you think that is a missile or a comet? I can't really tell. I guess, 1 in the chat for missile, 2 in the chat for comment. For comet, 1 in the chat for missile, 2 in the chat for comet. I'm going to go with 1. I think it's a missile. Let's take a quick snap poll. I can't do another poll. You can only do 1 poll at a time. I think it's a missile. So do you think that object on the screen is a missile or a comet? Yes, press 1 for missile. Press 2 for comment. I'm going to take a real-time snapshot of the public's perception because Al Jazeera reported it ambiguously. So, meteor or comet, press 2. Missile, press 1. All right. So some people are writing out meteor and comet. That's fine. Somebody has voted the orb. That's fine. Downed UFO. Okay, we can do 3 for UFOs. All right, and 4 for it's a flying goat. All right. So a lot of people think that, remember, 2 is comet or meteor, 1 is missile. So some people think it's a missile. A lot of people think that it's a comet. It's about 50-50. Yeah, the tail is pretty long. I don't think it's a missile. I did vote missile, but like the more that I look at those colors, that's kind of like purple and green. It kind of looks like space dust now that I really look at it. I've never seen a missile glow like that. But then again, modern warfare, you could have a missile that glows purple. And at this point, I would say, well, okay, sounds about right. So a lot of people think it's the aliens. Listen, I suppose that's a possibility. It's the spirit of the King of Pot. Oh, Michael Malta, Patrick Wilson. Patrick Wilson, that must be you, my dear friend. God bless you. I'm so glad to see you here. I hope you've been doing well. I think about you all the time. I hope you've been doing well. I hope you all will say hello and give a warm welcome to my friend Patrick Wilson. He's a very nice man. God bless you, my friend. Hola! Okay, Francisco Castillo. Hola, ¿cómo estás, mi amigo? Hay muchas cosas que ocurriendo en el mundo, y en particularmente en Irak y Israel y Iran. Folks, if you don't know, our dear friend Francisco Castillo in the chat only speaks Spanish. So when Francisco comes in, we take a moment and I let him know what's going on. Wow, reports. I have not seen that reported, Jerry, but as soon as I see an update on the Iranian leader and his status, I'll let you know. Pero un momento. Hay una persona aquí que solo habla español y creo que es muy importante para toda la gente en el mundo que se puede entender todas las cosas que ocurriendo ahora mismo. I think it's very important for all of the people in the world to understand what's going on right now, and we have someone here who only speaks Spanish. Claro que yo entiendo español y creo que hay a este momento, Francisco, en Israel hay muchas bombas que Irán le fusilar en los 2 horas pasado o 24 horas pasado al Israel y Tel Aviv, los Galileos y Nur y Sur Galilee y el Negev y Haifa y Eilat, muchas bombas que traversan muy rápido, muy rápido, muy rápido, y las personas en Israel que sufren del fuegos muy expansivo del todo el ciudad, y hay en varios sur, nor, todos, pero ahora la gente en Tel Aviv usa la agua para extinguir los fuegos, pero la gente en Israel no tiene misiles para interceptar los bombas del Irán. Y claro, es una situación muy importante. Y ahora mismo, y esta noche, y verdad, en la semana, the next week. I don't know how to say that. No, como se dice the next week. Oh, Hector Ramirez, I'm so glad that I'm able to help. So if you speak Spanish in the chat and you ever hear an update and you want to just tell our friend Francisco Castillo, that's good. También, Francisco, en Irán hay muchas ciudades que sufran del los bombas del Irán y los Estados Unidos. Hay la capital de Teherán y la ciudad Isfahan y la ciudad de Homs. Y también en los UAE, Dubai y Abu Dhabi hay muchas bombas que irán fusilar a los Estados Unidos, Oracle, los companies de los Estados Unidos, Oracle, Citibank, Halliburton. También en Irak hay muchas guerras militantes que fusilar para Irán a los Estados Unidos en los bases de los Estados Unidos en Bagdad y en Erbil, y los Estados Unidos que sufren muchos soldiers de morir. Hay muchas morir para los soldiers. Para the soldiers, no, como se dice soldiers en español. Y también en Kuwait y Bahrein, irán fusilar missiles o bombas los bases del Estados Unidos, y en Saudi Arabia también, y en Oman también, y también el petroleum, oil. Los facilities, the oil facilities, refineries, no, como se dice refineries. Irán le fusilarte también, y los el costo en dólares para petroleum sufren un escalation. All right, that was our Spanish update. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry that I had to take so much time, but how would you feel, if you didn't speak English and there was all these developments and the only channel that really did the updates was in English, and then captions are okay, but if the host doesn't switch into Spanish, how are you going to get your update? So And there are other people who might speak Spanish that want to learn. A lot of the world speaks Spanish. And my Spanish isn't perfect, but I was able to relay a lot of that. Que bien, hablamos español hoy. Sí, es verdad. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney probably turned the TV on and were like, wait a minute. Is this Univision? Why is the TV speaking in Spanish? Is he just speaking in Spanish? Well, yes, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. We have one person in the chat, maybe muchos personas in the chat, who only speak Spanish, our friend Francisco Castillo. So I wanted to give him an update on the overnight situation in Israel and Iran and Iraq, and also Kuwait and Bahrain and elsewhere, and Saudi Arabia, in Spanish. So that was kind of fun. I kind of speak Spanish. The more I speak Spanish, the more words I remember. Oh, that's wonderful. Please, no te olvides las palabras del español. Oh, muy bien. Anyway, so let's get us caught up. Here's another update from the situation in Sur, where Israel unfortunately bombed Lebanese Red Cross hospital, or an ambulance facility.
And it was a medical center, a paramedic center for the Islamic Health Committee and the civil defense and rescue teams in the area. This building was known here since long time ago to be the center of the
Update from our dear friend Valhalla Live. All right, so I was going to show you the Lebanese update, but I'm going to take you live to the most recent update. I'm not sure when this came in. All right, this was at 4:24. Oh goodness, Iran has issued evacuations for areas of Dubai. And when they did this yesterday with the port, they did strike. All right, they did strike. So I'm worried Iran might be about to launch missiles. ¿Dónde está? Oh, soy, or no, fue, de dónde eres? No, where are you? Soy Boston. De donde eres is where are you from, and de donde fue is where did you go. I know a lot of phrases. Let's listen to this update from Lebanon. Sorry, I closed it instead of starting it. My apologies.
Behind me is where the last strike against Burj Al Awai entire region in South Lebanon, south of the Litani River, happened and destroyed the entire building that was behind me, and it was a medical center, a paramedic center for the Islamic Health Committee and the civil defense and rescue teams in the area. This building was known here since long time ago to be the center of the medical services in the area. Obviously, the logos and the signs that indicate that this building was providing medical care for the people who were still in this village in South Lebanon during this war, this escalation. It was obvious, but still the Israelis decided to target this building on purpose in a direct strike that led to the destruction of the entire
Iranian TV
and the massacre of 12 medical care providers who were taking shelter inside this building. Everyone who was inside.
So you see what Hezbollah did? They allowed the media to all come film that scene at the same time. It was this, like, yes, it happened and there was a bombing, but this was actually staged. By the way, that object over Turkey is being reported as a missile. I'm sorry to say that the object being reported over Turkey is a missile. I'll have more updates. Here's the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq. Okay, this is going to be loud. This has the Islamic resistance in Iraq. Now, I learned they're more than just the Blood Guardians. The Blood Guardians is like their umbrella term. When these various factions, there's a few different ones, when they don't want to ascribe their attack to a specific group so that the U.S. won't know who did it, they call themselves in general the Blood Guardians, but then they have sub-factions. This is one, I believe, from the Blood Guardians themselves. They are claiming 24 operations in the past 24 hours using rockets, drones, and missiles against U.S. forces in Iraq. This will be very loud. These are launches of the Shahed 10X and the Hadid 110 drones. It will be very loud.
آل زهراء الشهداء يا زهراء.
صلى الله عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء. صلى الله عليك يا فاطمة.
This footage came out about 5 minutes ago, by the way.
يا بقية الله.
The latest drone launches from the Islamic Mujahideen, the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Let me show you a little bit more from a different subgroup of the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Okay, like there, I want you to just see the Blood Guardians are not the only ones. There's this other group called the Nujaba movement. Oftentimes when the Blood Guardians are releasing
إلى يوم القيامة.
That's fake. The end is fake, but the beginning is real. So again, one more time. That is a real footage of their bunker. That is real. That is real. This is the Nujaba group. Hi, that one girl. So this is one of the Blood Guardian sub-factions. That's fake. So they generated the end of that with AI, but the first parts are real. So just so you understand, when you see the Blood Guardians put something out, it's most likely the Nujaba movement. They call themselves part of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. It's actually called the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. But I just want you to understand, when you see the Blood Guardians, it's just a way to like obfuscate who the actual group is that did the attack. And one of the groups is the Nujaba movement. All right, very important for you to understand about the geopolitical constellation of resistance fighters and their sort of subunits in Iraq, because they're attacking U.S. troops. Everybody on the same page? All right, that's some distribution of aid. Here's distribution of aid to the displaced in Lebanon. Okay, this is today. It's one of the aid organizations in Lebanon working to distribute aid to the displaced populations. You could see that these aid groups, when they are ready to activate their networks in Lebanon, they are ready. They have been through war before. They will activate and get supplies, but you're talking 700,000 people in Lebanon who are sleeping in cars and tents on the side of the road. Like they're being like scammed by like apartment rental scams. Their children don't have like sanitary supplies. They have like blankets and that's it. So there is an effort. Like the French, the Italians, you don't understand how much money the like international community, under very watchful supervision, they don't just send it in. They send money like through UNIFIL and like other, like the whole purpose of the UN, just so you understand, is to develop a supply chain so that food doesn't get taken by Hezbollah, if for an example, in Lebanon. So Italy, for example, committed 10 million. Other countries have, I think not Belarus, somebody committed like 4 million, some just small European country. I forget which one it was. 4 million was a lot for them. And they're like, seriously, they just were like, here, you can have 4 million. And what they'll do is it goes through a very specific organized supply chain that you are looking at right now. So when you donate, if you are donating to Lebanon in particular, make sure you're not just, when you donate to like a UN or UNICEF or whatever organization, their job, like they don't just exist to keep the peace. They actually pay money to these groups that they oversee. They go on the ground and they make sure the food only goes and the resources to the civilians. That's like the whole point of the UN. A lot of people don't get it. A lot of people think like the UN is this, it's just the debates at the chamber. No, what the UN really is like this coordinated network of support services. It really does a very important job. I think a lot of people don't understand what the UN does. So I'm just when you like on the ground, when you donate to like UNICEF or any other charity that's legitimate, they're not like spending it on like lobbying. No, they go on the ground. Oh, sorry if I was muted. You might have to. If no sound, just refresh. I think the sound's working here. So if you donate to UNICEF, if you donate to UNIFIL, whatever you donate to, that's actually going to like monitor safe channels of distribution of aid from states. Like Italy will be like, here's $10 million of food, but make sure it goes only to the Lebanese people. So then the UN takes your donation and then they put like people on the ground who just stand with the food and make sure it only goes to civilians. That's the only way you can do it. So that's how it works. It's like a very, very important function of the UN. Nobody really gets it, which is why I'm highlighting it for you now. Like, you really should know. Like, it's not just this like place where people yell at each other in like New York. It's like an actual like aid organization, like a very serious one that I shouldn't say aid. It does do aid and like donations, but its primary purpose is like when Italy wants to give money to a war zone. The UN has to have a group or like 20 groups who can be like, okay, Italy, we'll take that $10 million and we'll convert it to food. And obviously it's the UN, so Italy just knows, like it watches. It has people that watch the UN buy the food. Then the UN's like, we're going to put it on our trucks. We're going to drive it there, or trains or boats. Then we're going to offload it. We're going to oversee the distribution so that nobody who's not supposed to get it gets it. That's what the UN does. It's a very good system. And by the way, I bring that up only to tell you, like, for those of you wondering, like, is someone trying to help the civilians? Yeah, they're trying. I don't know if they're succeeding, but they're at least trying. There are aid organizations that specialize in going into war zones because of this. So you should know that.
And that means
I'm going to jump us live on Al Jazeera English. 1 second.
The military is reinforcing its presence along the Lebanese border. Tanks have been repositioning as Israeli media report a ground offensive is being considered. Lebanon's government has expressed a desire to hold direct talks with the Israeli government, but Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar denies any meeting is happening. Heidi Pett is live for us from Beirut for more on this story. So, Heidi, there have been multiple attacks along that border today, including reports that peacekeepers were fired on. What can you tell us about those?
Yes, UNIFIL, which is the peacekeeping force that's been stationed in southern Lebanon for a long time now, decades in fact, issued a statement this afternoon saying traded in the south of the country and those areas closer towards the Israeli border. And there has been a great deal of fire concentrated on the town of Hiam, which is quite a strategic hilltop town. The Israeli ground forces have been making a number of attempts to advance into and take control of that town. Hezbollah has issued statements on a number of occasions over the last week saying that they've engaged directly with the Israelis on the ground there. And the advance does seem to be continuing, but the concentration of airstrikes there in the last 24 to 48 hours indicates that the Israelis have not yet got full control of that town, and they are still attempting to strike on Hezbollah forces on the ground who do seem to be still putting up some resistance.
All right, Heidi Pett live for us in Beirut. Heidi, thank you. A former U.S. military base in the Iraqi capital has been attacked. Authorities say Victory Base, which is within the perimeter of Baghdad International Airport, was targeted by 5 missiles and 3 drones on Sunday. One of the attacks sparked a large fire and wounded several people, including airport staff and a security officer. Armed groups in Iraq that are linked to Iran have released videos to say their recent attacks on U.S. targets. The pictures from the Iraqi Hezbollah brigades come from cameras mounted on drones. They appear to show
We saw this yesterday.
Strikes on the U.S. Victory military base near Baghdad Airport on the warnings that have been seen around the Gulf today.
Well, it's for the last couple of days, it's been quite busy with attacks coming from Iran. Today, I don't want to say it's been slow, but it's been slower than previous days. Let's just go and read out the list. Here in Qatar, the Defense Ministry said a number of drones were intercepted. In Bahrain, 8 drones were intercepted in the last 24 hours. In the UAE, 6 drones and 4 ballistic missiles. In Kuwait, 14 drones. 2 were intercepted in an army base, which the debris led to the injury of 3 servicemen. Also, they announced that 3 drones hit the international airport and the radar was damaged. Although we have to say and note that Iran said they weren't responsible for that attack. In Saudi Arabia, approximately 15 drones in the last 24 hours. Earlier today, we saw a statement from the GCC as well as the United Kingdom condemning these attacks from Iran. It's interesting that the UK was also in that statement, and that's because over the last couple of days, the British have been helping defend various Gulf countries. The British the Ministry of Defense says overnight Typhoon and F-35 jets supported by Voyager air-to-air refueling have flown sorties in defense of British interests and allies across Qatar, Cyprus, the UAE, Jordan, and Bahrain. Earlier today, we saw the Iranian ambassador to Saudi Arabia talking about, that they're going to be reviewing their relationships with the Gulf. He said, "We are neighbors and we cannot do without each other. We will need a serious review." Just a couple of days ago, the Qatari spokesman for the foreign ministry, he said that we've been neighbors, for a millennium before before these tensions, before this war started, and we will be afterwards. But the Iranians will need the Gulf at some point to help in the eventual or the hopeful eventual negotiations with the U.S. And according to him, these attacks on the Gulf aren't really helping their case.
Malik Traina live for us here in Doha. Thank you, Malik. And just following on from what Malik was reporting, foreign ministers of the UK, Jordan.
Hold on. Let me show you what's going on. Take a look at the latest pictures from Tehran. There is I've never seen their air defenses fighting so ferociously. I can't believe this is happening. There must be some type of jet attack on Tehran. This is the first night. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of footage from Tehran. Something's going on right now on the ground. It's only 10 minutes old. So, by the way, Al Jazeera took 24 hours to get that video from the Blood Guardians that they just showed. And I'm about to show you now an even more concerning piece of footage. Not concerning, I suppose, more relevant and updated piece of footage. This is the most recent from on the ground in Tehran right now as the air defense systems fire. It's loud. Tehran right now, 10 minutes ago. Again, 10 minutes ago. Again, you are watching the latest from downtown Tehran 10 minutes ago. Serious anti-aircraft fire in chasing a jet. I now also have the latest statement for you from the Iranian military. Okay? The latest statement from the Iranian military translated into English. Okay? I'm going to have English reporter Towel read it out for you. This is the latest statement from the Iranian military. I repeat, the Iranian military. Here's the statement.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Urgent warning. To the residents in the specified areas in Dubai and Doha. Due to US Army soldiers hiding in these areas, they may be subjected to attack in the coming hours. Please stay away from these areas as quickly as possible. Your rulers have sheltered American terrorists and allowed the use of your lands to launch attacks against Iran. Rate this...
Oh no. Listen, if you are in the sound of my voice, listen, don't wait. The news is slow. Don't wait. I know what I'm talking about. I'm an emergency alert towel. I repeat, emergency alert towel. Emergency alert towel for specifically if you can hear my voice and you are in Dubai. Emergency alert towel. Okay, emergency alert towel. I'm doing a 3-stage emergency alert towel. I'm going to predict the future for you. Okay, emergency alert towel. I repeat, emergency alert towel. Only pertaining to the people who are in Dubai. If you are not in Dubai, this is not an emergency alert. But if you are in Dubai, you see that little map right there? If you are in the highlighted red, you need to leave. Run from that area now. Get out of there now. Sleep well, Nikki, my dear friend. You get some rest, you recharge. We will be here. You rest up. I repeat, towel emergency alert. If you are in that red zone, you do not have time to wait. Your government will flash it to you soon. You must leave. You must leave. They're going to bomb you. The Iranians are going to bomb you in 1 or 2 hours. You must leave. I'm not exactly sure why the Iranians are acting like this. They must have far more missiles and power than we thought. But I'm telling you right now that the Iranians are threatening to bomb that specific area of Dubai. Not at an unknown time, but in the coming hours. So if you are in the sound of my voice, and you see that map, and you think, oh no, I am in that map, you should leave that map. You should leave that area. You should proceed away from that area. Likewise, if you are in the Dubai Marina area, you are going to be attacked by the Iranians. This is not... I'm not the Iranians. I'm just trying to give you a warning and save lives. You have 2 hours. If you are within the sound of my voice, and you are in that area, you probably have 2 hours. Okay? Again, if you are near the Arabian Ranches, if you are in the Dubai Marina, or if you are in Lusail, you have maybe 2 hours. They're trying to tell you you're going to be attacked. Once you are attacked, it will be too late. Why I am the one delivering this message to you, I don't know. Hopefully your government has already told you. If you're a part of another country in those areas, hopefully someone has told you too. So yes, I don't think anyone should be in these areas. I tried to tell Americans to leave. I think most of them did. Dubai's pretty empty. So you need to leave those areas. If you're in the Arabian Ranches or Dubai Marina, I repeat, the Arabian Ranches or Dubai Marina, you need to leave. If you are in Lusail, oh no, there's more of them. Oh dear God. Oh no. Listen, I need to repeat the alert. If you are in An Khalid, if you are in Al Wahab or Lusail, the Iranians are threatening to bomb you. If you are in the sound of my voice and you are in these areas, you have like 2 hours. Again, if you are in the Arabian Ranches or Dubai Marina, on Khalid or Lusail or Al-Wab. The Iranians are threatening to bomb you. You should leave. This is the best warning I can give you. Oh, hello, Ifti Ahmad. God bless you. It is so nice to see you. Ifti Ahmad is my dear friend. Mimi, oh, hello. I did sleep okay. It is so good. I looked down at the chat and got to see Mimi and Ifti Ahmad. Mimi, my shoulder's not sore, but I'm having this little bit of a headache. I would take your positive energy. I'm going to drink lots of water, but I would like it to go away. I think it will. All of your positive energy makes me feel better. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's take a look at what's going on. As I mentioned, there is an Iranian attack that is expected to start very soon. You should know that. Let's go back to Al Jazeera English while I continue to monitor the wires. The Iranian attack is specifically going to be in Dubai.
And the Gulf Cooperation Council states say they're committed to resolving the conflict through dialogue. In a joint statement, ministers say they agreed to continue joint diplomatic efforts to reach a sustainable solution that ensures that Iran does not possess a nuclear weapon, halt the development and proliferation of ballistic missiles, drones, and other technologies that threaten the security of the region and beyond, and refrain from any destabilizing activities in the region and beyond. The huge disruption to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz is forcing other areas in the Middle East to compensate. The Nasib Jabr border crossing between Jordan and Syria has transformed days after an agreement between the two countries to make transit easier. There are now long lines of trucks on both sides, mostly carrying goods destined for Europe, which would normally travel by sea. Obeida Hito is at that border crossing.
Pause. We've already seen this. Jumping forward.
Strikes on Israel. Police say at least 3 people have been injured in Tel Aviv. There's been reports of fire and damage in several areas. There's been major U.S. and Israeli strikes on western Iran and in the capital, Tehran. One strike has caused a large fire in the western city of Hamadan. Another started a fire in Tehran that has gutted a space research center there. And Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says Iran is ready to defend itself from U.S. and Israeli attacks for as long as it takes, after President Donald Trump said he's not ready to end the war. Araghchi has rejected Trump's claims that Tehran has been seeking a ceasefire. Let's go back now to Marwan Bashara, who is Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. So, Marwan, I want to ask you about that. This word that we've been getting from Abbas Araghchi on the Iranian stance on the war. He has been spending a lot of time on American television, answering questions from journalists and saying that Iran is sort of in this for the long haul. What do you make of that strategy?
It's very important. It's very important to speak to the American public because the American public is, of course, largely opposed to the war. They clearly have learned the lesson from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they don't want another extended forever war. So speaking clearly and soberly to the American public is important in order for them to be aware of why this war was in fact started on the basis or on the pretext of lies. The lie that Iran was going
Now to the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi. Good evening to you, sir.
Well, good evening. Sorry about that. What I was saying was, before we listen to this man talk about the Iranian foreign minister's interview. As you could probably see me kind of like flicking through there, I was pulling up the Iranian foreign minister's interview with Miss Margaret Brennan, and I was saying I don't exactly love having to put this up there, but I thought it was very important for our purposes that I put this interview up there so we could understand the analysis that was about to be provided on Al Jazeera. They didn't actually show enough clips from the interview from the Iranian foreign minister just 6 hours ago on Face the Nation with Ms. Margaret Brennan for us to be able to understand what the man was analyzing. So I must look at it for news reporting purposes to understand. I don't love platforming the Iranian foreign minister like uninterrupted, but I'll listen to what I have to say.
To you. Thank you for having me for the second time.
Yes, and they are extraordinary times. Minister, President Trump said this weekend he is not ready to make a deal with Iran because the terms aren't good enough yet. His administration is saying this war could last another 3.5 weeks or so. Has Iran asked for a ceasefire?
No, we never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes, and this is what we have done so far, and we continue to do that until President Trump comes to the point that this is an illegal war with no victory, and there are people being killed only because President Trump wants to have fun. This is what he has said.
Have fun?
We are not. Yes, this is what he said, that they are sinking, ships and targeting different places because it is fun. And the Secretary of War has said that there is no mercy. Mm-hmm. And this is actually a war crime. Even saying that is a war crime. So this is a war. This is a war of choice by President Trump and the United States, and we are going to continue our self-defense.
Well, that may be your position, but sir, this is a war of survival for your government. Minister, don't you have to negotiate and reach out either directly or through a third party?
No, it's not a war of survival. We are stable and strong enough. We are only defending our people from this act of aggression, and we don't see any reason why we should talk with Americans, because we were talking with them when they decided to attack us, and that was for the second time. There is no good experience talking with Americans. We were talking. So why they decided to attack us? So what is good if we go back to talk once again?
Well, I want to come back to that in just a moment. You're referring to the diplomacy with President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his envoy, Steve Witkoff. But just to continue on this, Iran is sending its drones and its missiles into your neighboring countries, American allies throughout the Gulf. Before the war, your government traded with them, you had relations with them. If your government survives this conflict, how do you go back to doing business with countries you're sending drones into and hitting civilian targets?
Well, obviously, these are the countries who have given their soil to American forces to attack us. So what can we do? We just sit and watch that American forces are attacking us from their soil?
But your drones are going into civilian areas and hitting plants and hotels and civilians.
No, this is not the fact. We are only targeting American assets, American installations, American military bases. Everything belongs to Americans. And this is a fact that they are using their soil. There are many examples. Just yesterday, they, attacked our islands using HIMARS artillery rockets, which are low-range, rockets, and they used the territory of UAE to attack us. A week ago, 3 F-15 jet fighters were shot down, apparently by a friendly fire in Kuwait, but nobody asked what they were doing in Kuwait. They were using Kuwait and, airspace of a neighborly, a friendly country to attack us. So it is obvious we cannot just, remain,
right. Well, so many of these countries are part of CENTCOM, but this is the point, is that it's going to hurt your country in the long term. But when we talk about this,
he's being facetious. And it wasn't friendly fire. It was a Kuwaiti pilot who defected and shot down American planes with a Kuwaiti plane who was working for Iran. That's my belief. He was being facetious there. I saw it in his eyes.
The Strait of Hormuz, which is such an important transit point for global trade. You have said it is closed to Israel and it's closed to the United States. The Financial Times is reporting that European diplomats from France and Italy are talking to your government about trying to get safe passage for their ships. Are you open to restarting oil and gas vessels going through there?
If one earnings call could...
Remember to turn your ad blockers off on YouTube.
Vessels going through there?
Well, we are open to countries who want to talk to us about the safe passage of their vessels.
You are negotiating with France and Italy?
Well, I cannot mention any country in particular, but we have been approached by a number of countries who wants to have a safe passage for their vessels, and this is up to our military to decide. And they have already decided to let a group of vessels belongs to different countries to pass in a safe and secure. So we provide them security to pass because we have not closed this strait. They are not coming themselves because of the insecurity which is there because of the aggression by the U.S.
I want to ask you again about the negotiations. Iran has declared it has 440 kilos or so of nuclear material. Where is that material now? Who has custody of it?
Well, we have not declared. This is verified and declared by the agency.
That's
this
right.
Is not a secret. This is not a secret, The agency have said in his many reports the exact amount of our enriched, nuclear material.
Yes. So where is it now? Who has custody of it?
So they are under the rubbles. Our nuclear facilities were attacked, and everything is under the rubbles. Of course, there is the possibility to retreat them, but under the supervision of the agency. If one day we come to the conclusion to do that, it would be under the supervision of the agency. But for the time being, we have no program, we have no plan.
When he says the agency, he means the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. They oversee nuclear facilities around the world. They're a big part of the deal brokering process. If you want to make a deal with Iran, they will they won't let you come in with your military. They'll let you send the IAEA in.
Cover them from under the rubbles.
Am I understanding you here? Because I know that you said 48 hours before the U.S. strikes happened, you had personally offered to President Trump's negotiators to take that 440 kilo amount of 60% enriched material and to dilute it. You said Iran was ready to give that material away. This was in the deal that was also presented to Vice President Vance by Oman. Today, is Iran still willing to let go of that enriched uranium?
Well, that was one of the elements of a deal that we were negotiating with our, American interlocutors. That element dealt with the question of Iran's 60% enriched material. And I offered actually that we are ready to dilute those enriched material or downblend them, as they say, into lower percentage. So that was a big offer, a big concession, in order to prove that Iran has never wanted nuclear weapons and would never want them.
Are you willing to give that up now?
Well, there is nothing on the table right now. Everything depends on the future. If any time in the future we decide to enter into negotiation, with the U.S. or other interlocutors, we may decide what to put on the table. For the time being, nothing is on the table.
There are at least 4 Americans being held at Evin prison that we know of, including a journalist, Reza Valizadeh, and Cameron Hekmati, a 61-year-old man. What is the status of those Americans? Are they safe?
Well, if the U.S. and Israel do not attack our prisons, I guess they are safe.
Foreign Minister, we are running out of time, and I can see the internet is going in and out here. I just do want to point out, you're speaking to us via Zoom. The Iranian people don't have open internet access, but you do. Why?
Well, because I'm the voice of Iranians, and I have to defend their right. So this is why I have access to internet to just have our voice being heard by the international community. But internet is closed because of the security reasons, because we are under attack, we are under aggression, and we have to do everything to protect our people. In any country, there are, urgent measures taken for the sake of war.
Minister, I'm glad the uplink worked to talk to you right now. We thank you for your time this morning. Face the Nation will be back in a minute. Stay with us.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Well, you heard it. That's the Iranian foreign minister. That was about 6 hours ago. You kind of saw me reacting and kind of, thinking a little bit what was going on there. I mean, I'll tell you, folks, like, Iran, when you hear it from them directly, they're not going to give up. They still have a chain of command. He's downplaying the damage. But yeah, by the way, if you're in Dubai, if you are in the sound of my voice, and for some reason the government has not told you to leave these neighborhoods, you should leave. Iran is about to bomb you. I'm not kidding. I wish I could say I'm kidding. The Iranian army on social media, you are looking at it now. You are literally looking at the post from 3:21 p.m. So you maybe have like an hour or two. If you are in this area, you should leave. All right? You're looking at the post from the Iranian army threatening the Lusail, Al Wab, Ain Khalid, Dubai Marina, and Arabian Ranch areas of Dubai. If you have family there, you might want to tell them. Hopefully the Dubai government in the UAE told them, but they're going to get bombed pretty soon, according to Iran. I am not saying this because I support anything Iran is saying. I'm literally saying this as a public warning to the people of Dubai. We actually have viewers there, so I have like a public duty. I have a public duty to like 180 countries where if there's actually a threat to you, I must tell you. Like if I even save one life or one family member's life, God bless them, I will have done my duty. So please, if you are in the Arabian Ranches, Dubai Marina, okay, you see those two things? If you're in Dubai Marina or the Arabian Ranches, if you are in Al Wab, Lusail, or Ain Khalid, if you are in these areas of Dubai, the Iranian government is going to bomb you. All right, they're going to bomb you. That you need to leave. They're not kidding. They're not going to do targeted strikes. They're going to bomb you. And they're giving you a little time. I don't think they think the Americans are even going to leave. Maybe you're not American and you're listening to my voice. You should leave those areas. Si entiendes español. Necesitamos ir immediately. Necesitos vámonos. De este lugar en Dubai, United Arab Emirates. This is a command. Necesita ir ahora mismo. Necesitar ir ahora mismo si tú vives en estos lugares. ¿Entiendes? En Dubai. Necesitas ir ahora mismo. Necesita ir ahora mismo, si tú vives en estos lugares en Dubai, necesitas ir, tienes que ir immediately. That is a command. You must go. Irán se fusilarte. Irán quiere se fusilarte con bombas. ¿Entiendes? Irán quiere se fusilarte con bombas. ahora mismo en este barrios de Dubai. ¿Entiendes? Gracias, Robin Hood. Es muy bien español, sí. I am not, Peter. I would love to learn about the real meaning of Dubai chocolate. Thank you so much. Do you still have bombers? Yes, lots of them. They still have bombers. We still have bombers. There's lots of bombers. Now, I was saying bombas. That's the word for bombs. Bombas is the word for bombs. Whoa. I have footage from the Upper Galilee showing multiple secondary flashes across a hillside after a Hezbollah strike. Okay, repeating. I have footage from the Galilee showing multiple flashes on a hillside after a Hezbollah strike. This is in northern Israel. I cannot date the footage. Repeating. This could be loud. I don't really know. I'm monitoring the live alerts in Israel. Here we go. Look at that footage. That is from the Upper Galilee. You are looking at 122 millimeter rockets fitted with submunition warheads that release dozens of submunitions across the target zone on descent. Again, this is footage from the Galilee showing submunitions dispersing across a hillside after a strike by Hezbollah, with multiple secondary flashes appearing as the payload fragments over the area. Hezbollah has previously fielded 122 millimeter rockets fitted with submunition warheads that release dozens of submunitions across the target zone on descent. I repeat, you are looking at footage from the Upper Galilee last night of a strike by Hezbollah with 122 millimeter rockets fitted with submunition warheads that release dozens of submunitions across the target area. I repeat, this is the latest footage coming in from last night in the Upper Galilee showing the impact of Hezbollah rockets. There are 122 millimeter rockets that fracture into submunitions. And that was the Misgav Am settlement. I repeat, this footage you are seeing is from the Misgav Am settlement. You see the rocket boom over there and then boom towards here? That's an ad. You see the rocket boom here and then shoot to there? See what I mean? Rocket booms, rocket shoots. So that's Hezbollah. That is Hezbollah firing a very intense rocket. Okay, we're going to take a look at the city of tents now. This is in southern Lebanon. This tents is the Bedouin village. If you've never seen the Bedouin village is in El Qaim. Now, El Qaim is the site of intense fighting between Hezbollah and the Israeli IDF right now. So I'm going to teach you about the Bedouin village called the Tents in the city of El Qaim. Okay, let's take a listen. It's in Arabic.
في الجنوب بدأ يأخذ اسم مدينة الخيام. هذه المدينة التي يحاول الجيش الإسرائيلي التوغل داخلها، ويبدو أنه قد تمكن من محاصرتها من الجهة الشرقية، وما زال يحاول التوغل نحو الحي الشمالي من جهة الشرقية الشمالية، ويحاول التوغل نحو الوسط من الجهة الجنوبية. ولكن حزب الله يواجه طبعا بالصواريخ بشكل مستمر، وأحيانا باشتباكات مباشرة بأسلحة متوسطة وخفيفة. لماذا الخيام وما هي أهميتها؟ طبعا هناك أهمية رمزية لا تخفى. الخيام في الموروث المقاوم ولا أو بالنسبة للجيش الإسرائيلي تحتل أهمية كبيرة. جميعنا نتذكر سجن الخيام الشهير، ولكن هناك أيضا أهمية استراتيجية تتعلق بالموقع الجغرافي، حيث إن المدينة تطل على جزء من الجليل الأعلى وسهل الحولة، قريبة من الحدود الإسرائيلية 7 إلى 8 كيلومترات، ناهيك عن وجود طرق تربطها بالبقاع الشرقي، وبالتالي سيطرة الجيش الإسرائيلي عليها يعني أنه سيقطع هذه المنطقة، سيقطع أوصالها بالشكل الذي يمنع خطوط الإمداد، كما أنه سيتيح له التقدم نحو وادي برغوز السحيق على مجرى الليطاني، وهو منطقة تمثل قلقا دائما للجيش الإسرائيلي من جهة إطلاق الصواريخ منها. إذن هذا عنوان رئيسي للمعركة اليوم، ولكن ليس العنوان الوحيد. الهجمات الإسرائيلية والغارات الإسرائيلية استمرت خاصة في القطاع الشرقي، وفي المقابل حزب الله في الحقيقة يبدي أداء لافتا في المعركة أثار ربما حتى مفاجأة من داخل الجيش الإسرائيلي بالنظر إلى الأداء التكتيكي وداخل على أرض الميدان، وأيضا بالنظر إلى الأسلحة المستعملة والصواريخ المستعملة والمدايات التي ما زال يمتلكها حزب الله، بحيث أنه لم يعد الآن يستعمل فقط الصواريخ قصيرة المدى 5-7 كيلومترات، أصبح بين الفينة والأخرى يطلق صواريخ تصل إلى العمق الإسرائيلي. نتحدث عن صواريخ يصل مداها إلى 140-160 كيلومتر، وهذا الأمر شكل مفاجأة حقيقية، وأظهر أن ربما حزب الله أراد أن يرسل أيضا رسالة علاوة على الرسالة العسكرية مفادها أنه لم يظهر كل أوراقه في هذه المعركة. على كل حال يمكن أن نقول إن المعركة بلغت تصعيدا واضحا، ويبدو أن الجيش الإسرائيلي لا يتوقع أنه يهدف فقط إلى السيطرة على مدينة الخيام كهدف استراتيجي نهائي. الواضح أنه يهيئ لما بعدها بالنظر إلى عمليات التوغل المستمرة على مختلف المحاور. هناك بعض التوغلات التي انتهت إلى إقامة بعض نقاط التمركز، توغلات أخرى انتهت إلى العودة إلى ما وراء الخط الأزرق ولكنها لا تتوقف، ثم من جهة هنا التحشيدات أو الحشود على الحدود. كل ذلك يؤشر ربما إلى أن عملية برية قادمة.
Thank you very much. And to those of you who listened to that update, oil markets update open in 5 minutes. All the world's a stage is monitoring. Stu's monitoring. We are about to hear what happens to crude prices. You want to watch it live? We can watch it live. Give me 1 second. You want to watch West Texas crude live? I suppose that we can do it. All right, West Texas crude live. All right. So it opens in 5 minutes. Let's see what the oil benchmark opens. I can look at the futures, or we could just look at it live. Oh, my back. It hasn't opened yet, has it? Alright, so this is the West Texas Crude Index. And it should update live. Alright, let's look at the 1 week. You see, it kind of spiked. Well, let's look at the 1 month. It kind of spiked. Those are oil price. That's the West Texas Index. It kind of spiked. You know what I'm saying? During the war. You could say it spiked about, I don't know, $30 a barrel. So it spiked about 55.96%. You can call me oil market analyst here. So yeah, you can see now, you know, the spot price was like trading back on, what is it here, the 16th of February. It was trading at like $63 a barrel. Now it's trading at like 98, the previous close a couple days ago. We're waiting for the market to open in a few minutes. So yeah, you know, oil kind of took a bit of a hit in terms of the spot price. I'd say the conflict has reduced the price per barrel of West Texas crude by like 56.96%. And the market will open now in just a few minutes. There were some missiles that may have hit the U.S. Victory base in downtown Iraq. The oil market should open in about 2 minutes. Jordan is evacuating. Well, Americans are advised to evacuate Jordan. The launch by Hezbollah is possibly a Chinese-made Type 81 122mm rocket carrying Type 90s.
نيران حزب الله تطارد الصهاينة.
New footage from Hezbollah incoming. But I'm watching the oil markets. U.S. Embassy in Jordan has suspended all routine consular services. Again, the oil market should be opening in the next 2 minutes. This is the West Texas crude. 5 missiles fell in Baghdad airport near U.S. Victory base, injuring 5 security personnel and airport employees within the last hour. You should see, God bless you, George, God bless you. You should see, ladies and gentlemen, right now, the oil price, the oil market is going to open in the next, I'd say, 50 seconds. More footage from Karaj right now in Iran, south of Karaj and Malad incoming, but right now we're watching the oil price. It should just update automatically. I'm pretty sure that's what it does. But I also don't use Business Insider that often. I prefer to use one of the other sites, but it's way too resource intensive. So we'll just see, hopefully the Business Insider Index just updates. It's about to open. The oil markets are about to open. It should be in the next 20 seconds. It's open. Here we go. Intraday trading should begin now. Should take a little bit. Might be a little bit outdated. Okay, the oil markets should be open. This is not updated yet. Okay, but it should be open. Here we go. Alright. They haven't opened yet. They have not. Oh, it's open. Wait, no. Yeah, it's open. Wait. Hold on. It hasn't opened yet, actually. Pause for me. Wait, it's opening? It hasn't opened. Hold on. I'm waiting for the market to actually update. It has not actually updated on the Business Insider site yet. I don't actually use Business Insider that often. It's very frustrating. Are you sending new data or not? I don't understand. Most of them are supposed to update live. Okay, I have one that's live. 98.71. 98.71 for the futures. Trading at 98.71. The West Texas Index is at 98.71. Brent crude is at 103. But I found one that's updated as of 17:01 p.m. CDT on March 15, 2026, which is actually like tomorrow. Okay, that I'm pretty sure that's the actual spot price. About time that it's actually updated. But yeah, basically, oh, God bless you. A lot of fun. Oh, God bless you. You are so kind. Mishigama, God bless you. I love your username. God bless you, Mishigama. It is my honor to have you with us on the channel. I am so honored to have you with us. Thank you for your support of Tao Channel. So again, I'm monitoring the West Texas crude price. Give me one. I don't love the Business Insider site. I really don't. Because it really should be telling me like the current time, not a time from like a few minutes ago. It should be at like 16:01. Alright, the West Texas crude price is 98.7 to 1. So it's going to open at like 98.7 to 1 when it updates. No! That's not right. This is 2 minutes outdated. So the West Texas Index did hit 100, but the more recent update is 98.7 to 1. At least that's what I have. But yes, it is very much. It's gonna spike up. All right, it's gonna spike up. All right, it's gonna spike up. I'm telling you right now. I don't know when it's gonna open. Like it's like 5 minutes delayed. It's a little frustrating. I don't like the Business Insider site. Please forgive my getting orientated with it. I use other matrices to measure the markets, but they're very resource heavy. And so I'll keep those on my phone. And right now I'm just looking at this Business Insider site, which is literally, it's so annoying. It's 4 minutes outdated and the market opened 4 minutes ago. So it should literally like update to the opening bell price. It should switch over from futures to like a snapshot of the live market trade in at like 6, which is literally 1 minute ago. They do like a 4-minute delay, I guess. You're watching the live West Texas Index press. Now, the actual press I'm seeing traded live is 9 to 8.7 to 1 for April contracts, but that doesn't mean that that's what this is going to show because it's 4 minutes outdated. Alright, so we're going to check this. It should update to market opening on its next update. You're watching the live West Texas Index presses, and I will show you the most recent footage from the ground. It literally is going to update with the next update. It literally should have the update now. I don't know why. I guess it's because it's very expensive, because we need this information like more immediately than that many minutes, but I don't have time to dilly-dally. Alright, I really would just like to check it out. I have it at 98.7 to 1. But that does not mean that that's accurate either. Alright, here we go. Nope, it still hasn't updated. See, 5:59. The market doesn't actually open on this like delayed latency traded until 6. We might get an update like in the chat from someone who has more. Like, I just want to check the oil price, when like the spot price. I think this is on a delay though. This might actually be on a delay, the one I have too. There's a bit of a delay. It's not anybody's fault. We're just waiting for the market index press to come in. And it doesn't actually come in until 6. Alright, so it's 6:05 p.m. in America on the East Coast, U.S. wartime. But the oil price has not updated on my Business Insider chart, which frankly is actually more accurate than my 98.7 to 1, because that one was like 10 minutes or 20 minutes outdated. I think oil is going to open around 100 a barrel. 101, yeah. Verdad 58 tells me that the market opened at 101. So the West Texas spot price is 101. Brent crude should probably be like 106. But we're opening the day's trading at 101, which is basically what the futures were showing. I'd like to get the update. 5-minute lag is not that bad. Yeah, there it is. You're watching it live now. So once Business Insider actually catches the day's trading, it will do it live. I watch this site sometimes. But like, we didn't have the newest number until right now, and I'll repeat. The WTI West Texas Index at the start, the very start of the opening of the day's trading, it is at $151, $100.51. If you check it on the 1 month trading, it's holding, oil is holding at about up $56.96 per barrel. The West Texas Index, I've been told, is the best way to keep an eye on the market. Now, what's cool is once it actually hooks in this website you're looking at, once it hooks into the live market trading data, once it switches over from the futures to the live data, it will do rolling updates for you every minute. It's not as accurate as if you were watching the ticker on the Dow Jones. Yeah, we're going to watch the first 10 minutes. And you might be saying like, but Grant, that shows like 6:02. Yeah, I know. Even like the best sites, it's like a 5-minute delay. It should update for us live. Like they feed data into it and tell you like it will just auto refresh, but I can't guarantee it. Yes, this is an intense 10 minutes. If you want to see how the oil price markets are going to go, it's right now. I can also look at the Nippon index in Japan, or the Nikkei. Let's see. The Nikkei is opened off 1.16. No, it hasn't opened yet. What time is it in Japan? Oh, it's not open yet. So the Nikkei will open in like an hour and a half. All right, like an hour and a half. Once the Nikkei opens, I'll be able to tell you what's going on, like at 9:30. So 2.5 hours. At like 8:30 p.m. Eastern, I'll be able to give you an indication of what I think the markets are going to do tomorrow. because as goes the Nikkei 225 in Japan and Hong Kong, so goes the markets in Europe in the morning in Europe, as I mentioned, tomorrow and on Monday. It's up to 103.1. Thank you very much, Verdad. I know now that means I can do the refresh early. Nope. See, I don't have that data yet. So which one are you watching, Verdad? I'm pulling from Business Insider. If you have one that's a little more accurate, just let me know. I mean, not accurate. I mean, they only give it to you on like a 5-minute delay. But yes, I can tell you, good evening. I can tell you if you're just tuning in, we are watching the spot price of the West Texas oil index, okay? We're watching the spot price, and right now it is at 103. It is climbing. It is climbing very quickly. I'd like to watch the first 10 minutes of this. I'm Market Analyst Hal right now, Oil Market Analyst Hal. My data is as of 6:05. I'm told that the next jump is going to be to $103. $103 on the spot price per barrel of West Texas crude. The oil markets have just opened, ladies and gentlemen, just 9 minutes ago. We're watching the first 10 minutes of intraday trading on the oil markets. You are watching it live. It's on a 5-minute delay because Business Insider doesn't have the live feed of the numbers, but you're watching it live. This is the West Texas Index. Oh, okay. Verdad. All right, thank you, Verdad. Verdad, you are a super talent, and I love your name. All right, so, wait, which one? Hold on 1 second. Which one are you? Oh, yeah, here it is. I love it. Thank you so much, West Texas Crude. Yeah, Verdad. I thought I mixed those two up for the West Texas Crude live price. So there you go. It's at 102.32. Oil is at 102.32. Now, I use the WTI crude. The Brent crude price a little higher. Oh, down to 100.86. So oil is holding. Yes, thank you so much to Verdad. Oil is holding the West Texas crude. It is holding between $100 and $103 in intraday trading in the first 10 minutes. China, wait, what? I did not, Patriot Steve. I did hear there was a large-scale buildup of Chinese military vessels near Taiwan. Actually, I didn't see the political article, but I did. I'll read it. And yes, if you want to support this channel, this is a one-man news operation. We monitor the price of oil. We in the first 10 minutes, which is at about $100 a barrel on the opening of the oil markets today. And then I also give you warnings about Dubai. Then we also monitor live news. I need a little extra help this month. I got a few more days of reserves, but I live day to day. I don't work for a news station. It's user funded. So much like, thank you very much, Rekha. It's holding about 100.42 right now. We spiked to 103 in the first 5 minutes of intraday trading on the West Texas crude markets. I have a Cash App, _ Grant Smith Ellis. You can scan the screen right there. I have a Venmo at Grant-E1. I have a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. There's also a Revolut for those of you in Europe, revolut.me/Grant Smith Ellis. And if you send donations, then I don't have to run to my dear friends every week and be like, I'm having an emergency. I don't have money for my essentials. But anyway, God bless all of you for supporting this public information service designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I bring you live footage from on the ground before it gets to most major news networks around the world. This coverage is seen in 180 countries and has reached over 1 million viewers. Now, if you want to know why I need support, so YouTube does allow this coverage. I'm very grateful. But they don't, they run ads, but I don't get the ad revenue. I'm not doing this for ad revenue. The only way I get supported and stay alive is your super chats, your membership gifting, and your donations. And so if you can help me offset some of those donations and help my dear friends so I don't have to go to them all the time with emergencies, I'd be so grateful. So I'm not ashamed that this service is viewed by so many people, and I get your support to stay alive, and I thank God every day for that. So God bless you. And please do not donate if it would be a burden on you or your family, or take money off your table, or make it such that you can't feed your the people dependent on you. I would not like that. just make sure, like, if maybe you're a Bitcoin millionaire, maybe you're out there and like, you struck oil in your backyard. I don't know how people make money. Maybe you sold a company or something. Maybe you made a website and you're all rich. That's great. You know, any amount of money helps me, because then, like, I can wake up in the morning and I don't think, oh no, I have a negative net worth. I just want to preach to people and help them learn and talk about Jesus. But you can't really do that. That's not really a job. But you help me do it and stay alive, and I love you all very dearly for that. So God bless you very much. And maybe I'll get some dinner tonight. I'm not really hungry. Maybe I'll eat tomorrow. Anyway, let's continue. There are so many people in harm's way. Thank you for allowing me to do my donation read every 2.5 hours. I just remind people that it's a public information service run by one man. I just sit here, I do the production, I do the streaming, I pay for the software and all that stuff. It's a lot. Here are the latest scenes from Malard, south of Karaj, tonight in Tehran. There's no audio on this video. This is Malard, south of Tehran, and south of Karad, which is the city west of Tehran. Karaj, sorry. So this is southwest of Tehran. Thank you, Valhalla. I got that picture of the U.S. Super Hornet flying over Tehran, which might have been what the air defenses were engaging. I've been looking forward to showing this video. Let me just wait 1 second. I got to clearly. I know Valhalla is always on point. How are you all doing tonight? It's coming up on 6:15 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Sunday, March 15, 2026. We are expecting a heavy night. Here's footage of a U.S. Warhawk flying over Iran. Very loud. Volume warning. That's a U.S. Warhawk flying over Iran. Big hit in Beirut a few minutes ago. Okay, I'm taking us to live coverage. Again, that was a U.S. Warhawk over Beirut. Thank you very much to the wonderful Valhalla. I love the name Valhalla. This is the latest Hezbollah footage, okay? This is the latest Hezbollah footage from Eaton Baird's to Advanced Defense report, Abdul Hamidi Al-Garbin. So this is an actual news report. I don't know if Hezbollah, like about Hezbollah's like weapons. Either way, take a listen while I get the latest footage from Beirut. Could be loud.
نيران حزب الله تطارد الصهاينة، لا أحد بمنأى عنها في المعتصمات القريبة من الشريط الحدودي والبعيدة عنه، وفي الثكنات والقواعد ونقاط التمركز ومراكز القيادة والسيطرة. صدمة أوساط العدو كبيرة وتزداد. تبعثرت تقديراته وتبين أن جميعها عكس ما سجله الميدان وما فرضته المقاومة الإسلامية عبر شعاع النار من تحول درامي.
Okay, hold on. So there definitely was a hit in the middle of Beirut. I'm going to take us live now. Give me 1 second. I don't know if Al Jazeera Arabic. Yeah, they did. All right, hold on. Al Jazeera Arabic might have actually caught the moment. 1 second. It was just minute. Yeah, I don't know if they actually caught it, but here's Al Jazeera. This is from Beirut just now, 10 minutes ago on Al Jazeera Arabic. They didn't take it live. They didn't have the Beirut cam, but I'll get you the footage.
يعود إلى ما صنعه خلال العقد الماضي، وأنه لم يستخدم الصواريخ بشكل أوسع تلك المتطورة التي صنعها خلال السنوات الماضية، خاصة بعد حرب 12 يوما الصيف الماضي، مضيفا أن لديه المزيد ونافيا ما الرواية الأمريكية والإسرائيلية بتحييد الصواريخ الإيرانية، وقال
فقط نشير إلى هذه الصور من الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. واضح أن هناك نار في هذه المنطقة تحديدا بالضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. لا ندري ما إذا كان انفجارات ترددية أم تعرضت لها الضاحية الجنوبية. في الساعة الماضية كان أرى محمد بقال أنه هناك هدوء مقلق في الضاحية الجنوبية، حيث لم تتعرض لساعات طويلة لغارات إسرائيلية، ولكن ما نرصده الآن في عدسة الكاميرا نيران في هذه النقطة تحديدا في الضاحية الجنوبية. طبعا سنتواصل بعد قليل مع سيلينا في بيروت للاستطلاع على هذا التطور في الضاحية الجنوبية. أعود إليك عمر للمتابعة لو سمحت.
نعم، فيما تبقى من بيان الحرس الثوري الإيراني قال إنه خلال الساعات الماضية استهدف 4.
We don't need the live report because I can just show you the moment it happened. Alright, so I'm taking you live to Beirut 10 minutes ago to the moment this strike happened. Al Jazeera's cams missed it, but I think we might be able to see the live cams. This again is you're going to hear the sounds. Actually, we might be able to go to a Beirut cam. Hold on, please pause. So while you watch that cam catch it, I'm going to get you another Beirut cam. Because that only has audio of Tel Aviv. I'm going to get you the most recent footage from 10 minutes ago in Beirut now. Please hold. You're watching the cameras of the Beirut strike. I'm trying to get you this one. Let me show you the actual strike. Hold on. I have the Beirut cam with audio. Please, pause, please. Oh yeah, I have it. So this was about 10 minutes ago. This is the raw feed by the Associated Press. I'm going to show you the moment of this strike. Hold on. Here it is. It was about 10 minutes ago. Hold on. It might be loud. This was 19 minutes ago in Beirut. You are watching Beirut. It might be loud. This is a bombing by Israel in Beirut 20 minutes ago. This is the raw footage. No commentary. I'm going silent. No, that wasn't the moment. The bombing happened before that. I'm going to go back. It was already oh, that was the moment. Okay, we have the moment on camera. The exact timestamp is 21 minutes ago, so it was at exactly 6 p.m. So it's going to be midnight exactly in Beirut. You're going to hear the strike now. It might be very loud. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Repeating, this was the sound of a strike. Just seconds ago in Beirut. I'm going to clip this for you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis reporting. Just minutes ago in Beirut. Let's try it this way as an actual news report. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a journalist covering the Iraq-Iran war. It is day 17 of the conflict engulfing nearly 14 countries in the Middle East. You are looking at pictures from just 23 minutes ago from midnight local time, Monday, March 16th, 2026, in Beirut, Lebanon, where the Associated Press cameras, the main pool feed, has captured an extraordinarily large airstrike, again, just minutes ago in central Beirut, 23 minutes ago from the time of this report. I'm going to present to you the images now. Please be aware there will be a very loud sound. This is documentation of an Israeli strike in central Beirut just 23 minutes ago at the stroke of midnight, turning into Monday, March 16, 2026, in what is anticipated, or excuse me, what is expected to be another intense night of conflict in the ever-escalating war, targeting and displacing so many civilians and putting so many in harm's way throughout so many countries in the Middle East. Grant Smith Ellis reporting from Boston. Take a look at the pictures live from Beirut 23 minutes ago now. The sound of small arms fire and explosions rock central Beirut this evening, ladies and gentlemen, as Israel strikes yet again in the heart of the Lebanese capital. That small arms fire you heard was subsequent to the explosion, which pierced the still night air. Again, you see it there live. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and the sounds of explosions rock Beirut yet again. Reporting live from Boston, 6:25 p.m. Eastern Local Wartime, Sunday, March 15, 2026. Local time in Lebanon, midnight, 12:25 a.m. Monday, March 16th, 2026. The time of the strike, again, the stroke of midnight. Monday, March 16th, 2026. How did I do? Is that okay? Sometimes you just got to do something like that. And then what you do is you go over here, right? And then this is like how I try to do it. Like, I go over, I got to let people know what happened. So I go up here, and then I go like this. New. The sounds of explosions rock central Beirut, Lebanon, as yet another night of airstrikes and gunfire erupt across the Middle East. This strike was captured on the AP cameras at midnight, Monday, March 16, 2026, local time in Lebanon, 6 p.m. Eastern, Boston time. All right, there you go. That's how you write it up. You see what I'm saying? You just get it out as fast as you can. You just summarize it. You got to let the people know. You know, the other networks, they try to do what they can, but you may not have someone who can just immediately go live, so I try to do it. Then you click the video. You see how I made the report in real time? I started it with that initial sort of like explosion on the screen so people will know what's going on, and then I deliver the report in real time. I'm like a producer, a reporter, like a real-time relayer of information. I do my very best. God bless all of you for being with me tonight. And you see it uploads pretty quick. And once it's uploaded, I post it, and now my report's out, and everybody knows what happened. I pray for the innocents, folks. There's some very serious bombing occurring, as you just noticed there. Now, we got the moment of the strike. Al Jazeera was able to do some coverage, but we were able to get the moment of the strike. It was not directly sent to but it is a very scary sound to hear. And then the small arms fire erupted. And then I added the US-Iran war, so I delete that. And then it's during day 17 of the, and then all right, and then you can do AP cameras captured the strike at midnight, Monday, March 16, 2026, local time 11. Ready. And then I might even be able to get 6 p.m. Eastern in there. Yeah. No, just a little bit too much. By like one character. See? And I guess I could get rid of that. Okay, there you go. Now there won't be any like expand, see more. People don't like that when they have to click the see more button. Gonna take us live back now to the Beirut skyline. This is live. You're looking live over Beirut. Again, you're looking at live images over Beirut. As we wait to determine what if any further activity will occur as Israel shells the Lebanese capital yet again. Oh, and so I have a video of the strike from RT. They caught the actual strike. I repeat, Russia Today caught the actual strike that we just recorded. We didn't get the direct image, but I repeat, Russia Today did. This is going to be loud. I repeat, this is the strike you just saw, captured on the Russia Today cameras. The explosions rocked the neighborhoods. Again, just now. It's very loud. Oh goodness. Now, you just saw the explosion. I'll show you the scenes from the ground just 10 minutes ago following that raid. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting live. These are the scenes from that raid right now. Most recent scenes on the ground and in South Lebanon. Oh, it is bad. Oh, it is bad, folks. This is on the ground right now. You saw the raid. This is the result. I'm telling you, this is in central Beirut right now. Very serious strikes in central Beirut. The neighborhood is destroyed. You are looking at the result of that strike. God bless everyone in chat. Mimi says, we care about Grant, our dedicated reporter. I pray the war will be over soon, as well as many more prayers for each other. God bless you, Mimi. Thank you. Again, latest scenes from that strike. This is downtown Lebanon, downtown Beirut, Lebanon, right now. The scenes of modern war, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to be in downtown Beirut. That is a man with his cell phone standing in the bomb site you just watched literally 32 minutes ago on TV. He's standing there. He's in that's not from yesterday, that's not from a week ago, a year ago, 5 years ago, that's now. You may as well be standing on the ground with him. You will never see footage like this. If this is what modern war is, we must stop war immediately. You are looking just at unimaginably raw imagery from the ground in Beirut, Lebanon, right now, following the strike you just watched happen. Dubai Marina is apparently on fire. Do you have a live report? Do you have a live report, Verdad? Any Arabic channels reporting that Dubai Marina has been hit, I will take. I do not have a live footage from Dubai. I will take us live on Al Jazeera Arabic. I'm hearing reports that Dubai Marina has been hit. I do not have any confirmation. I do not have confirmation. I will pull the images as soon as I can.
Crossing the vital waterway.
Neither Al Jazeera Arabic nor Al Jazeera English have any updates on that. I am hearing that Dubai Marina has been hit after the warning from Iran, but I do not have pictures and neither station has updates. The alarm did sound in Bahrain as well 21 minutes ago. The alarm did sound in Bahrain 21 minutes ago. I repeat. The building that was just targeted that you're looking at right now on your screen, I have information about it. I repeat, I have information about the building in Lebanon, in Beirut. Not a building, an entire neighborhood that was just hit. You're watching the scenes on your screen. This building, it was... oh my goodness. MTV News in Lebanon. MTV News in Lebanon caused this building to be hit. I repeat, the building that was targeted tonight near Al-Qa had its location revealed during tonight's MTV News channel bulletin as part of a series of buildings the channel claimed were various centers for Hezbollah. I repeat, MTV Lebanon News, I don't know if they are friendly or not friendly. I'll show you them right now. This is the channel. I repeat, there is a specific channel in Lebanon that is broadcasting locations that the Israeli army are then using to strike. I'm going to show you that channel. It's called MTV Lebanon. All right, this channel specifically, I don't know what their allegiance is. I don't know who they support or don't support, but I'm going to show you right now MTV Lebanon, which is the channel that was responsible for apparently alerting the Israelis to the location that was just hit in Beirut. Okay, so this is MTV Lebanon. MTV Lebanon. This is the channel that was apparently responsible for the strike that you just saw. I don't know why they aired that, but here it is. This is MTV Lebanon.
بالبيت سهرانين أو بالشغل مجتمعين مع أصحابكم محمسين أو بالعاصفة علقانين ويمكن بشي جزيرة ملقحين. الام تي في معكم وين ما كان. ايه وين ما كان، حتى على القمر كمان.
So it's unclear why this channel did that, but this is MTV Lebanon, and that's what was responsible. They must have a news program they air from time to time, and I'm telling you, that's just an example of the show. They are responsible for the airstrike in Beirut. The one you are seeing burning on the ground, it's actually right there. That airstrike that's burning, see, this is the live camera. I can take you on the ground to what just happened, and this is a result of an MTV Lebanon report. I repeat, MTV Lebanon reported on a building associated with Hezbollah. It was one of these buildings. Then Israel struck it just hours later. I repeat, Israel is picking its targets based on MTV Lebanon reports per initial indications. As you listen in on the haunting sounds of Beirut right now. Here's the latest from the Lebanese government. I have a statement from the Lebanese justice minister. They claim they are going to start arresting Hezbollah fighters and seizing their arms. Here is the latest statement from the Hezbollah, the Lebanese justice minister. British announcer towel, please. 1 second. I'm going to load up British Announcer Towel. Please read British Announcer Towel. I have a sidekick. He's not working.
Conversation.
Oh, there we go.
Translated from Hebrew. Lebanese Justice Minister Adel Nasser on the government's collection of weapons and the arrest of Hezbollah activists. We have a responsibility. It can't be done in days, but we will do it in the shortest possible time. The presence of illegal weapons is the reason Lebanon enters military confrontations and regional conflicts. The decision to collect the weapons and arrest those who violate the laws is final.
Okay, so that was the Lebanese Justice Minister saying that they will...
Granger knows that if you're a mate...
They will arrest Hezbollah and seize their weapons, but that it cannot be done in days. Now, the Lebanese government is relatively weak, but they are at least saying they're going to try to intervene. There are peace negotiations between the Lebanese state and Israel expected to take place in Cyprus or France under the watchful eye of President Emmanuel Macron in the coming days. However, exact details remain unconfirmed. Furthermore, it should be clear that Hezbollah does not listen to the Lebanese government, and they have a lot of firepower. Good evening, Sully the World. It is good to see you. All the World's a Stage passes along a report from downtown Baghdad. All the World's a Stage is a genius you don't understand. They get us translated videos with English captions. It makes me so grateful. I'm like a grateful towel when that happens. You don't understand. I'm going to pause the Beirut cam. I'm going to reduce its quality so it doesn't bother us. I don't have the best computer. And then I'm going to play this report from downtown Baghdad with English subtitles, and it is about 5 minutes, so take a listen.
من بغداد ماجد حميدي مدير مكتب الحدث في العراق يطلعنا على المزيد من المعلومات والتفاصيل حول ما يجري على الساحة العراقية. ماجد.
نعم، فقط أود أن نبدأ بهذا الخبر العاجل. هناك 3 انفجارات هزت العاصمة العراقية بغداد، انفجارات عنيفة هزت غرب العاصمة العراقية بغداد. بانتظار المزيد من التفاصيل. قبل هذه الانفجارات كانت هناك هجمات ب5 صواريخ تمت باتجاه مطار بغداد الدولي، كانت تستهدف قاعدة الدعم الدبلوماسي التابعة للسفارة الأمريكية من ضمن قاعدة فيكتوريا التي تقع في مطار بغداد الدولي. هذه الصواريخ سقط قسم منها في المطار المدني بالقرب من برج الملاحة، مما سبب سقوط جرحى من قوات حماية مطار بغداد الدولي وأضرار بطائرة واحدة بحسب مصادر أمنية. الصواريخ الأخرى سقطت بالقرب من قاعدة عسكرية عراقية تعرف قاعدة الشهيد علاء، وهي قاعدة جوية، مما أدى إلى اشتعال النيران في عدد من الكرفانات في هذه القاعدة. وكذلك بعض الصواريخ سقط بالقرب من قاعدة فيكتوريا للدعم اللوجستي التابعة لقوات التحالف الدولي. وهناك أيضا معلومات بأنه تم إسقاط صاروخين من قبل منظومة الدفاع الجوي في محيط المطار. ونحن نتحدث الآن
بس حتى قبل أن تكمل الرسالة في هذه المعلومات الدقيقة ماجد، خلينا أعود بك إلى الأخبار العاجلة التي نقلتها الآن على الهواء. 3 انفجارات هزت غرب العاصمة العراقية بغداد. ما الذي نعرفه ومن معسكرات أو مناطق موجودة غرب العراق، غرب بغداد تحديدا؟
نعم، هو مطار بغداد. أبرز الهجمات التي تتم باتجاه غرب العاصمة العراقية بغداد يكون باتجاه مطار بغداد الدولي. فقط أريد أن أشير بأنه منذ اندلاع هذه الحرب تم مهاجمة المطار بأكثر من 70 طائرة مسيرة، وما يقارب تقريبا مع هجمة اليوم نتحدث عن تقريبا 15 صاروخ منذ اندلاع هذه الحرب. كل هذه الهجمات هي من قبل الفصائل المسلحة العراقية التي تتبنى عملية القصف ببيانات رسمية ويتم نشر فيديوهات. الضغط باتجاه هذه القاعدة كما أشرت هي قاعدة تعرف باسم قاعدة فيكتوريا، كان فيها تواجد لقوات التحالف الدولي، وتم تقليص هذا التواجد بناء على اتفاق بين بغداد وواشنطن، وتم نقل عدد كبير من هذه القوات باتجاه أربيل. تم الإبقاء على عدد بسيط لما يعرف بدعم الدعم الدبلوماسي للسفارة الأمريكية من خلال رحلات جوية تتم من
Breaking in, we're going back to Beirut. Breaking in, we are going back to Beirut. I am being told that there was another hit in Beirut just now. We are going back to Beirut. I repeat, We are going back to Beirut. I'm sorry to break into the report from Baghdad. Thank you so much to All the World's a Stage for that, but we are going back to Beirut, where I am told another strike has just occurred in the past few minutes.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name.
Don't forget to turn your ad blockers off on YouTube. I repeat, we are going back to Beirut now. I repeat, there has been another strike. I expect a heavy night of shelling and activity. I'm also hearing early reports about Dubai, but nothing confirmed. Here's the most recent pictures from Beirut. You are going to watch the strike live. It was just 4 minutes ago. Okay, this could get loud. You are watching the Lebanese skyline live, where just minutes ago there was a reported attack. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are watching live over Lebanon, as just 3 minutes ago there was a reported another strike by Israel. You are listening to the live feed. I believe so, Duke Bosox. I heard that there was a video put out today by the Israeli Prime Minister. Again, this could get loud. You are about to watch a strike. I repeat, you are about to watch a strike. Violent explosions have been reported across Bahrain. I repeat, violent explosions reported across Bahrain, but now you are about to watch a strike just minutes ago over Beirut, Lebanon. Okay, within the last 2 minutes, reported by Russell's daughter, we pray for the people of Lebanon. Okay, I repeat, there is a strike reported for Lebanon. You may be about to hear it. This is 12:42 a.m. local time. Oh! Massive explosion just now in Beirut. Massive explosion just now. I will report it again. I mean, the bombs are falling so fast. It is almost too quick to report. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I just want to say thank you to Roy, who was kind enough to say that from Boston to Beirut, GSE is our live global news war channel. God bless you. I'm now going to do another report. Oh dear God, it's going to be loud. Please be aware I'm not going to do another live report. Hold on, I need to catch it. Oh, it's horrifying. It really is. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am reporting live from the war desk in Boston. It is 6:47 p.m. Eastern Time, and I can report to you that, as you can see on the AP camera of Beirut, just 3 to 4 minutes ago, which would be 12:43 a.m. local time, Monday, March 16, 2026, in Beirut, the Lebanese capital, there has been yet another massive strike in the center of the city following a strike that occurred just minutes ago. You can see the light of the bomb from Israel turning night to day, even among the rain clouds and lingering dust storms in the area. I will show you now this attack as the ongoing battle between Hezbollah and Israel rages, with the 700,000 plus displaced people of Lebanon suffering as a result. Again, just minutes ago, a massive strike in the center of Beirut at the defense of the Israeli military, who appears to be targeting Hezbollah positions, mentioned on an MTV Lebanon report, a local station in Lebanon, earlier in the day. I will play for you the footage now. There is a loud sound and an explosion that you will see in this footage. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting from Boston. The smoke rises in the eerie silence following the strike just minutes ago by Israel on the Lebanese capital of Beirut, Hezbollah positions. The Lebanese government has announced they will continue to attempt to disarm the Iranian-backed proxy, who are formerly the Mujahideen, the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon, a group with decades of history, tens of thousands of missiles, that has been attacking Israeli positions in the north of Israel near Kiryat Shimona, that has been battling Israeli incursions into the southern town of Qaim, and that has for days been tormenting Israeli forces, in turn leading the Israeli IDF to bomb multiple cities throughout the country, including a recent strike on a Lebanese Red Cross facility that the UN has reported took the lives of 12 ambulance drivers. The humanitarian crisis unfolding by the moment in Lebanon, the French president seeking to hold talks between the Lebanese government, weak though it may be, and the Israeli state in an effort to move towards a peaceful solution that seems by the day ever further from the grasp of the civilians who suffer with shortages of food, who sleep in the sides in their cars and in tents on the sides of roads due to mandatory evacuations by the orders by the Israeli army, and who know no respite from the perpetual hum of drones, the shake and explosion of bombs, and the sound of crackling gunfire used by Hezbollah to issue last-minute warnings in lieu of a modern anti-aircraft defense system. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting from Boston after 6:50 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday, March 15, 2026, just after 12:50 a.m. local time in Lebanon and in Israel, and just after 2:20 a.m. local time, Tehran, Monday, March 16, 2026. How'd I do? That was a live report. Did I do good? It's kind of like I cut my own live reports and I write them up. I'm like my own team. I don't need a producer. I don't need a social media person. It's too long. I don't have time to wait. I can't wait. No. Another serious explosion rocks central Beirut, Lebanon, as IDF planes strike at will in the city right now. This attack occurred circa 12:40 a.m. local time in Lebanon on Monday, March 16, 2026, 6:40 p.m. Eastern. Israel is raiding Hezbollah locations in the city for the 17th day. Oh, that's how you do it. That was T.A. Sarah here. Oh my goodness, T.A. Sarah, how are you doing? I'm sorry I didn't see the usernames while I was doing my report. God bless you, my dear friend. It is so good to see you. Oh my goodness, it's T.A. Sarah. Folks, TA Sarah is here. She's the person that gives out the bonus points. She just gave me some of her bonus points. I am so grateful. God bless you, TA Sarah. You are such an attentive and erudite and informed member of the community. Hello, Tiffany and Bob. Hello, Petty. How's everyone doing? I'm sorry I was so entrenched in my reporting there. I wanted to let the world know about what happened in central Lebanon, and then I wrote it up. See what I mean? One-man producer team. I saw it happen. My dear friend Russell's daughter told me what happened. I went back in the footage within like 3 minutes. I clipped the explosion. I got the preview that has the light of the bomb. I pulled myself back. I brought us to like an overview screen. I cut the report, explained the geopolitical context. I put the footage up, and then I told the people about the humanitarian consequences of the bombs dropping on Lebanon. I thought that was pretty good. You're like my real-time feedback. Hello, Slinky Socks. Oh, it is so good to see you. Slinky Socks, how are you doing? God bless you. Did you know we have new towel emojis? Did you know we have... Listen, I don't know if you all saw, but if you become a towel member, I'm not saying you should become a member just so you can use these, but did you know that we have emojis that are goats and penguins and other penguins? Yes, all you have to do is become a towel member. Sometimes people get memberships. Then you can use all these. See, there's little penguins. Lynn really likes penguins. She's my friend. Yeah, so we have goat emojis. There's a pink goat. There's a little penguin. There's another goat. Oh, they're all so adorable, you must understand. And then we have a wonderful friend named Happy Feet Girl. You don't understand. She's going to have very happy feet when she comes in today. I put a little penguin with little flappy feet for her. And then you can use the emojis. So anyway, I love the dancing emojis. They're based on penguins. Oh, and there's so many fun emojis to use. Oh, look at TA Sarah. 700 million bonus points to TA Sarah for using all 4 of the new emojis. Excellent job, TA Sarah. And millions of bonus points, 42 million bonus points to Slinky Socks and Tiffany Bob and Lynn. Okay, for using the emojis. And 75 million bonus points to Russell's daughter for being an excellent reporter towel. And there you go. So it's raining bonus points. You know what I'm saying? It's raining bonus points. You were watching the Beirut skyline live with your dear friend Tal. This is expected to be an intense night of activity. So you are listening live to the Beirut skyline. There was a heavy rainstorm in Beirut today. Grant, will we be affected seriously by the Strait of Hormuz insurance being canceled, no shipping? Yeah. I expect oil prices to continue to rise. I don't know if it will be offset at the pump by domestic subsidies. It's a very complicated economic transaction analysis. But I do think there will be an impact on goods, like price of goods. See, there's 8 barrels of oil in every tire by comparison. So I could foresee there being impacts on the price of consumer goods. You want to track the consumer goods index price. You can kind of tell what's going on. And you'll notice that shrinkflation will become more prevalent. They don't want you to know stuff's more expensive, so they'll just sell you less product for a little bit more money. It looks like a bigger bag of the same size bag, but you get less actual product. You never buy a product by the size of the bag. You buy it by its net weight in ounces. Because air, I guess it doesn't really have weight. It has a feel to it. But when you buy a product, I always buy a product by the per ounce price. So if you look on the sticker, right below the sticker in the grocery store, it tells you the net unit price per ounce. And that's how you should buy products. Because you don't want to what's the word? You don't want to, you don't want to be buying products based on the size of the bag, because that's how consumer good inflation is kind of hidden. They kind of put less product in the bag, but make a bigger bag. So you think you're getting this big bag of product, but it's half empty. Yeah, the whole food industry is kind of a scam. The most common ingredient in food is air. If you can make a chocolate bar that's 50% air, bro, Aero's not just a bar that is designed because it's really fun and bubbly. If you sell air, bro, that's the cheapest product in food. If 50% of every product you sell is air, you're a genius man. That's why, all candy, for the most part, is very, very light and fluffy. It's not because they just want you to eat light and fluffy candy. They want you to pay for air. They think they're so smart, but they're not very smart. Now, things like Flake, this very dense chocolate. Flake is actually a very unique chocolate in the UK. It's kind of like the scraps that come from the chocolate. It's kind of like eating, I don't know how to explain it. It's good for the first bite, but then it's kind of like a biscuit. You need it with a drink. Flake is not really chocolate. Flake is the closest thing to solid chocolate you can get other than a chocolate bar. But 70% of food products are mostly designed to just be mostly air. You saw a ghost. Oh my goodness, Sarah. Sarah, listen, I will come down there. We will meet that ghost. I'll speak to him. If he's a nice ghost, he can hang out with you. If he's a mean ghost, I'm expelling him from your area. We'll have a talk. If he's a nice spirit, he can be around you. But if he's mean, I will speak to him and say, I will banish him. Okay? We'll do that, Sarah. If he was a friendly ghost, like Casper the Friendly Ghost, he could be around Sarah. But if he's a mean ghost, no, we can't have that. That was your mental refresh, by the way. Do you notice how I'm getting better at that? I make your brain think about things other than war footage, and you don't even notice a bit. You just think I'm talking about goats or ghosts or, any other number of things, or penguins or various things. You know what I'm talking about? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I appreciate you all so much. I have some footage for you now of Central Bahrain in the last 25 minutes. We love friendly ghosts. T.A. Sarah, you give that friendly ghost lots of bonus points. If he's not a friendly ghost, we'll take him away. My accent, I'm a Southern man. I think it's from Virginia. My adopted chat mom, Lynn, she's actually everybody's chat mom. She told me it's Virginia. Nah, it's not what I actually talk like, but I use this accent because it reduces the amount of stress I have to put on my vocal cords when I'm putting emphasis on my syllables. You know what I'm saying? My actual voice is probably a little bit more Boston. You got to go down the pipe. I can't even get out of the Southern man voice once I start doing it. My actual voice is probably something closer to this, which I do use, but it puts a lot of stress on my vocal cords. And then also, if I talk like this, I tend to use a more Massachusetts dialect, which is fine, but a lot of the mannerisms from Massachusetts, or the colloquialisms per se, they're just very obscure. They don't really make a lot of sense. The way of speaking around here is very geographic orientated. So, you would say, I go down the Cape, even if you're in the Cape, and you go up the to the Revere, you go out to Worcester, Peabody, Scituate. It's a very hard local dialect that it's a very strange style of speaking. So it makes sense to a lot of people in the United States. You would probably refer to it as a classic Boston accent, but it doesn't, what you hear in the movies is not the Boston accent. What the Boston accent is actually is more it's less dropping the letters from certain words, and more just being I got to go to Dunkies, I got to go down 128 all the way down to Fall River, and then I got to go up to Worcester, which requires me going down the Pike. If I'm going to go out the Pike, I'm going to run into the traffic because the split at 128 is effing horrible. It's just terrible. Any time of day, the only time you can do it without any effing traffic is at 2 in the morning, and then even then you're bound to hit some kind of construction truck or a statey or somebody just causing problems because they don't know how to drive. So yeah. That's what it's like. Instead, I'd rather talk like a peaceful Southern man. Then I don't really think about that very much. Yeah, you got to head downtown, you got to go in town sometimes. Then you got to go out of town. And you got to avoid 93 South at any time of day. You never drive 93 South, even to go to Route 3 to go down the Cape. My God, just take the frickin' Pike. Take the Pike down to Route 128, and then just take 128 down to the split, and then go over to 24, and then take, 495 until it becomes 195, and then you're at the Sagamore, the Bourne Bridge. It's so much easier. Who uses the Sagamore anyway? If you don't live in Plymouth, what the hell are you doing taking Route 3 to get to the Cape? None of you have any idea. This is why you don't book this. I love my accent from Boston, but Slicky Socks, this is why I dropped the Southern Maine accent. Otherwise, I'd just start yelling about the traffic. Mimi's oh, this is wonderful. Alright, this is the latest from Bahrain. Back to, sadly, more serious news. The latest from Bahrain. This was 30 minutes ago in Bahrain. We don't really park the car in Harvard Yard. Like, I might say I'm going to Harvard Square. Like, all right, I'm going to Harvard Square. It's not really what you think. Like, at home, we might say, like, ma instead of, like, mom. But, like, it's not park the car in Harvard Yard. Nobody says that. That's, like, a disambiguation of... It's a microcosm of the speaking style that isn't used by people in the area. That's the best way I can explain it. If I wanted to tell you I was going to Harvard Square, I'd be like, bro, I'm going to Harvard Square. I wouldn't say I'm going to Harvard Square. And I wouldn't say I'm going to park my car there. I'd be like if I have to leave my car near the frickin' like green there near Harvard, if I'm going to have to like walk into the yard or something, I'm going to do it. That's kind of how it sounds like. There's no like, there's no like park the car in Harvard Yard. Now you might say like, maybe if I was being a little bit lazy and if I was talking to someone who's like working class and like I know they're going to understand me, I might be like, yeah, like I got to go down to Fall River, kid. Like, it's going to be like it's a hell of a drive, kid. Like it's even older people, if they speak this way, like, listen, it's a hell of a drive, like to get down to Fall River. So if I'm going to go like 45 miles, like 45 miles in the traffic, like, come on, like, you at least got to, like, whatever, like, you got to come along or whatever. Nobody wants to go down to Fall River in the middle of the day during traffic, all right? Like, it's terrible. Now, you might go out to Worcester or, like, you might need to go to Peabody or Scituate. And, like, some of that requires, I suppose, speaking with an accent. But it's not like we actually, like, go around talking like that. You might run into some guys at the bars downtown, like, that drink near, like, Fenway from, like, a long time ago that might speak, like, it's about as rare as hearing, like, a Brahmin, like a Boston Brahmin talk. You don't really hear it. It's not it is around, okay? Like, it's considered probably, like, the old way of speaking. But, like, at home, there's, like, a way of talking, like, especially as you get towards the South Shore, like, Norfolk County a little bit in particular, like, Plymouth County, like, south to, like the Cape. It's kind of like, I don't know, like, it's a very hard way of speaking. Like, it's kind of like someone from, like, Cregan in North Ireland. Like, they've just seen a lot of stuff, and so they talk in this very just, like, give me my, like, Marlboros and, like, shut up kind of way. That's the best way I can explain it. It's not the words they use. There is, like, an accent down in Brockton or, like, Norwood or Dedham. It's, like, very, like, kind of, like, if you were in the UK, you would call it, like, a chav accent. It's, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's a great way of communicating. I personally like it, but it's very, like, vulgar, and it's very just, like to the point, and, like, but also very, like, welcoming and loving. But, like, the vibe is kind of like, if you are not from here, like, go away. And then also, if you are from here, you have to do everything, like, exactly the way people expect. Like, you can't, like, you can smile, I suppose. Nobody really cares. But you can't be, like, staring at someone in a store. You can't, like, do certain things. Like, you can't cut in line at the Dunkies. Like, we won't, like, yell at you, but, like, you'll just kind of get, like, looks, and people won't talk to you the same way. That's the best way I can explain it. There's definitely, like, an insular culture, and as you get towards the South Shore, in Massachusetts, there's a very hard accent. They call it, like, a Fall River accent, but it's not really Fall River. It's more like anywhere from 128, like the loop there, like the split, like 128, like south. People from Boston don't really talk that way. What you know of as a Boston accent are not people from Boston. They're people from, like, I don't know, like, you may as well call that, like, I don't know, a Dedham accent or something. It's like, it's not really Boston. Like, people from there are not from Boston. The only, like, the actual Boston accent is either, like, closer to, like, a Boston Brahmin, which is like, oh, my good man, you must understand. That's too southern. Like, it's more like British. Like, I need to actually listen to a British person speak, but it's kind of like Dickensian British, very upper class. Like, my good man, you must understand the nature of geopolitical entanglements between the British and the East Indian Company in the 1960s were of the utmost importance to the establishment of the Anglo-American world order. It's like that. It's very like highfalutin and condescending. That's like the people in Beacon Hill who have their social clubs. And then like among the working class of Boston, it's just kind of like, hey, how are you, kid? Like, what's going on? Like, very kind of like relaxed. And then south of Boston, it's like, I'm going to like rip your face off if you take my cigarettes. That's the best way I can explain it. Hello, Sergeant Schultze, my dear friend. How you doing? Slinky Socks got the best explanation of my accent ever. Again, this is the latest from Bahrain. God bless you, Sergeant, by the way. Good to see you. Latest from Bahrain. Sergeant, the only way to deal with the Chinese is to bring in General Jack Ripper from the movie Failsafe or Doctor Strangelove. I forget which one. You know who I'm talking about. We need Major General Ripper. Thank you, Slinky Socks. It's my honor to have given you that mental break from what is going to be an intense night by helping you learn about my accent. You're listening to the most recent sounds over Bahrain just 20 minutes ago. Thank you to Chat Mom Lynn for protecting all of our ears. Okay, there's been a reported, there's going to be a bombing in this area of Lebanon in the next 5 minutes. You want to see something cool? Well, it's not cool, it's very sad. But I'm going to show you an area that's about to be bombed before it gets bombed. This is how quickly I get the clips. Hello, Aaron. What kind does Erica Walsh have, says Sarah. Hello, T.A. Sarah. Erica has more like a Boston accent. She's from Charlestown. So she has that's probably the only honest, authentic Boston accent. Like, she doesn't fake it. She's very real. She's like the realest person I've ever talked to. Like, she's like the real deal. She doesn't fake anything about like her accent or who she is. So if you want to listen to an actual like old school, it's very rare to hear it like without someone faking it. Like Erica Walsh, who does have a YouTube channel, check her out. She's like from Boston. She covers a lot of court cases. What's her name? It's like what's her YouTube channel? It's like she should have just called it Erica Walsh, but she made it something like The New Perspective or something. I don't remember. If someone can remind me what Erica Walsh's YouTube channel is. Erica, are you listening? Are you out there, my dear friend? Can you just drop your YouTube channel for us? She has like a YouTube channel. She has a great Boston accent if you want to learn what it's about. And she's kind of fun. She's very hilarious. Like, she is like you. And if you're her friend and you got a problem, I'm pretty sure she would like invade a small European country for you. She's very intense. We call that ride or die. This is the square that's about to be bombed in Beirut. Israel evacuated it. We got questions. Thank you, Sarah. My dear T.A. Sarah. So let me just show you. We got questions. YouTube, Erica Walsh. So if you check out, I won't play any of her channel. Let me see. What is it? We got questions. If anyone has a link to it, T.A. Sarah, if you could drop a link to it. She doesn't show up in YouTube yet. You don't show up in search on Google until your channel gets a certain number of subscribers. But yeah, I just want to show you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Listen, 1 billion bonus points to see T.A. Sarah. She got the link for us to We Got Questions. She's literally being a T.A. Oh, Sarah, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Okay, so if you want to hear a Boston accent, I won't play it right now because I don't know which, one of her streams where it's like her talking versus a court hearing. She analyzes a lot of court documents and pool feeds and whatnot. So if you want to check out Erica Walsh's channel, okay, it's a really fun channel. Like, if you're into true crime, she did not ask me to do this. She's probably going to be like, wow, Grant told like 180 countries about me. That was nice of him. You're welcome, Erica. You're a wonderful, like, very Irish person, and I like Irish people. You know, my friend Celtic Linda is Irish. Celtic Linda, you should check out this channel. My friend Erica Walsh, she's very opinionated, so you're not going to agree with her on everything about every case, but it doesn't matter. You got to listen to lots of perspectives, and that's Erica Walsh. Her channel is @WeGotQuestions24 on YouTube. So there you go. A completely unsolicited advertisement for Erica Walsh because she's wonderful. Now, she, by the way, she did not like me for like she wasn't like mean. She would just kind of look at me with like a distrusting glare for like the first year and a half that I knew her. Then eventually she was nice to me. She's very nice. Let me put that another way. She's very nice to people that she likes. You don't want to be on her bad side, just like you don't want to be on my bad side. Again, I'm showing you this because I expect this area to quite literally be bombed in the next 5 minutes. So if you want to, I mean, just look. This is the last time you're going to see that area like that, because in about 10 minutes it's not going to exist. I have more CRAM footage for you in Iraq. Oh, of course, Celtic Linda. It's right up here. My dear friend Celtic Linda, T.A. Sarah might be able to help you, but you know what? T.A. Sarah, I'm quicker on the draw than you. Look at that. Look at that, T.A. Sarah. 10 million bonus points to Professor Tao. I'm a genius. I'm a little tired. All right, we got to go live to the CRAM being defeated over Erbil. I'm sorry I'm going back and forth, and I'm trying to give your brains a stress break before it all kicks off. Once it kicks off tonight, it's not going to stop. This is the latest of the from the Islamic Resistance rockets. This might be a CRAM. It could be loud. I warn you. This is a counter-rocket artillery mortar device firing and not intercepting a rocket. No, so it doesn't have any sound. But that's the CRAM. See the orange thing? Oh, the CRAM failed. Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm very sorry. Oh, it does have some sound. It's just very far in the distance. So this footage is probably like 1.5 miles, 2 miles from the CRAM. Oh, God bless you, Celtic Linda. Listen, the CRAM has failed. You see how the CRAM shoots, but there's an explosion? I'm so sorry to report the CRAM has failed. The CRAM, either, I think it's Baghdad, has failed. Could be Erbil. Either way, the American CRAM has failed in this video. You are watching an American CRAM fail. Verdad, I do not. If you see any clips about Dubai, let me know, as I will go live in a second. Clips are flying in. This is an attack in the last 30 minutes to an hour on an American base. I believe it's Baghdad. I will double check for you. You are looking at the base it's a home security camera near the base. You're looking at the base desperately fire its CRAM in the left of your screen, and the CRAM misses. It's a counter-rocket artillery gun and mortar gun that fires 4,900 rounds per second. There's a latency in the audio. You hear the zoom. You're seeing the pictures first because we're about 2 miles away. Remember, sound travels faster than light. So you're going to hear the CRAM fire in about like 2 seconds, then you're going to hear the boom. Okay, get it? CRAM first. So you're going to see the CRAM go up first, this red part. The CRAM goes up right there. It's trying to get the rocket, but the rocket beats the CRAM, and we're very concerned about that. You're actually watching a rocket beat a CRAM just minutes ago, probably an hour ago, probably in central Baghdad. So here's the CRAM, right? You see the CRAM fire 4,900 rounds per second. The rocket beats it, though. The rocket defeats the CRAM. So then you hear the zoom, and then boom. Hello, Naomi Towell. What's happened since last night? Okay, Naomi Towell, there are attacks going on right now in Dubai. Iran issued a threat to 7 areas in Dubai that all the residents need to leave. Oh, by the way, our dear friend Naomi Towell is the interpreter towel. Naomi Towell helps us understand very complex developments. So, that's it. God bless you, Naomi Towell. You are looking at footage from over the U.S. base in, I believe, Baghdad, Iraq within the past hour. The Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq used a missile to attack the base. The missile avoided what's called the CRAM. We've learned a lot about CRAMs in recent days. That's the CRAM. You're seeing the images of the CRAM fire, and you see it over here. the video's looping. So you're going to see the CRAM go up and try to hit the rocket, but the rocket explodes anyway because the rocket avoided the CRAM. The CRAM was what's called late, Mortaz says. It means that the CRAM was able to get there before the CRAM has what's called a rad dome. And a rad dome, like a CRAM, you don't use your eyes to fire it. Although you have a human there, you have a radar that detects incoming missiles or drones. Oh, water under the bridge. God bless you for supporting Towel Channel. I should start a new goal. We didn't hit our last goal. But I want to write a comment first. There's so many things going on. God bless you, Water Under the Bridge. You are one of the biggest supporters of this channel. You all help Towel so much. Water Under the Fridge. Notice how I keep calling you Water Under the Bridge because your username is that good of a pun. Literally, you know you have a good username when someone, every time they read it, goes to the pun that you're referencing. 10 out of 10, Water Under the Fridge. You are loved and wonderful. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. This is a user-funded public information service. I will say, and every time, all right, God bless you in the chat. When I'm talking to my dear friends, I try to not spell it out. That's just how I be respectful. Anyway, God bless you for that. That was very kind of you, my dear friend. What can't understand my goal? There it is. I started a goal. God bless you again, Water Under the Fridge. And we pray for the people in Baghdad. And the reason I showed this footage again, you don't see CRAM intercepts very often. All right, so yeah, going back to it. So the gun you saw firing at 4,900 rounds per second, it has absolutely no function without a radar. It's got to use its radar to kind of shoot at incoming targets. Now, you might have noticed that yesterday in Iraq, one of the rad domes was attacked. Hello, Chris. It is good to see you. It is absolutely a pleasure. And so what you're seeing right there is a CRAM that normally would have a radar called a rad dome that detects incoming missile fire. But the rad dome here didn't do a good job, so the CRAM couldn't fire at the missile, and then the missile was able to hit the base, the American base. So I am very concerned. I'm going to take us live now to Al Jazeera Arabic, see if they have any updates for us on the situation in Dubai.
والإسرائيلية في المنطقة. فضلا عن ذلك يقول إن مجموع ما استهدفه في المنطقة.
Oh, and then I was telling Naomi Tal there were multiple hits. Iran threatened Dubai, the marinas, okay? And then there were multiple hits in the north of Israel. Then there was hits in Tel Aviv during the day. Then there was strikes on Isfahan in Iran. Then there were strikes on the city south of, what's the city west of Tehran? I forget its name. But the city west of Tehran, a little south of that, kind of like north west of Homs. So there was a hit there, and then there was also a number of warnings and missiles going over Bahrain, and then there was an object identified over Turkey in the past 2 hours, which some people thought was a meteor, but which is being reported as a missile. I don't have further information, and I'm trying to get updates on whether or not Dubai has been hit.
إسرائيل أو في منطقة
قبل قليل لطائرة البي لانسر، طائرة طويلة المدى يمكن أن تحمل ما لا يقل عن 30,000 كيلوغرام من الحمولة من القنابل، ما يشير إليه هذا إدخال هذا النوع من هذا الطائرات التي يمكن أن تحلق لمسافة 7,000 ميل. أن الولايات المتحدة تضاعف الآن الضغط العسكري الجوي بطبيعة الحال في هذه الحالة. هذه طائرات قادمة من مطارات بعيدة، أكيد أنها لا تأتي من مطارات المنطقة القريبة، وبحمولة قوية. ما يشير إليه هو هذا النوع من القصف ربما السجادي الذي ستشهده إيران في الساعات القليلة المقبلة أو في مستقبل الأيام. هذه إشارة عسكرية واضحة للحلفاء الأوروبيين، للحلفاء الأسيويين، لباقي دول العالم الشريكة والحليفة للولايات المتحدة، التي الآن يحاول الرئيس ترامب إقناعها بأنه هي المستفيدة أولا من هذا النفط وهذه المضائق في مضيق هرمز، وعليها بالتالي أن تدخل هذه المعركة بشكل أو بآخر. الرئيس الأمريكي الآن يقترح ما يشبه الائتلاف الدولي العالمي البحري كي تأتي هذه الدول وتدخل وتخاطر عمليا. ردود الفعل حتى الآن جد مقلصة. كوريا الجنوبية تقول إنها أخذت بعين الاعتبار مطالب الرئيس الأمريكي وأنها تدرس بعناية هذا المطلب. نعرف أن بريطانيا أيضا تفكر وتدخل هذه المعركة بحذر. نعم بريطانيا
نعم. اسمح لي ناصر، يبدو أن هناك تطور جديد في طهران يتابعه لنا عمر هواش. ما الذي تتابعه عمر؟ ما الذي تسمعونه؟
نعم، أنا الآن لا أزال أسمع أصوات انفجارات قوية تأتي من جهات شرق العاصمة طهران وجنوبها. قبل قليل السماء من خلفي هنا أضاءت، والآن هناك تصاعد لعمودين من الدخان في الاتجاه الجنوب الغربي للعاصمة الإيرانية طهران. عدة انفجارات قوية.
Pause for translate. Iran is working on a missile or plane. This is the translation. Iran is working on a missile or plane that will reach the USA. President Trump is asking for help with the Hormuz Strait. He's not talking about anything current. Thank you, translator Naomi Tal. I was getting some water right there. I'm grateful for you translating. It is so good to see you all being so kind. I hope the weather down there in Florida, for those of you in Florida, is nice. It got a little cold the past few days, you told me. Sometimes people come in chat and they're like, oh, I live here. And I'm like, oh, it must be cold there right now. And they're like, no, it's not actually. Because I think with the weather I have where I am is the same as the weather where everyone else is. Let's take a look at it, Let's take a look at Al Jazeera English to see if they can give us an update on what's going on.
Reporter Inzamam Rashid, as it an independent judgment is fundamental.
In Dubai. I don't have any updates about Dubai, neither do they.
France says it's not sending ships. Posting on X, its foreign ministry says its aircraft carrier in the eastern Mediterranean is staying put and that France's posture remains defensive. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz has spiked global oil prices and sparked concern of potential recession. The global benchmark, Brent crude, is now more than $100 a barrel, up from around $70 before the crisis began. But how is the price of oil decided? Amo Boateng explains.
What do we mean when we talk about the oil price and how it affects us? At the core of the system are traders sitting in financial centers across the world.
Oh, just disturbing scenes. Listen, I want to take a moment to just say I am disgusted by what I have seen at today's St. Patrick's Day parade in Boston. Listen. Every year, okay, like maybe there's some Borgs, okay, you know, blackout rage gallons if you never heard of them. Don't look them up, you don't need one. The point is, like, maybe there's a few Borgs that come around, or like somebody's like shotgunning Four Locos, or like somebody like does something dumb, and like some local team like does something dumb. Now listen, I will tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, there is something very, very off about my city. If this is what's going on when we're just trying to have a St. Patrick's Day parade, I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed by the people in my city. What is going on here? What is going on? What are they doing out there? What are the youth of Boston doing? They're just attacking each other. They're just beating each other. I'm disappointed in my city, ladies and gentlemen. This is the image Boston wants. This is the image Boston youth want to go out to the world, I guess. Yep. I want all 180 countries that watch this to know that this is what the youth in Boston are doing. They can't even go to a nice St. Patrick's Day parade without beating each other up, hurting the cops, just causing all type of madness. All right, I'm disappointed. I am disappointed. I'm disappointed in the youth of my city. We must set a better example. I'm going to bring Mad P up from Florida. You must understand. All right? I'm going to have Mad P set a good example for these children. All right? I'm going to send Mad P out there, teach them about LARPing and all that good stuff. God bless you, Mad P. You got to show these youth how to act as a good moral leader for the people. You know what I'm saying? They need you. They need some kind of moral leader on the streets of Massachusetts. Because these children, ladies and gentlemen, if this is what the children are acting like as people are dying for their freedom, we have lost the generation. Oh, Matt Views, did you wanted to know about my YouTube channel analytics? Oh, okay, we can do that. I didn't know you wanted to ask about the analytics. Matt Views Matt, I would love to show you the analytics for the people who've been watching this channel over the past 11 days. I don't want to give you any inaccurate information. So let me just go to the analytics. Would you mind if I do that for a second? You wouldn't mind, right? I'm going to do this just for you, Matt Views, not that you're insulted the integrity of the channel or trying to bring bad vibes. You're going to get banned pretty quickly by people anyway in the chat. I don't really ban anyone. But if you want to talk about the analytics, I would love to show you for a little mental break before we get back to a very intense night of live coverage. The people that have been watching this channel. So allow me to bring up the analytics. I wouldn't mind showing you. We can just look at them live. I would love to do that for you. Where's my Navy hat? I wish my grandfather left me one of his Navy hats. I'll ask if he left any of the uniform. He definitely saved that uniform forever. He loved that Navy uniform. It almost killed him, but he loved it. He was allergic to wool. Here you go. Is this what you wanted to see? That's the views. That's not actual revenue, by the way. Yeah, so that's a lot of views. It's a decent amount of views. What does it say? 773,000? And, if we go to audience and we go to geography, listen, that's a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And it's only looking at subscribers there. But if we go to, like the actual audience and whatnot, we can look at like all the different geographics. Not too many young people watch. It's mostly men, 7 to 7.1%, 22.5% women. Most of the people who watch over, I'd say 25 years old. Now, if we go to the geographies, that's where it really blows my mind, because this is just the last 28 days, you know what I'm saying? Now, if you take a look, at the breakdown, of the total views, across the different countries, it only shows you, the first 50 countries when you do it this way, but that's okay. I can export for you the list of all 180 countries that's been watching. Now, of course, you weren't trying to insult this channel or the number of people that watch it, but I just thought it would be a great opportunity to show for you the nature of the people who watch the channel. So I can generate a spreadsheet. It only shows me the first 150 countries. Now the watch time, if you want to know, the combined watch time is 42,925 hours. So 42,925 hours in days. So in the past 10 days, people have watched 1,788 days on this channel. 1,788 days in years. So in 10 days, people have watched 4.9 years worth of hours on this channel. And then I populated the spreadsheet for you. I forget who asked the question. Iran has launched. All right, I populated this spreadsheet for you. I'm going live in a second. I just have to make this point because don't insult this channel. We work very hard here. Oh, good. Linda, thank you. I'm relieved to hear it was not a mass brawl. Linda, we've had some issues in Boston where for 20 years they were abusing the parade. They almost had to ban the damn parade. I'm so glad the rest of it was peaceful. We added a new country. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is a glorious day. I'm going to go to the missile launch in a second, but please celebrate if you would. We have reached an 181st country. And now I have to go back to serious news. I can only troll that guy for so long. Anyway, bye. There's a serious missile launching coming. Please don't troll the channel again, whoever you were, that person that tried to troll the channel. Or hello, Steve 812. It is so nice to see you having that wonderful username. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, there are potential incomings. I'm going to go to the map now. Thank you to those of you who were monitoring in chat. I'm pulling up the live now. Thank you to those of you who are monitoring in chat. Yeah, there are alerts. There's a lot of them. Incoming now. Air raid. Air raid. Potential air raid. I'm going to bring it up for you now. You're looking at live pictures. Real 1790, I think it's just because the coverage is like it has a lot of like live real-time footage. All right, there are alerts right now. I repeat, there are alerts. There are alerts flashing through Israel. A launch is incoming from Iran. I'm going to take you to the cams live now. There is an incoming. Thank you to those who are monitoring in chat. There is incoming now. You are watching live. This is live. You are listening live. There are alerts. Oh, there were just air raids in Tel Aviv. So I'm going to let you listen to the air raids that just happened in Tel Aviv. They happened about 1:26. Let's see if both feeds had them. Yoram, are you here, my friend? The windows are shaking. Oh no, Tel Aviv has been hit. Tel Aviv has been... There's another launch, Yoram. There's another launch incoming. Yoram, we are praying for you, my dear friend. Folks, there's another launch incoming. There's another launch incoming. We pray for you, Yoram. Please keep us posted, my dear friend. I had a feeling it was going to start, and once it started, it would be heavy. Sorry. That launch was 7 minutes ago. So again, 7 minutes ago, you are now hearing the impact. I'm going to show you the actual last round. Okay, I'm going to show you the last round. There was another launch. It was 7 minutes ago. I found it. If you missed it, so this was the moment the alert came in, 7 minutes ago. I'm also monitoring live. This was the alert 7 minutes ago. It is not live. This is 7 minutes old. You're watching the screen on the left. This was the last round of attacks. Again, if you look at the time, it was 1:27 local in Israel. So I'm running back the last. This is the latest clip. It just happened. It came out of nowhere. This is 1:27 local time in Israel. If you're watching on the clock, 8 minutes ago, we're watching what just happened. You are watching the replay from literally 7 minutes ago. The local time is 1:27 a.m. Again, this was 5 minutes ago. Local time 1:28 in Israel. You are watching a replay of what just happened as it happened live. God bless you, Yoram. My dear friend. Again, you're watching what just happened. This is now 1:28 local time in Israel, so about 9 minutes ago. We're just watching as it happened. This was again 10 minutes ago in Israel. I've never heard that warning before. That was like a warning over a loudspeaker. Again, this was 8 minutes ago. This is not live. This was 8 minutes ago. This is not live. They had to intercept it with a jet. Do you all understand what that was? They intercepted it with a jet. Listen to the jet. That's an Israeli jet intercepting the missile. Yeah, so the reason why that's so concerning, and I won't report this except for on the stream, I won't do a write-up about it, but yeah, that means that they're running low on interceptors. You only use jets to intercept if you don't have a lot of interceptors. So yeah, Iran was just testing them there. That was not a big wave. The big wave's going to come, mark my words, at like, what time? Is it 1:40? So that was the test wave. Like between now and like 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. they're going to hit like twice or three times, and the waves will get successively harder. That's what they do each night. There's a pattern. There's a code to it. I figured out the code last night. So that was the attack that just happened. Okay, and I figured out the code last night, for those of you who are wondering. And I could not tell what the speaker said, but and I don't want to give away too much tactical intel. But yeah, I figured out the code last night. So for those of you who are in Israel, my dear friend Yoram, yes, Sarah, that's a jet that is flown by an Israeli IDF pilot, and he has missiles that he can't fly as fast as every missile. The fastest jets in the world, like an F-22 Raptor, can fly at about Mach 2.5, which is 1,500 miles an hour. It's probably close to like 3,000 kilometers an hour. Some of these missiles, when they're exothermic, which is out of the atmosphere, travel at a rate of like, 16,000 to 18,500 kilometers an hour, which is like Mach 13 to Mach 15. And like in miles per hour, that's like 9,000 to like 11,000. But when they're in the atmosphere, they only travel at like Mach 6, which is still really fast, but closer to like 4,000 or 3,000 miles an hour. But still, if you scramble, the word is scramble, if you scramble a jet and do it like with enough advance warning, a jet can intercept a missile. Now, it better be a damn slow missile. Like, you better not be chasing like their fastest hypersonic missile. You will not stop that. But as a last line of defense, when you don't have interceptor missiles to fire up like the Iron Dome or Arrow 1 and 2 or David Sling, you just send up they probably have Israel probably has an F-15 variant. They get kind of like, they might have an F-22, but it's not the full like package unless we have our F-22s there. When America sells its warplanes to other countries, they get degraded avionics packages. Even Israel, they hate it, but that's just how it is, bro. You're listening to sirens in Tel Aviv in the background. But anyway, the point is, so like you scramble, it was either an F-15 if it was the IDF, or maybe an F-22 Raptor, depending on who's over there. You scramble them at like very fast speed, and then you use it to intercept the planes. Hi, Mimi. You're wonderful. How are you doing, my dear friend? God bless you. And God bless you, Yoram, and Ifti Ahmad. Ifti Ahmad told us when prayer started, and then the wave of attacks came a little bit after. But the code, if you're wondering, in Israel, is every night there's like 2 or 3 sets of prayers. The first one is like around, midnight or like 11. I don't remember exactly, like 2 or 3 hours ago, maybe 4. And then there wasn't an attack on that one. But then the second prayer, there was an attack, which was probably like, what time was it, my dear friend Ifti Ahmad, when the most recent prayer happened in the Holy City? It's not like the Muslim call to prayer in general. It's when they do it in the Holy City. Like every mosque does it individually. So there's a mosque in the Holy City that does a call to prayer that they can hear in the occupied Palestinian territories. And the code for the Iranian attacks, I don't know if anyone has figured this out yet. I mean, I hope people let the world know. You could clip my stuff here, let people know. I don't know, I could write it up. I don't really want to like take credit, but like, yes, I figured out the code. And it is that normally at like this prayer and then between now and the next prayer is when the Iranian attacks happen. And then by the time you get to like the like morning prayer in the Holy City, and the reason why the Iranians are doing the attacks this way is they want to have the people in the West Bank hear the rockets go over their head with the prayer, and then they want the rockets to hit as prayer is happening. Like, I don't know if you all know, but launching rockets in Islamic countries is a very like holy thing. They they don't just pray. It's like an actual ritual built around launching the rockets. I'm not kidding. You have to like do very specific things. Like when we watch videos of the Blood Guardians and like other mujahideen of the Islamic resistance launching missiles, we see them like praying a lot. And well, I do this, but they pray in their kind of own way. And what they're doing is like the actual launch of the missile is like a very holy thing. Like they bless them, they bless the missile. They like pray. They do this very targeted like religious ceremony. And I'm telling you that exact like timing with the prayer is not a coincidence. They're kind of like using the call to Islamic prayer as a way to like will their attacks to succeed. Does that make sense? I'm hearing some planes right now. I'm hearing some planes right now over Tel Aviv. I'll let you listen. premiered some planes over Tel Aviv. Liturgy of the Hours. Very interesting. Oh, and then Naomi Tal says Palestinians will be in their mosques, which is a way for them to be avoided. Oh my goodness! Paul Sar, you don't understand. I was so excited for you. I looked up the thing. I have a sentence I want to read from my friend Paul Sar, if you don't mind. Paul Sar says, Grant, I looked it up to be sure because I've never heard of Israel having F-22s, and indeed, it was never exported to Israel. However, USAF F-22s sometimes use Israeli bases. Paul Sar, you must have been like, oh my goodness, that's exactly what Grant said. Grant was like, yeah, they probably don't have the F-22s, but I bet there might be some American F-22s, but they have a variant of the F-15. And then Paul Sar was like, oh my goodness, Grant just knows things. Paul Sar, I want to read you this very interesting quote. I was thinking of you. So listen to this. Last night, Paul Sar, P-A-L-S-Y-R, said, Grant, this might sound crazy, but you're on the spiritual spectrum of Marx was talking about. You approach the golden middle from another perspective, and I didn't know what that was, so I did some research, and this is what I came back with. Are you ready for this? Okay, the spiritual spectrum in Marx's thought, when stripped of the later materialistic dogmas, centers on the concept of alienation and Vermundung, and the reclaiming of human potential from autonomous powers like capital and the state. Marx's golden middle is not a mythical balance, but a practical, terrestrial one. The emancipation of humanity from external oppression, the chain, to allow the free, creative development of the individual. The living flower. Now, isn't that amazing, Paul Sar? And I must say, what I like about that so much is if it inverts the Rousseauian homage that he uses in the first discourse about whether progress in the arts and sciences tends to corrupt or purify morals. It takes this idea of garlands of flowers over our chains, you know what I'm saying? And it inverts it and it says, no, listen, you can break your chains and then you are the flower. Oh, I love it. You don't understand. That's the greatest sort of inversion of the Rousseauian conception of the state of nature and progress in the arts and sciences I've ever heard in my entire life. Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, I absolutely think in philosophers. I just see all their works in front of my eyes when I read them, and then I think about them and how they were thinking about each other. It's how I can juxtapose and cross-reference text so easily because I know who was alive when, so I can think about what they might have been reading at the time. NetBlocks is confirming a collapse in the telecom networks in Iran. Thank you, Jerry. I am not surprised to hear that at all. The VT Air National Guard F-35s are over there. Very interesting. I really appreciate that piece of update. I know about the F-22 Raptors because they're the fastest plane in the world. I don't know as much about the F-35s, but I will absolutely learn. Let's see if we have any new information coming in about the latest round of attacks in Israel. I will check in live with both Al Jazeera Arabic and Al Jazeera English. I'm not guaranteeing either of them will have anything for us. Al Jazeera Arabic does have a camera over Tel Aviv.
يريد أن يدخل الآخرين معه ويورط الآخرين معه ولكن هل الآخرين سيتجاوبوه؟
Vermont Bread, I would never defend Adnan Khashoggi or Jeffrey Epstein or Kathy Rumler or any of them. That's what I say.
مستعدين أن يدخلوا في هذه المنطقة ومن ثم يكونوا يعني مستهدفين ويدخلوا في مواجهة مع إيران. فلذلك باعتقادي يعني الآن الرئيس الأمريكي بدأ يعني من اليوم الأول الذي كان يتحدث عن النصر السريع.
New massive explosion just now reported near Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. Okay, reports of a massive explosion near Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. I will have the pictures for you now in just 1 second. I have a bunch of live cams up, so you know it's a little bit angry. If there are alerts in Israel, please let me know in the chat. For now, I'm going to show you Mehrabad Airport. This is the latest from, and also, by the way, I got a report from my dear friend Celtic Linda that not the whole Boston St. Patrick's Day parade was as bad as it looked. So God bless you, Celtic Linda. Thank you for letting me know. That makes me feel better. Here's the latest from Mehrabad Airport, south of Ektaban town, Jeddah Markus in the west of Tehran just now. Very large explosions reporting. This is Tehran right now. Sorry, it's not a replay. This is Tehran right now. Oh, wow, you're not going to believe this. Remember how I told you that that channel in Lebanon was responsible for getting... Hello, Johnny Boy. It's so good to see you. God bless you, my friend. It is great to have you with us. Do you know... I'm getting infuriated with the news, y'all. I have family over there. I would like to know the truth of what's happening. My dear friend Naomi, you just tell me what country, where, and when, and I'll get you the most recent update. I'll do the whole region if I can, but if you need specific updates, you just tell me. That was yesterday. Jamie Oliver, Japan, announced that North Korea ballistic fired a missile. If they fired another one tonight, let me know. I'll have to do a lot of reading to catch up to you on philosophy, Grant. You're in the zone when you discuss these topics. Paul, so we can have a reading group anytime. Did you join the Discord, my dear friend? We can read. We can have a lecture group. You can study with me. We can learn. You can join the Towel Discord. Anyone can join the Towel Discord. Hello, Ifti Ahmad. It is so good to see you. Folks pop in and out throughout the day. It's kind of like going to a bar, but I don't serve drinks. I'm just a towel. We all kind of like sit here. Everybody gets to know your name. Hello! God bless you, Lee Agent. It's so good to see you. I was waiting to see you, my dear friend. It is kind of like a bar. Like, I'm the bartender. I don't serve drinks. I serve news. And then people just kind of come in and sit at the bar. But yes, you just let me know, my dear friend Naomi. I'll do personalized updates just for Naomi Tao. Interpret Tao gets anything she wants. It's just a matter of you asking. I will do it. So remember how I said that MTV Lebanon revealed the positions of Hezbollah locations? Yeah, well, I have an update for you, and it's that MTV Lebanon does not exist anymore on the internet. That's amazing, Johnny Boy. Congratulations. This is not actually a real bar. It's an information bar. Johnny Boy, I am very proud of you. That is amazing, Johnny Boy. Absolutely congratulations. And by the way, isn't information a great way to learn things? This is a place where you come, you get to gather around with your friends and learn information. I think that's one of the nicest ways. We'll call it a social club. How about that, my dear friend Johnny Boy? We will call it a social club. Towels Social Club. I don't want to call it a bar because not everyone drinks. I don't drink personally. I'm a teetotaler. So congratulations to you, Johnny Boy. I'm very proud of you. But yeah, I stopped drinking a long time ago too. So yeah, we'll call it a social club. I don't really want to be like in a bar or call it a bar. I don't go to bars. Anyway, this is called Fatman, the group that is, as I mentioned, declaring itself responsible for taking out channel MTV Lebanon. It is not a music channel, it's a news channel. The website is gone. Do you think their actual channel is still online? Oh, we're glad to have you with us, Johnny Boy. We're so glad you found us. Do you think that means that the channel is just gone? I could find out, but like they took MTV Lebanon's website offline. This was the channel that aired Hezbollah's positions earlier, and then Israel immediately bombed the positions MTV Lebanon identified. I'm gonna check their website to see if their stream's still up. They put out an M3U. All right, so their main channel's up, but I don't know if their news channel's up. Hold on. Like their station is running. But it's not like playing news. It's mostly playing like movies. But their website is gone. Yeah, I'm not sure if they actually are still running. They might not actually be able to do their news updates. I'm serious, too. Able to broadcast. I mean, I'm watching MTV Lebanon. It's just a movie, but their news channel is not running. They are not broadcasting news. Al Mayadeen is running. Flight radar alert. USAF KC-135 refueler tanker corridor taking place over Saudi. Oh, you know what is Hezbollah's network in Lebanon? Their M3U does not always work. They might be actually knocked offline right now. Wow, are they knocked offline too? They might be. Sometimes they just don't have a lot of bandwidth for their M3U, so you have to take it at the lowest quality. They might not be online either. There's something going on in Lebanon with the TV stations. Because right now both Al Mayadeen and MTV Lebanon are having issues. I can use a backup stream for Al Mayadeen, but it's not guaranteed to work either. Hold on. I might have to switch. I have an idea. Normally it just works. Let's see if I can get it running. They might be down. Yeah, they're down. Oh, there's something very bad happening. Listen, I think they hit Al Mayadeen. This is Al Mayadeen right now. They only black this out when they get attacked. Are you listening to this? This is what Al Mayadeen is broadcasting. If you turn out, like, MTV Lebanon is like down, and Al Mayadeen is playing this. So if you don't know what's going on, like, I think Al Mayadeen might have got hit too. You're listening to Hezbollah's official channel on TV. They're not showing anything. They normally have news reporters out in the field right now. It's like the primary time to do reporting. This is all Al Mayadeen. I'm not kidding. If you're in Lebanon, you can verify this. Turn on Al Mayadeen right now. It's playing a black screen. We've only seen this once during the war, and it's when their station got hit. Right before they started broadcasting from their backyard. I think they took out Al Mayadeen too. I'm not kidding you right now. Al Mayadeen does not exist as a channel. Thanks, Pete Santos. I'll check it out as soon as I can. Yeah, they got Al Mayadeen. They got MTV Lebanon. Well, the Lebanese people who were mad at MTV Lebanon got them, and someone hit Al Mayadeen because they only black screen when they get hit. They're completely offline. It's like their emergency signal. I watch these channels a lot, like every night. I'm telling you, something's really wrong in Lebanon right now. Thank you, Yoram. But yeah, I'm telling you, there's something really off right here.
Have you heard about Pop-On Roofing?
Hold on, that's
We need 50 homeowners in your area to trial this radically simple new roofing service. Did this at no cost to try.
I don't want you to play
This service is part of a program they're running to...
So this is out. You are listening to the sounds of Lebanese TV right now. Oh, thank you, Ram. Yes, I love this one. This one's very important. Live monitoring.
States military began operations in Iran.
What? What is going on right now? There's nothing on this channel. It's all they're broadcasting is a black screen. This is live from Lebanon. It's Hezbollah's channel. They're like one of the only news channels. They're a very official news station, and they're just gone. This is live TV. They're supposed to be TV on.
هي ساعة جديدة ضمن تغطيتنا المتواصلة المفتوحة والمباشرة للعدوان الأمريكي الإسرائيلي على إيران ولبنان ورد الجمهورية الإسلامية وحزب الله البالستي الإيراني يضرب.
Are they just playing the radio, Naomi?
أصوات الانفجارات تتردد ورسائل الصواريخ تتواصل. وفي واشنطن القلق يتصاعد. ترامب يستجدي الناتو للمساعدة في فتح مضيق هرمز. Financial Times تنقل عنه. الناتو يواجه مستقبلا سيئا للغاية.
I think it's down. I think Al Mayadeen is down.
والآن سنرى إن كانوا سيساعدوننا. لكن الواقع
So that was just the M3U player crashing. It's a tough way to watch news. It's like the raw feed from the station. They just broadcast it out so you can look at it because they don't charge. They want the whole Arabic world to be able to see it. So they just pump out the M3U and let people play it, but the player is unstable. What you were just listening to, again though, like Al Mayadeen is down. They are just playing the radio. Georgelino, you enjoy that, my dear friend. You have a great time. I appreciate you and know that all of your chats were appreciated. There is something actively going on in Lebanon right now. Not only is MTV News Lebanon down, they were the ones that broadcast the Hezbollah position. Oh, hold on. I got a statement from Mr. President Trump. Pete Santos shared it for us. I forgot. I was listening to the channel just being down when it came in. So sorry, Pete. Thank you for this. So let me show you the statement from Mr. President Trump. What you hear in the background is the sounds of the cameras over Lebanon and, over Tel Aviv. I'm going to close that. There's something seriously wrong in Lebanon. The only time Al Mayadeen has given up broadcasting before was this. All right, I'm going to play you the statement from Mr. President Trump. I'm going to have it read out for you. Give me 1 second. It's a long statement, so I'll just go to his Truth Social and have it read out. So you'll hear this statement from Mr. President Trump read out shortly. Again, in the background, you're just listening to the sounds of Tel Aviv as I wait to see if there's any more alerts. All right, so let's have the post from Mr. President read out. Let me see if I can have this read out by my British announcer man towel. So, British announcer man towel, would you read the post from Mr. President, please? Let's do it.
Truth details. Iran has long been known as a master of media manipulation and public relations. They are militarily ineffective and weak, but are really good at feeding the very appreciative fake news media false information. Now, AI has become another disinformation weapon that Iran uses, quite well, considering they are being annihilated by the day. They showed phony, kamikaze boats shooting at various ships at sea, which looks wonderful, powerful, and vicious, but these boats don't exist. It's all false information to show how tough their already defeated military is. The 5 U.S. refueling planes that were supposedly struck down and badly damaged, according to the Wall Street Journal's false reporting, and others, are all in service, with the exception of one, which will soon be flying the skies. Buildings and ships that are shown to be on fire are not. It's fake news, generated by AI for instance. Iran, working in close coordination with the fake news media, shows our great USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. One of the largest and most prestigious ships in the world, burning uncontrollably in the ocean. Not only was it not burning, it was not even shot at. Iran knows better than to do that. The story was knowingly fake and, in a certain way, you can say that those media outlets that generated it should be brought up on charges for treason for the dissemination of false information. The fact is, Iran is being decimated, and the only battles they win are those that they create through AI and are distributed by corrupt media outlets. The radical left-wing press knows this full well, but continues to go forward with false stories and lies. That's why their approval rating is so low, and I can win a presidential election, in a landslide, getting only 5% positive press. They have no credibility. I am so thrilled to see Brendan Carr, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, looking at the licenses of some of these corrupt and highly unpatriotic news organizations. They get billions of dollars of free American airwaves, and use it to perpetuate lies, both in news and almost all of their shows, including the late-night morons, who get gigantic salaries for horrible ratings, and never get. As I used to say in The Apprentice, fired. Thank you for your attention to the matter. President Donald J. Trump.
The most recent statement from Mr. President Trump regarding the news in America, like showing a lot of Iranian propaganda, which, I mean, if you watch this channel, you'll kind of know that, yeah, like the American news does a bad job. They show a lot. Like, they don't keep people up to date, and what they do show is often political. Okay? Like political. Like they just want to attack Mr. President or the Defense Secretary I'm convinced that if they put AOC up there, she'd be talking about how if we bomb certain countries, we might hurt the donkeys or some animal. I don't know. You can't make war decisions. Live from Beirut, AJ Arabic.
Hello, it's OOGMT Hours. I'm Darren Jordan. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Iran and Israel. The unrelenting US and Israeli attacks on Iran continue, where the death toll is now nearing 50 to 100. A defiant Tehran vows to keep on fighting.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes.
Donald Trump warns NATO allies of a very bad future if they fail to help the US reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Israeli forces batter Beirut southern suburbs yet again, where the conflict with Hezbollah has triggered a displacement crisis. Also ahead, Baghdad's international airport that houses a US facility comes under rocket and drone attacks.
Fire near Dubai Airport confirmed. Fire near Dubai Airport confirmed.
In its third week, and the already devastating human toll is only growing. More than 3 million people have been forced from their homes in Iran alone, and airstrikes have killed nearly 2,500 people across the region. The global economy is also facing mounting uncertainty as the conflict cuts off a key energy supply route. But despite the costs, all sides still refuse to back down. Well, thick columns of smoke rose over Iranian cities on Sunday as the US and Israel launched more air attacks. Hamadan in the country's west was rocked by large explosions. It's among the world's oldest cities and home to more than 500,000 people. Isfahan, a city in central Iran famous for its historic architecture, was also bombed along with the capital Tehran. But Iran's foreign minister says his country will not give up the fight.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes.
Well, Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks on Israel and other countries in the region that host US assets. Warning sirens sounded across Israel on Sunday. Missiles and shrapnel have caused damage in a number of areas. Israeli police say at least 3 people were wounded when part of an Iranian cluster munition fell on Tel Aviv. And in the past few hours, Israeli forces hit Beirut's southern suburbs yet again. Lebanese authorities say the number of people killed in Israeli attacks has risen to 850, including more than 100 children. Israel says it's targeting the armed group Hezbollah, which entered the conflict after the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Well, we're live in Tehran, Beirut, Washington, D.C., Amman and Doha. But first, let's bring you comments made by US President Donald Trump in an interview to the Financial Times. He's issued a stark warning to the NATO allies, urging them to help protect shipping in the Gulf. He said it's only appropriate that people who are the beneficiaries of the strait will help to make sure that nothing bad happens there, pointing out that Europe and China depend on Gulf oil far more than the United States. Trump warned if there's no response or if it's a negative response, I think it'll be very bad for the future of NATO. He said allies should provide whatever it takes, including minesweepers, troops and special forces, to target threats along Iran's coastline. Well, Manuel Rapallo is in Washington, D.C. Manuel, so President Trump warning NATO countries they face what he called a bad future if they fail to assist in the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. What more has he been saying there then?
Good to be with you, Darren. A bit to unpack here. What President Trump appears to be doing is galvanizing international support, international pressure to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. There's a very clear strategy here by the U.S. President Trump's argument is that there are many countries, many U.S. allies specifically, that are reliant on Gulf oil, but they are more reliant on that oil than the United States is. And because of this, these are countries that need to step up their military support to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, whether that be by removing land, by removing mines that are in the waterway, by helping the United States essentially act as a shield to prevent attacks, targeted attacks by Iran against oil tankers, and just generally securing the flow of energy shipments. Now, this would not be a special request by the U.S. president if it didn't also come with added pressure, right? So as you mentioned there, Darren, Trump has warned NATO allies that NATO could face a, quote, very bad future if they don't step up their support. He's also trying to bring China into the conversation here, signaling to Beijing that if China doesn't step up its efforts to also keep the Strait of Hormuz open, that he's hinted at delaying a planned trip to a summit in China scheduled to take place later this month if China does not cooperate. So you could argue here that this is a bit of a mixed bag of military strategy and diplomacy. But in the end, it just seems like the United States is quite keen on sharing the burden of keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and continuing to keep the flow of energy shipments moving to prevent a broader, larger global economic crisis.
Yeah, Manuel, and meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to U.S. media saying they're willing to fight for as long as it takes. What does all of this mean then for the White House's timeline for the war?
Well, what the Iranian foreign minister is signaling certainly does undermine the White House's attempts to control the narrative and frame this conflict as a short and decisive military operation. This is something that the White House is now clearly starting to struggle with, because on Sunday morning, Sunday in Washington is there's a lot of chatter on the morning news talk shows, and it honestly appears to be devolving into a war of competing narratives at this point, where we're hearing from senior White House officials saying in many ways what the president is saying, which is that this military operation is ahead of schedule. We heard also from Kevin Hassett, a U.S. economic advisor to the White House, who said that this war could be over in 4 to 6 weeks. At the same time, we're hearing from political pundits, military experts here in Washington that are saying we need to be reading between the lines here, take a step back and realize that Iran is up against the wall. This is an existential threat for the Iranians. And in that regard, this could very quickly shift into a strategy for Iran of a war of attrition, to double down and drag this conflict out both politically and economically, as a strategy to force Washington back to the negotiating table. And this is a very real scenario where the White House could see itself forced into a political or a diplomatic off-ramp, leaving them with no other choice.
Yeah, Manuel, and recent polling suggests that many Americans don't support this war. I mean, how much pressure is this putting on Trump domestically? I mean, he's clearly looking ahead to the midterms, isn't he? Yeah, Manuel, did you hear me at all there? All right, let's move on, because we seem to have lost Manuel Rapalo there in Washington. Let's head to Tehran and speak to Mohammed Val. He's live for us there now. Mohammed, so what more are we hearing from the Iranians on who can use the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, the Iranians are saying that the Strait of Hormuz is not even closed. And that's contrary to some of the reports that came out of Iran at the beginning, during the first week, that they are going to close it. Now they have settled on what they call a smart control situation. They control the Strait of Hormuz, but they're not closing it to everyone. They are closing it only to the Americans and the Israelis and their allies who are supporting them in this war on Iran. We have seen how India got permission for some of its tankers to cross through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's the pattern that the Iranians want to see happening from now on. The Americans, of course, have a different narrative. They are trying to create a coalition of international powers, including even China, and describing the situation as a war between Iran and the all other countries, because Iran is blocking the passage of vital energy supplies to the rest of the world. The Iranians are saying this is propaganda, because it's not true, because there are many ships and tankers that are crossing. But Iran has the right to control this strait, because it is passing through their territory and so on. So that's basically the picture here in Iran, and that's what they are trying to get across and to make all the world understand contrary to what the Americans are saying.
Yeah, Mohammed, and the French President Emmanuel Macron has posted that he's spoken with Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian. Do we know what came out of that call?
Not much has been published here or disseminated via the state media here in Iran, but we know that they talked about most of the information about that conversation came from the French, who said that Emmanuel Macron asked the Iranians to stop attacking regional allies in the Gulf region and so on. But we know that France was one of the countries that Iranians mentioned as three countries, Iran, China, and I think Russia, who approached Iran about the possibility of opening up new channels.
Breaking, I have the latest from on the ground in Dubai. Breaking, I repeat, I have the latest from on the ground in Dubai. Breaking, this is the latest from on the ground in Dubai. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to bring you up pictures. There was reports earlier, I believe it was Stu, the ever-vigilant Stu, the wonderful member of chat. You are loved and appreciated, my dear friend. I repeat, right now, Dubai Airport. These are the latest. Right now, I repeat, Dubai Airport, the latest scenes just 4 minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest scenes right now, Dubai Airport, right now. I repeat, flash. These are the scenes on the ground at Dubai Airport just minutes ago. I repeat. I agree, Vern Burton, you tell them. People are allowed to have opinions here, but, you know, we try to be amiable and respectful in general. God bless all of you. There's 180 countries here. Now I'm taking you right now to a look over Dubai Airport where a fire is burning. I repeat, a fire is burning. God bless you, Mimi. You are wonderful. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the pictures, it was Stu who told us they would be incoming, and there they are right now. You are looking just 4 minutes ago at the latest pictures flashing across the wires from the smoke at Dubai Airport. I repeat, the smoke just now flashing, lighting over Dubai Airport. I repeat, I will show you more footage from across the way. It is not nearly as clear as this footage, but I repeat, you are looking at footage just now. Dubai Airport is on fire. I repeat, Dubai Airport is on fire. Here is smoke rising over Dubai Airport right now. Dubai Airport is on fire. It just came over the wires. It's having trouble loading. Dubai Airport, the latest images on fire right now. Iran said that it was going to attack Dubai. I told people to run. I told them to clear out. People listened to me, hopefully. But I'm telling you, those are the latest images right now on the ground. Dubai Airport. You are looking at Dubai Airport burning, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the more close-up view. This is Dubai Airport right now. Yes, unlike Al Jazeera, I flash the images up on your screen right now in real time. I bet we'll see them on Al Jazeera Arabic in like 2 minutes. I have another report of explosions in Tehran. This is Akbati, Tehran, near the airport. The sound of at least 7-8 explosions while shaking like an earthquake. This was early Monday, March 16th. I have now footage, so this is Dubai right now. And now the latest footage from Tehran and the latest rounds of IDF and American strikes coming in from Tehran right now. This was early morning, just minutes ago. This is just minutes ago from Tehran. This is near the airport. It is just minutes ago. Oh, very loud. I warn you, this is Tehran, just minutes ago, near the airport. More footage from Dubai coming next, but I repeat, you are looking right now. This is near the airport, okay? I'm going to have a closer view for you, but this is near the airport in Tehran. I'm going to get you a closer view, so that is Tehran. You are listening to the explosions from near the airport. I repeat, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are tuned in live, watching explosions take place just right now in the past hour over Mehrabad Airport in West Tehran. I have a closer view for you from this right now. It's all happening right now. There's going to be multiple waves of attack tonight. I expect Dubai Airport is burning. Now I'm going to take a look. I'm going to show you the latest pictures I have for you from the... Hold on one second. I need to load it up. It's literally happening so fast. Come on now. Where's the one I need? Nope, that's not it. Where's the one I just reposted? I just reposted it. I don't understand. Alright, so hold on. That's the one I just showed you. This is the one I'm going to load up now. Alright, so this is the one right here. This is Mahrabad Airport. This is near Mahrabad Airport in Iran right now. Okay, that is the scene at Mahrabad Airport right now in Tehran. This is live maybe an hour ago, Monday morning. I have more from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. I'm not sure if we saw this one earlier. Hold on. You're looking at Tehran just minutes ago. Oh yeah, I have new footage from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. That is Tehran right now. Alright, now I'll show you the newest footage from Dubai, where the airport is on fire. I repeat, Dubai's airport is on fire right now. These are the newest scenes over Dubai's airport. This is Dubai right now. This is the Dubai airport right now. I repeat, the Dubai airport right now. So if you were not able to get out of Dubai, it may be too late. I hope everyone was able to get out. If you did not get out, you may be stuck there. I warned you as much as I could. I'm not guaranteeing this was a tarmac hit. I can't see into the airport, but the Dubai airport has been struck. You are watching now. If you were on the ground in Dubai, that is what you would see. The airport has been struck. I believe there was also a hit in Israel. You're looking at Dubai airport. It has, I think it's mostly like a bank. Dubai might have some resources, but it's a bank. You are looking at the latest images of Dubai airport right now. I have more images coming in from Dubai just now. You're looking at the latest images of Dubai airport. I have more images coming in right now from Dubai. Alright, here's more from Dubai just now. You're looking at the scenes near Dubai, near the airport, in Dubai, near the airport right now. I have more footage coming in from the road near the airport right now. Okay, that is Dubai near the airport. I repeat, I think people in Dubai realize the situation is real. Iran made their threat. They followed through. They threatened to attack areas in Dubai. They did attack areas in Dubai. All right, I'm going to get you the newest footage from on the road right now. This is all flying in as we speak. Here, hold on one second. Where is the one I just posted? Come on, man. Where is it? It needs a little time to load up. Twitter is under a lot of stress, but we got it. Nope, that's not the one. Where's the? Here it is. This is from the airport. This is from the road near the airport next to Dubai just 2 minutes ago. Media report the fire in the vicinity of Tehran's Mahrabad airport. Al Arabia is reporting multiple injured in downtown Baghdad. The fire at Mehrabad Airport is very intense. There has also been an attack on Goshtard, on Goshtard in Kar City, west of Tehran. The ground is shaking in Tehran tonight due to the attacks on Mehrabad. I have video of the strikes on Mehrabad, on Tehran tonight. Tehran is shaking. Beirut is shaking. There are so many attacks coming in. It is quite literally incredible. Here is the latest from Tehran. Thank you, Patriot Steve. Checking that out now. This is Tehran tonight. I know exactly where that is. Yep, that is the video I just showed. Confirmed. Same incident. Oh, wow. That might actually be a new video. Might be like a full clip of it. All right, so that's Tehran. I'm now taking you over to Dubai. All right, taking you over to Dubai. This was a very similar video to the one I just saw, but it's a little bit longer. Taking you over to Dubai, where the fires burn over the airport. This is the latest longer clip. Thank you so much to Patriot Steve. This is Dubai, near the airport. So we're going from Tehran to Dubai and back and forth. This is Dubai now. Taking full screen. I saw that, Yoram. I heard there's actually a child injured as a result of a strike in Khan Yunis in the south of Gaza, in the occupied Palestinian territories. I heard that a child is severely injured following a strike in Khan Yunis in the south of the occupied territories. And there are reports that this injury might have been the result of a wall collapsing. I'm taking you now to footage from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, the southern occupied territories, where you're now looking at the scene of a wall collapse that resulted in an injury to at least one child. High priority alert. All Dubai International Airport traffic is currently not available. Suffer mass disruption and runway is closed. Ladies and gentlemen, flight radar 24 flash alert. Dubai International Airport is currently closed. Airport is currently not available. Suffered mass disruption and runway is closed. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, Dubai flash alert. Flight radar 24 high priority alert. All Dubai International Airport traffic is currently not available. Oh no, there's been a launch. Oh no, we need to go to the live cams. I don't even have time to report the Dubai airport. Oh goodness. All right, I'm doing my best. There has been an alert. I repeat, expect to get texts in Israel. There has been an alert. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I repeat, there has been an alert. I have the live cams up. I do not see any information about where the launch happened. All I know is there has been an alert. When you hear that beep, that is the sound of an alert. It does not mean that anything is necessarily going to happen immediately, but that beep is the sound of an alert. Doesn't mean that there's going to be more alerts. It just means there was one alert. Red alert. Three red alerts in the past minute. I'm not sure where the missile's coming from, but there was an alert. Sometimes they can be fake alerts, but there were three, not fake, but like it misfires, but there were 3 alerts. You're watching live. If the alerts keep coming, you will see this map kind of flash around. You're watching live. I don't see any launch detected, but I did hear 3 alerts. Could be Hezbollah. Potentially launches from Iran. I'm not sure. There's only 3 alerts. There are only 3 alerts. I'm monitoring very closely. There are only 3 alerts. Dubai International Airport is closed. You are listening live. There are only 3 alerts. It is unclear if they are in the north. It is unclear if they even led to a launch, but I'm going to monitor. Monitoring. Wow. Wow. 12 airplane. Wow. Heavy go-around traffic. Wow. All right, you're listening live. There have been no sirens did sound earlier. There were just 3 alerts. Southern Israel. Southern Israel. I repeat, Southern Israel is where the alerts are. Southern Israel. There are alerts right now. They are in the south. I repeat, they are in the south. Ballistic missile launch towards Israel. I repeat, there's been a launch. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, you have 6 minutes. There has been a launch from Iran. I repeat, flash. There has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. Israel, there has been a launch from Iran. 6 minutes. Repeat. There has been a launch from Iran. 6 minutes. I repeat. Repeating, there has been a launch from Iran. 6 minutes. I'm going to bring that up for you now. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. Launch from Iran, 6 minutes. I repeat. I repeat, there has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes. There is now 6 minutes and 11 seconds. You have 6 minutes and 11 seconds. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Going full screen. There has been a launch from Iran. You have 6 minutes and 12 seconds, maybe less. This is live. This is live. When the alerts start, you will see the map start showing red. There has been a launch detected from Iran towards Israel. Al Mayadeen Network is online. Thank you, All the World's a Stage. I was actually watching their TV channel. It went down and went to radio coverage. Thank you, Iran. Launches from Iran towards southern Israel now. You are looking at the live cams. The impact is in 4 minutes. It's towards the south. I repeat, it is towards the south. There is a launch incoming to Israel now from Iran. I repeat, from Iran. You are looking live. We're in the 3 minute zone here. Wow. Wow. Are you telling me I got footage of Al Mayadeen being hacked? Thank you so much for letting me know. I recorded that, Fluvecho. Fulvio Chega. Thank you for letting me know. Al Mayadeen was apparently hacked and was playing anti-Iranian music. I have it. Just so you know, I have the recording of Al Mayadeen being hacked. I didn't clip it, but I have it recorded on my computer and on the live stream. This is live right now. The incoming is to southern Israel. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. God bless you, Dee Dee Thames. I absolutely will. I really appreciate you. I try to rest 12 hours a day. It's hard. I don't have a family or a lot of support, so I try to just pay back the kindness people show me by doing 12 hours a day. God bless each and every one of you for all your support. This channel is a one-man operation. I do my best to keep you updated. We're on day 17. I did 24 hours the first day, 12 hours a day every other day. If those of you are wondering, like, how can I help him? I really need donations. My friend helps me every week, but we're running, I don't want to keep bothering him and other people. So if you really like this channel, it's a one-man operation. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. The alerts are incoming. I don't have time to do this right now. I'm sorry, we have to listen to the alerts. But thank you very much to the person who asked. God bless you. Those are the alerts. Those are the alerts. Those are the alerts. Red alerts. Red alerts. 64 red alerts. I repeat, 64 red alerts. Yes, we are. The Towel family. Sleepy Kitten, you could be my family any day, and Lynn's my Towel mom. 64 alerts. I repeat, 67 red alerts. The missiles are incoming now. You are looking at the map. This is live. Sheva Food in the southern region. Thank you. 73 red alerts. That's not the number of missiles, it's just the number of alerts. It just means the number of towns or cities. It's 74, subject to red alert. 74. This is live. And now we wait. Alerts lifting. Alerts lifting. It looks like it was in the south. Alerts lifting. It looks like something's happening on 3. Some missile activity above Ben Gurion, or maybe a light in the clouds. It's impossible to tell. Oh no, we lost the Tel Aviv cam. We lost Canal 1's Tel Aviv cam. It's back. I don't even know if it's real. Okay. No sirens on Tel Aviv that time. No sirens on Tel Aviv. One second. Let me see if I can get a picture of it clearly. No sirens on Tel Aviv. Okay. There is one siren. It is now over. I will let you know if there are any hits. Right now it is calm. The camera, the sound you hear is only Tel Aviv. So there were no sirens over Tel Aviv. Sorry, I posted the wrong thing. Ignore that. There are no sirens over Tel Aviv. I posted the donation links when I meant to post this. Sorry about that. Remember, there's over 180 countries here. You're all very compassionate to each other. No sirens in Tel Aviv. There was a missile attack. I will have footage for you from the ground now. There was no alerts or impacts in Tel Aviv. I am pleased to report. It was in the south. There have been no impacts in Tel Aviv, no sirens. There are reports that missiles were aimed towards the south. I will get that for you now. You're listening to the sounds of Tel Aviv as we speak. I have an update on the Dubai airport, and then I will also, it's going to take about 2 minutes for me to get you footage of whatever missile just went to the south. One of the fuel tanks at Dubai International Airport has been hit. Oh, I have a clear video of it. It is very bad. I'm now waiting to see if there are any footage of the Oh yeah, I have footage from Dubai. It is very bad. Alright, so let me know if there are any further alerts in Israel. Yeah, I'll show you the footage from Dubai. It is brutal. It's going to take a little bit of time for the footage, if there's any. We pray there was no hit in that last round. You just saw the alerts come in. I'm going to show you what Dubai airport looked like after it was hit in the last hour by the Iranian missile. This is Dubai International Airport. They're going to zoom in, and they are going to show you the fire. It is a very high quality zoom in. Hold on one second. Allow me to reset. I had it set up for you to just zoom in on the top half for the last map. So give me 1 second while I have it zoom in for you on the full shot. So this is Dubai. This is the full image. Okay, it's going to play again. You will watch them zoom in, and you can see the fuel burning in the middle of the airport. That is Dubai right now. Okay, that is what's causing the ground stop. That is what shut the entire airport down. I'm going to show you the footage again, and you can see, like, clearly the fuel tank at the airport has been hit, and the way it is burning is very intense. Again, the most recent footage from Dubai. Saudi Arabia reports interception of 34 drones within the past hour. Now going to show you the most recent footage from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. These are people attacking U.S. bases. They're releasing footage of their attacks almost every hour. This is the Islamic resistance in Iraq. Could be loud.
يا لثارات اللهم سدد رمينا يا الله يا لثارات الولي الله أكبر يا لثارات الولي يا لثارات الولي يا لثارات الولي يا لثارات الولي يا علي
Latest from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. Probably going to need another energy drink tonight if you don't mind. Well, I hope I bought two yet. See, I get my supplies. If you want to know what your donations go towards, energy drinks, coffee, and lots of water. Lots and lots of water. Oh, and then also electrolytes. Yes, yes, I know, sir. I know, sir. I know, sir. You are very pleased about your rocket launches at my soldiers. I'm not as pleased, I assure you, Mr. Blood Guardian Maine. All right, I'm now going to take you to, let me know if there are, of course, updates regarding Israel. Missile fell in an open area. Thank you, Yoram. Yoram lets us know that one of the missiles fell in an open area. I'm going to show the report right now. God bless. It appears that it did not hit an area with people. Let me check right now. Yep. I believe it did not. All right, thank you for that. All right. Oh, why didn't that show? All right, hold on. Let me grab that link again in a second. So I have that one from Yoram that I have to just find and reshare, and then I have another image from the... oh, this is it. Yep, this is it. So let me just open it again from Yoram. 1 second. Third missile to the southern region, looking at live now. Yeah, alerts, red alerts, red alerts. Going live now. There are red alerts in the southern region. And then while I'm waiting for the red alerts, you are looking at the most recent footage. Sorry, I lost it for a second. This is the most recent alert. The siren is not live now. This is from the video. You're looking at one of the missiles earlier that flew from Iran over Israel and landed in an open area. The most recent footage. I'm now going to take you live. There are red alerts, as you can see on the screen. All right, we're now monitoring live. The red alerts have gone down. We're not sure if there was another impact in the south. I am monitoring. There are alerts in Dianoa in the south. Those were the last round of alerts. Dianoa in the south. Hi, Sammy. It is so good to see you. Pakistan, it's not Imran Khan's party, it's the other party. I don't remember what the leader of Pakistan, what his political party is. Oh, God bless you to the person who sent a donation for dinner. If you got a heart on your donation, I absolutely am going to use that to get some food. Maybe not right now. I'm going to have a snack, but I am going to get some food. God bless you. Thank you for that. The first person to donate today. That was so nice of you. And then I immediately had to pay $2 back to Cash App for the money I borrowed. That's okay, Cash App. I'm happy to pay you back. So thank you so much. That was the first person today who donated. And you don't have to donate by any means. All your camaraderie and your chat and compassion mean so much to me. As we watch live, the red alerts have slowly scaled down. I am monitoring for impacts in the south. Right, Francine? I know exactly what you're saying, my dear friend. It seems like it's everywhere right now. Alright, and we're waiting for updates. Oh, I have more footage right now. This is the skies of Jenin. Okay, I have more footage right now from the skies of Jenin as we listen live in the background. This is live. This is the most recent footage 1 minute ago. I don't know if it was this round or the last, over skies of Jenin. Showing you a missile now. It's only half the footage. I'll show you it full here. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are looking at an Iranian missile flying over the skies of Jenin just minutes ago. I have footage from Beersheva. The newest footage from Beersheva. I'll have that for you right now. This is the newest footage from Beersheva, just 1 minute ago. Alright, so this is Beersheva. Donald, I do not have it up right now, but if you see something there I need to know, you just let me know and I can open it. When I open too many YouTube channels at once, it slows down the Twitter videos, but yes, I can monitor it. You just let me know. There's very serious situations in the airport in Dubai, which has been struck, and then there was just a bunch of missiles launched by Iran towards southern Israel. You are looking at the latest footage now. Now I hear there was an attack in the area of Tehran Tower. Okay, there was an attack in the area of Tehran Tower. Again, this is over Jenin. Just minutes ago, this is actually on the ground. As you watch those scenes play, those are the most recent I have for you. I'll show you the Tehran Tower report. Iran has also been hit hard tonight, and the footage is coming in, especially near Mahrabad Airport. Here is Tehran Tower.
وفقا للإعلام الإيراني هناك استهداف لمحيط برج طهران. طبعا برج طهران من الأبراج المهمة في العاصمة الإيرانية طهران. يبدو أن إسرائيل تركز هذه الليلة على عدد من الأهداف الحيوية للغاية. استهدفت برج طهران الآن.
Okay, now I have the latest video from the south. It has just come in. This is the latest video from the south of Israel, just 2 minutes ago. This is the latest from the south of Israel. 1 second. It's so new it hasn't even reposted yet. Right here. This is to the south. This is the south of Israel now. I'll give you better footage in 1 second. Again, this is in the south of Israel just now. Oh, God bless you to the person who sent another donation. The second donation we got tonight, we have $15 in our fund now. Or 25, I'm so sorry. God bless you. I'm going to make sure I put a heart on that. If you get a heart from me, that means I am very grateful. And I went into the... Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want to say thanks. I want to put a heart. 1 second. There's a heart. If you got a heart, that means I'm very grateful. Again, the latest footage from on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. This is the south of Israel just now. You are looking at footage just now. Oh, wonderful from T.A. Sarah. Oh, thank you so much, T.A. Sarah. I am so grateful for your kind words, sir, in these intense moments. Airfield still unavailable. Oh, hello, 1-0 State fan. It is so good to see you, my dear friend. How have you been? Hello, just smile and wave. Oh, Missile Command. I will check that game out. The game even had an Iron Dome effect. I remember Missile Command. But again, you were looking at the latest footage just now on the ground in southern Israel. Yes, Roy's World. No doubt about that. Then I'll show you the latest from Dubai. So that was the latest from southern Israel just a minute ago. Then there was the update on Tehran Tower. Then there was the rocket over Jenin right now, south of Tel Aviv. Oh, God bless you. Just smile and wave. You are so kind. Oh, salvation is for all. God bless all of you for being so kind to each other. Those are the rockets in the sky of Jenin. And then this was the Islamic resistance. And then here's the update from Saudi Arabian TV about 34 drones intercepted.
خبر عاجل مشاهدينا التلفزيون السعودي الرسمي يفيد باعتراض 34 طائرة مسيرة خلال ساعة واحدة في المنطقة الشرقية. إذن التلفزيون الرسمي السعودي يتحدث عن اعتراض 34 طائرة مسيرة خلال ساعة واحدة في المنطقة الشرقية. التلفزيون العربي.
So that was the newest.
خبر عاجل مشاهدينا التلفزيون السعودي الرسمي يفيد باعتراض 34 طائرة مسيرة خلال ساعة واحدة في المنطقة الشرقية. إذن التلفزيون الرسمي السعودي يتحدث عن اعتراض 34 طائرة مسيرة خلال ساعة واحدة في المنطقة الشرقية. التلفزيون العربي.
All right, thank you very much. That was the latest update about Saudi Arabia intercepting 34 drones in the last hour. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just coming up on 9:01 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime, Sunday, March 15, 2026. I'm so grateful to have you all with me. It is coming up on 3 a.m. local time in Israel, Monday, March 16, 2026, 4:30 a.m. in Tehran, Monday, March 16, 2026. I just wanted to take a moment as a sort of mental decompression break. We can look at some horses in a minute once I know that things are a little bit more calming. But I just want to say a special hello to a very special cat named Missy. Missy, you are a wonderful little cat, and if you've never had the TV talk to you before, the man on the TV is talking to you, Missy. Now, if you go over to your human, Missy, and you just give that little human some, nice little attention, I don't know how cats show love, you just know, Missy, that you are loved and appreciated as a little kitty cat, and I hope you're having a very nice day, and yeah, the man on the TV is talking to you, and you're a little cat, so I hope you're having a nice day. I hope you're a little confused. That's you, Missy, the cat, the little kitty cat. Yes, you. I hope you're having a very nice day, Missy. I think Missy has been sufficiently baffled because the TV's talking to the cat. The cat's like, wait a minute. TVs aren't supposed to talk directly to me. I'm a cat. Anyway, I'm sure Missy's going to have a great day. She's going to go tell all her cat friends now. She's going to be like, listen, I was watching the TV and it just started talking to me. It was like it was custom-made TV for cats. I don't even know what to tell you. Let's take the Al Jazeera top of the hour update right now in English. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for watching, and we hope you're having a nice time.
Their military is defeated, but all you need is a few people dropping lines here and there, and you louse it up. So,
This is the top of the hour update from Mr. President Trump. Oh, God bless you for the person who sent a donation. You are so kind. I have to update our total. We're at like $35 for today. We're doing well. I'm so grateful for you all. God bless you. This is the top of the hour update. 1 second, please.
Africa's longest-serving leaders.
This is Mr. President Trump on Air Force One.
First ever broadcast. Curious. Al Jazeera's
8th Academy.
1 second.
Held under unprecedented.
Breaking news. This is live.
President Trump's been speaking aboard Air Force One.
This is live.
Let's just listen to
what he
had
earlier.
to say.
very good results today, as you've probably heard in Iran. Very strong results militarily. Results. We're talking to countries about policing the streets. Because they are the ones, we don't get oil, very little, 1%, 2%. China, as an example, gets about 90% of its stuff from the Hormuz Strait. And nice to have other countries police that with us. We'll help work militarily with, as far as I'm concerned, we've essentially defeated Iran. I guess they can have a little bit of fight back, but not much. Not much. We've taken out their air forces, we've taken out their navy. We've taken out their air defense, and there's no air defense whatsoever. We've taken out their leadership times 2 or 3, might be 3, we'll find out soon. But militarily, it's been amazing. We attacked Targ, Island, and we left just one little area standing, and the standing parties where they have the pipes, the oil pipe, and we can do that on 5 minutes notice. We have it all locked and loaded and ready to go if we want to do it. We choose not to do it. I choose not to do it yet. We'll see what happens. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. I don't think they're ready. Just on what I'm hearing, they want to negotiate badly, and they should. But I don't think they're ready to do what they have to do. But I think they will be ready at some point. But we're doing very well with respect to that old situation in Iran. We are talking to other countries about working with us for the policing of the strait. And I think we're getting good response. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's great. Remember, they could be in serious jeopardy.
Mr. President, your PAC put out a fundraising email a couple of days ago that's been criticized for using official White House photos of you and the dignified transfer. And the PAC is also promising access to secret.
Well, I was at the dignified transfer, unlike a lot
Do you
of
think
other
it's an
people.
appropriate email to send? Your critics are saying that your fundraising.
I didn't see it. I mean, some of them went there. We have a lot of people working for us. But there's nobody that's better to the military than me. And all you have to do is look at the election, look at the election results, look at the kind of votes that we get, look at the poll numbers. There's nobody that's ever been higher as a president than me with the military.
Can you give us comment on the
We're one of the worst, most fake, most corrupt. You know what ABC is? I think it's maybe the most corrupt organizations on the planet. I think they're terrible. I don't want any more from ABC.
Right here,
You're much better.
Thank you, sir. What's Israel doing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, they're working with us. relationship with Israel. That was other fake news. They were saying, well, did I have an argument with him? No, we really get along well. And he would tell you we're leading the whole thing. And I don't know if they can say it or not say it. It doesn't matter. The main thing is to get it done. But my relationship with Bibi Netanyahu is, I would say, extraordinary. Go ahead.
When you called for people of Iran to rise up for the government,
I did.
What's going on there?
Well, you're dealing with thugs. You're dealing with horrible people. You're dealing with people that are violent and vicious. And that's the leadership and the people right under them, their military or their police. And they've notified everybody and put in statements that if you protest, you're going to be shot and killed. Protesters have no guns. And I know you're a brave person, but I don't think you'd be protesting. And so I think it's very hard for them. I fully understand it. They said, if you protest, you will be killed. A week ago and 2 weeks ago, they killed 32,000 protesters, at least. We think the number is much higher than that. They shot and killed 32,000 protesters who were greatly enthusiastic and never see a change because they've destroyed the country. The people that are running it destroyed the country. Think of it. They shot and killed much more than 32,000 people. Now they put out a notice 2 days ago that we're going to shoot and kill any protester. And they don't have guns, meaning the protesters have no guns. So I can fully understand why they're not doing it. Oh, one other thing that was AI generated, they showed about 250,000 people in a square saying how much they love Khomeini. Totally AI generated. It never took place. The media knew it didn't take place, but they built it up like they have great support. They don't have support. And that whole rally that they had 3 days ago, 4 days ago, that they said was fake. It was AI generated. AI can be very dangerous. We have to be very careful with it. But the rally, because I was actually surprised to see, because I don't know how much the people hate this leadership. This leadership has destroyed the country. The rally that everybody, including ABC, fake news, your network is the worst. But everybody put that rally on. Like, oh, and even I was surprised. I looked. It turned out, I found out today, it was a totally AI-generated fake news story put in by news organizations in the U.S. and elsewhere. And honestly, they really shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Mr. President, do you mention that there are any diplomatic talks going on between the U.S. and Iran at all?
Yeah. We're talking to them. But I don't think they're ready. But they're pretty close.
Mr. President,
I don't know that I want to make a deal. Because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with. Because most of their leadership has been killed. So I don't even know that we want to make a deal.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran's military
they want to make a deal badly, yes.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran's military has been decimated economically in other ways. Are you ready to officially declare victory? Yes.
No, I don't want to do that. There's no reason to. I think I just say they're decimated.
Can you explain
I think that we've done damage to them right now. If we left right now, it would take them 10 years and more to rebuild. But I'm still not declaring it over.
Can you explain
Our military is incredible. The job they've done is just incredible. And the problem is that when you look at fake stories written by you people, written by and generated by AI, it's incredible. And I just wonder.
A buffer issue on Al Jazeera.
It was AI generated. You know. We have people, some are dead, but we have some people that we think would be good, and we will see about that. It's something we talk about. See what happens.
Can you explain why we're seeing 5,000 Marines and sailors? Can you explain why
You're a very obnoxious person. Go ahead, what were you going to say?
I wanted to ask if you talked about
That was kind of
about selling oil futures
I'm sure everybody is concerned. I have to do what's right. I can't say that, gee, I don't want to have any impact on
Please be aware YouTube is going up and down. Please be aware YouTube is going up and down site-wide. YouTube is going up and down site-wide. Hold, please. It's folks, bad hit. But don't worry. It is actually YouTube. It is actually YouTube and X. It is and X. It is, but there's going to be a little there's going to be a little turbulence on Air Tower. There's going to be a little turbulence on Air Tower. There's going to be a little turbulence on Air Tower right here. I'm monitoring. YouTube is stabilizing. It just took a pretty hard hit. It just took a pretty hard hit. YouTube took a pretty hard hit. YouTube took a pretty hard hit right there. It's up. I repeat, it's up. Okay, it's over. It's over. We're back.
No moon, and every single bomb went right down those chutes and blew the whole place apart. If I didn't do that,
if you're stuck buffering, just refresh.
Nuclear warfare in the Middle East, and I think Israel would have been.
We're back.
I think parts of the Middle East would have been. And you saw that when they sent thousands of missiles to countries that didn't expect anything. They didn't think we were going to be involved.
That was a serious hit.
What happened with Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia?
I watched all the channels go down at once. I don't know what it was, but I watched them all go down at the same time. Al Jazeera and I stayed up, but even Al Jazeera got hit really hard. All the channels got hit there right at the same time. Yes, Air Towel is leveling off. Thank you. Sorry for the turbulence. That was a YouTube-wide issue.
Then they had thousands of missiles, and for the most part, largely we've now destroyed those missiles. So thank you very much.
What do you want to see in a deal?
You're talking to Cuba. Cuba also wants to make a deal, and I think we will pretty soon either make a deal or do whatever we have to do. We have a lot of great people that happen to vote for Trump. Not that that matters, but we have a lot of great people from Cuba that were violently and viciously thrown out of the country, and worse, families were killed. And so we're talking to Cuba, but we're going to do Iran before Cuba.
What is that?
And you know, people have been waiting 50 years to get this story with Cuba. When I left Palm Beach today, there were thousands of people on the road. I'm sure you saw them. And they were from Cuba and from Venezuela, all friendly, waving the flag and waving the American flag. They've been waiting 50 years for what's happening with Cuba. So I think something will happen with Cuba pretty quickly.
Do you have an idea of the Iran strike? Is it looking more likely than it was in the U.S.'s fault? The Iran strike that...
Mr. President, what do you want to see in a...
Similar objectives, really. Could be a little bit different. You know, they're there and we're very far away. But I think they probably have a pretty similar position. The relationship has been very good. The militaries are very well coordinated. Ours is the strongest by far in the world, and they have a real good military. They're really good. They have a lot of our weapons. They have our planes. They have our missiles. They have our Patriots. They have a lot of our weapons. We have the best. We make the best weapons in the world. And now what we're doing, as you probably saw, we have the Raytheon and all of the Lockheed. All of these companies are now building plants. We don't want to wait. We make the best weapons, but we don't like to have to wait for them. What we do have, though, is at a very high level, we have unlimited weapons at a medium to high level. And they're really doing the trick. And we're not using they call it the elite weapons. Because frankly, they haven't, outside of the original attack, they haven't been necessary. These companies are building facilities, and they've already started all over many of them are building many buildings right now to make so that we wait 2 weeks instead of 2 years for weapons.
So last week you said that we're nowhere near sending ground troops to the Middle East.
I'm not talking to people like you about that. I mean, why would I tell you I'm sending or not sending? I don't talk about military strategy. Who would talk about it? Who would answer a question like that?
Do you have a comment on the 6 service members?
Who else?
What do you want to see in a deal? Because earlier you said reportedly that...
Well, you start off with no nuclear weapons. That's where it starts. And then on top of that, there's plenty of things that we're going to get. Thank you very much.
Comment about Israel?
So you're just watching President Trump there speaking earlier on board Air Force One. And if you're just joining us, it's just past 01:17 GMT hours. I'm Darren Jordan. US President Donald Trump has threatened consequences for the NATO military alliance if it doesn't secure the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has effectively blocked off the key shipping route. Speaking in the last hour, Trump said he didn't see why NATO wouldn't help with a, quote, very small endeavour of keeping the strait open. Well, we're live in Beirut, Amman, Doha and Washington, D.C. That's where we start with Manuel Rapallo. Manuel, so we were just watching President Trump speaking earlier on board Air Force One, but before that, he warned that NATO countries face what he called a bad future if they fail to assist in the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. What's Trump's thinking here, Manny?
That's right, Darren. We just heard President Trump speaking aboard Air Force One there. A few points that are worth mentioning there. He's talking about working with Israel to secure the Strait of Hormuz, talking about apparently the United States is openly in communication with Iran, though President Trump made it clear that he doesn't think they're ready for a deal, and he doesn't seem to be sure that he is ready for a deal. That's what President Trump said to reporters aboard Air Force One. He also made a mention of 7 countries that he could be partnering with to provide security and secure flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. We should note here that we cannot point to any country, at least not one that I'm aware of, as of Sunday evening that has publicly committed to such a plan. But Darren, I will read a quote from President Trump to the Financial Times from Sunday, where he makes is the easiest way to understand his argument in what this strategy is of this international coalition to protect or to secure the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says it's only appropriate that people who are the beneficiaries of the strait will help to make sure that nothing bad happens there, pointing out that Europe and China depend on Gulf oil far more than the United States. Now, Trump warns here, if there's no response or if it's a negative response, I think will be very bad. It will be very bad for the future of NATO. President Trump says allies should provide whatever it takes, including minesweepers, troops, and special forces to target threats along Iran's coast. You could argue here, Darren, that this is a mix of military strategy and diplomacy from the President of the United States as the White House seeks here to share the burden of securing the Strait of Hormuz, where some 20% of the world's energy supply transits through. It's a very narrow waterway to prevent a spillover into a larger global economic impact.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to U.S. media, saying they're willing to fight for as long as it takes, Manny. What does all of this mean then for the White House's timeline for the war?
The signaling by Iran's foreign minister certainly does undermine President Trump's sort of attempts to control the narrative here, or to control the framing of the timeline of this war. Now, on Sunday, there was a lot of chatter in the early morning Sunday news talk shows here in Washington into what I would say is quickly devolving into a war of competing narratives. We're hearing from senior White House officials who repeat some of those same lines that President Trump is saying, including that the United States is way ahead of schedule in terms of its military campaign in Iran. We heard from Kevin Hassett, the White House economic advisor, who even went as far as saying that the war could be over in 4 to 6 weeks. Very different than what we're hearing from political pundits, what we're hearing from military analysts here in Washington, who say that the American public needs to read between the lines, that Iran is doubling down, changing strategy into what could very well be a war of attrition, essentially as a strategy of endurance here, dragging this conflict out politically, dragging it out economically, forcing Washington into a scenario where diplomats could essentially have to find a diplomatic off-ramp to this conflict.
All right, Manuel Rapallo, live for us there in Washington, D.C. Manuel, thank you. Let's bring in Mohammed Val. He's in the Iranian capital, Tehran, for us. So, Mohammed, what more are you hearing there from the Iranians on who can use the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, Darren, the Iranians are very clear about this situation. Their narrative is that the Strait of Hormuz is not even closed. It's closed only to hostile powers, basically the United States and Israel and any other country that is allied to them and helping them in this war. So instead of the initial reports that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz, completely. Now they are making it very clear that it is not closed. And I think the intention there on the part of Iranians is that to attack and to undermine the narrative, the American narrative about the need for a global coalition of forces to fight Iran, to force Iran to open the straits. So Iran is saying, no, it's open. There is no need for China, for other countries to come with their warships. I'm just reading between the lines here about the Iranian narrative. So they are saying basically that the American propaganda about the strait being closed to the international transit of global supplies of oil and gas is not true. It's open. But Iran controls this strait. They call it smart control. They control it, yes. And they are allowing only the ships and tankers of friendly countries or neutral countries, not American or Israeli tankers and ships.
Yeah, and Mohammed, the French President Emmanuel Macron posted earlier that he spoke with Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian. Do we know what came out of that call, Mohammed?
Yeah, Darren, we heard more about this conversation from the French side than from the Iranian side. The French said that Macron has urged to stop attacking neighboring countries in the Gulf region, particularly the civilian infrastructure and civilian facilities and so on. But on the Iranian side, we know that the Iranians are talking about no need negotiations, no need for a ceasefire, no need for mediation. So probably Iranians are trying to say that, I mean, these are initiatives taken probably by France, by other countries. They mentioned Russia and China over the last couple of days. And the Iranians are inside their country. They are defending themselves and they are listening to everyone who is trying to get in touch. But basically, they are not presenting this type of contacts as any kind of initiative from the Iranians to try to seek negotiation about this war.
All right, Mohammed Val there in Tehran. Mohammed, thank you. Let's cross to Malik Trainer. He's live for us here in Doha. Malik, so just bring us up to date then with the latest on the strikes happening across the Gulf region. What more can you tell us?
Well, just about 30 minutes or so ago, Saudi Arabian state TV said that they intercepted 34 drones in just 1 hour. And just a few minutes ago, authorities in Dubai said that they have put out a fire at a fuel tank that was near the Dubai International Airport. Authorities said that that was the result of a drone crash. And earlier, just a few hours before that, we heard about alarms being raised in Bahrain, and hearing and people there heard loud explosions. Throughout the day, we heard here in Qatar that the Defense Ministry announced that it intercepted a number of drones. In Kuwait, also, in the last 24 hours, their airport was hit, their radar damaged, although it's important to note that the Iranians said they weren't responsible for that attack. So a wide array of attacks here in the Gulf. But we're here.
I just wanted to take a minute to show footage. This is a few minutes ago from the 27th of Ramadan overlooking the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So we talk a lot about peace and serenity on this channel, and although I haven't had time because there's been so much going on to give you a decompression break, here's 30 seconds of a very nice group of young men. No matter what faith you are, I think you can appreciate the serenity of this scene. Here are the overlook of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's still closed. These men cannot go to their mosque to pray because Israel closed it. So they are praying in Jerusalem. It's a very beautiful sight, overlooking the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the 27th of Ramadan. It's a very beautiful city, the holy city. Many faiths live there. But those men can't go to their mosques, so they have to pray there. This was the 27th of Ramadan. It's a very holy experience for them, and you can see what it's like to be up at the overlook and praying on the overlooking the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, the holy city, are in the background. It's a very nice view. It's a very nice mental decompression as we come up on 9:30 Eastern. U.S. wartime. Sunday, March 15, 2026. It is 3:30 a.m. in Israel, and it is 5 a.m. in Tehran. These were the secret prisons that MTV Lebanon revealed that Hezbollah uses. Immediately, their website was targeted. It is back online now, but as soon as MTV Lebanon showed the Hezbollah prisons in Lebanon, the channel was attacked. Yes, my dear friend Naomi, yes indeed. In the town of Atel, north of Tulkarm, a person has been killed. This is the occupied Palestinian territories following an IDF raid. This is north of Tulkarm. I do not have more information at this time. This is footage of an Iranian missile earlier tonight heading towards the south. I now have footage from more footage. Heavy rockets heading towards the south. This is the Mehrabad side of Tehran. This is tonight. This was overnight. The Mehrabad side of Tehran. Yes, Sarah, MTV Lebanon is like a news channel. It's not a music channel. It's just like a news channel in Lebanon. The other channels are like El Mana, El Mayadeen, but MTV Lebanon is one of them. I have more footage from you. 2:53 a.m. today in Tehran. This is just about 3 hours ago. This is Mehrabad Airport near Tehran. That is Tehran right now, tonight. That is the American hits on Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. The video is heavily censored, but you are looking at the American hits on the Mehrabad Airport in Tehran tonight. Oh, Mimi, you are so wonderful. God bless you for all your kindness and good vibes. I needed that energy right now. T.A. Sarah's taking notes about MTV Lebanon. Good job, T.A. Sarah. This will be on the final. There's going to be a quiz on all the TV networks in Lebanon. Thank you, Gunbeat366. Yeah, I can jump around. I'm the Towel TV producer from the War Desk. See, I can jump around from scene to scene. I can show you all sorts of things. I have it just all queued up and ready. I'm a Towel producer. It's a real live news network. Novo Order Seclorum. Yeah. I like the phrase out of many one a little bit better. Again, this was more documentation from the south of Israel earlier today. The most recent round of missiles. I'm going to fail all the quizzes, says Lynn. Don't worry, T.A. Sarah will help you train. Don't worry. And Mimi can be also one of the assistants for the quizzes. Mimi, you're very smart.
Yeah.
Mimi can be our energetic director for the quizzes. You just will people to do well, Mimi. Do I have a whoopee cushion? I don't, Mimi, but you can be interested. I told you, Mimi. See, I didn't even read Mimi saying that. I just knew she was going to bring the energy. So, Mimi, you bring the whoopee cushions to the final. You can mess with T.A. Sarah. It will be hilarious. Yes, T.A. Sarah's passing out the notes. And Mimi's going to bring the whoopee cushion, then we're all going to laugh. T.A. Sarah will take it all in good fun. That's how you make an exam more fun. No, Mimi, that's so nice of you. You're willing to bring a whoopee cushion to the final. That shows true heart and commitment. God bless you, Mimi. You're so kind. Mimi's like, all right, I'm on it. I don't know if T.A. Sarah's going to like this plan. Hello, silent dogs. TA Sarah is giving out bonus points in the form of penguins. This is wonderful. You're all keeping each other in high spirits. There's a lot of intense things going on. I have more scenes for you from Tehran right now, okay? I have more scenes from you from Tehran right now. Give me 1 second. There's more videos to load up. This is the latest from Tehran. 2 columns of smoke from explosions on attack points west Tehran seen from Ektaban, 2:55 a.m. So this is about an hour and a half ago in Tehran, maybe 2 hours ago in Tehran. That is awesome, Mimi. This is Mehrabad. This is Tehran tonight. Hi, Miss Missy. Yep, there's Being There is a great movie. That's my favorite movie, Mimi. I love the movie Being There. I watch that movie all the time. You know, they say that life is like a garden. It's just a matter of waiting for the next season. Yes, you're watching footage from Tehran tonight. Just about an hour and a half ago. Now I have footage from Jaffa of an Iranian missile coming in. This is Tehran, the Mehrabad airport. This was 2:53 a.m. local time. So about, I'd say, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Yes, Liam, there was a bit of an internet kind of glitch there. That was pretty intense in the United States. I saw YouTube take a pretty big hit. Again, this is the most recent footage, 2:53 a.m. this morning, Monday, March 16, 2026 in Tehran. Very good. Hello, Interpretowel. Naomi, you are a super towel. Alright, so that is the latest from Tehran. Okay? That is the latest from Tehran. I also have footage now from Jaffa. Okay, this is Jaffa, the most recent round of Iranian missiles. This is from Jaffa. This is loud. Sirens. This is not live, but it is when the missile came over Jaffa in Israel, in the Palestinian territories, just about an hour ago. Missile over Jaffa tonight. Again, that's from Jaffa just a few minutes ago. Maybe about an hour ago. Liam, well, I'm glad you're with us. Oh, I thought you were going to say you agree with the British actually today, Mimi, and I was like, well, yeah, I guess we can't all agree with the British all the time. What did they say today that you agree with? But anyway, I don't know what the British actor said, but God bless him. Here's the latest from Al Jazeera English.
Business stays good.
Oh, they're not live. Let's go to Al Jazeera Arabic.
بين الإسرائيلي والأمريكي بعد ما لوحظ من أثر سلبي على المستوى العالمي لإغلاق مضيق هرمز.
التحية لك وللضيفين الكريمين وللسادة المشاهدين. ربما أخي عبد السلام حتى قبل هذه الحرب كان هنالك أسئلة تطرح في الداخل الإسرائيلي وحتى في أروقة السياسة الأمريكية حول مدى هذه العلاقة وتأثيرها من التابع ومن المتبوع فيها في سياق الحرب على غزة. ظلت هذه الأسئلة تطرح. هنالك في إسرائيل من يتهم بعض الأطراف في الداخل الإسرائيلي بمحاولة خلق وافتعال إشكالات مرتبطة بإضرار نتنياهو بالعلاقة ما بين الولايات المتحدة وإسرائيل وتحديدا في إطار العلاقة الشخصية مع رئيس الولايات المتحدة. اليوم الرئيس ترامب منح مقابلة خاصة للقناة 14 المحسوبة على اليمين تسمى قناة نتنياهو، وتحدث فيها عن أحد الصحفيين الذي لطالما كرر فكرة أن نتنياهو يضر يعني هذه العلاقة الاستراتيجية، وقال أن هذا مستوى متدني من الكذب، حتى يعني وصف ما يجري بأنه مجرد خزعبلات.
So this is just old news about Trump and Bibi being buddies. Let me see if I can get Al Mayadeen back. Their network didn't do too good earlier. Let's monitor the live cam, see if anything's going on right now in Israel. We're coming up on morning prayers. Do we know when morning prayers are, by the way, in Israel? Not Israel, the occupied today. It's feeling better, Mimi. Thank you. Yeah, my headache went away. And I think so let's go to our main screen for a second. I'll show you the cams over Tel Aviv. One of the free streams is having issues. He may not have been monitoring when YouTube had its problem. He went down at like 3:34. He's not back up yet. The cam managed to stay live. YouTube's having a lot of issues tonight. I managed to stay up because I use an RTMP feed. Normally we are able to stay up. This stream's down. It went down at 3:34. This stream is up, the one on the right, but the one on the left is down. To everyone who has been donating tonight, thank you so much. I'm trying to take some of the burden off my friend who helps me every week. There's like 3 or 4 people. You all are so wonderful. Like when emergencies happen, you save me. And so to those of you, every few hours I might do a donation read. This is a service run by one person. I have been streaming for every day of the war, and it's day 17. We did 24 hours the first day. We did 12 hours every subsequent day, and you can donate to help feed me. And I got to get another rental car tomorrow, and it just adds up. It's a long story. I'll explain it like this week when we have a lull. Like there's a car that's supposed to be mine, and someone's keeping it from me, and it's this whole don't have time to like go do anything. I wake up after sleeping for like 6 hours, and then I have like 3 hours to get my supplies, and I talk to my friend Miss Missy on Discord a little bit, and Nikki, and then like I say hello in the Tal Discord, and then I go right back to streaming. So I just don't have time to like settle my affairs, and I wanted to be a priest, and I was in law school until December, so I was a student, and I've been disabled since 2014. I got a surgery. I'm cut in half from left to right. My airway and esophagus penetrated into each other. I have an optic nerve issue. I have facial neuralgia, and I have colitis to make it all worse. And my mom kind of abandoned me over the Karen Reed case. I don't want to go into all the details. Just know it's ridiculous. And all the people in chat will be like, yeah, we kind of like saw that happen with his mom. It was really wild. Anyway, there's also a Discord. If you want to join the Tower Discord, you can chat with me in the morning. But yeah, the Cash App is my name is Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant E1. And I do need some extra help for probably the next week or two, because, you know, things are just tough. And I guess I'm going to do this until the war ends. So God bless you. And we are monitoring live. I'm going to show you the latest footage, and we will take the updates as they come in. I expect when morning prayer hits, oh goodness, in the next half an hour to an hour, hour and a half, we have to be very careful. Eilat is at 329, 550, 1150, 315. Okay. When is 3? So that just happened. 329. That just happened. All right. We need to see if there's going to... If I am right about this, there might be a launch in the next 20 minutes now, let me tell. God bless you for that. If I am right, there might be a launch. I do not want that to happen. I'm going to keep you updated. I'll take us back. Al Jazeera Arabic probably won't have any live programming until the top of the hour. Maybe they will if there's a live news event, though. Let's check what Al Jazeera English is doing.
While hundreds public order, especially given the chance of meeting counter-protesters. So they've been ordered to stay in the one fixed position here on the south bank of the River Thames. The river itself being used as a barrier to separate these protesters from the counter-protesters who are over on the northern bank, holding their own protest.
Thank you so
the
much,
Al-Quds
Naomi.
protest is in support of the Palestinian
Haifa
cause,
is at
and with the
426.
genocide against Gaza, there have been
550
heightened
and 11.
feelings for
All right,
the
I'll be
last
watching, my
several
friend.
years.
What about
But
Jerusalem?
this year, the war against Iran has really fueled the sense
no
of
text
anger.
incoming right
every
now.
individual, especially
X-Man.
any human heart, will be able to realize.
Normally, X-Man, the texts come in within a certain amount of time of morning prayers. The waves have been normally like in 3 waves. Yesterday was a little unpredictable. This first wave tonight was during the first prayers. The second prayers are between now and 6 a.m. local time. They kind of roll depending on the city. The time is rolling, so I'm monitoring, and then also I will keep getting live updates. But yes, Israel is where my eyes are right now, as well as Beirut, and then also Dubai, where the airport is on fire.
Described last year under the UK's Terrorism Act. Similarly, protesters have been told not to carry Hezbollah flags and have also been warned that chanting for intifada or resistance in Arabic could be seen or interpreted as a call to violence and therefore a hate crime, which could also end up in arrest. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, London.
Let's take a look now at other stories making global headlines. Israeli forces have restricted access to Al-Aqsa Mosque for Palestinian Muslim worshippers. Many were forced to pray outside the compound during the holiest night of Ramadan. Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day has more now from Ramallah.
Israeli occupation authorities continue to close the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound to Muslim worshippers, and Palestinians are outraged. This is in line with emergency measures Israel has taken inside Israel proper, but Palestinians, especially during this holy month of Ramadan, are especially outraged. They point to Israel's restrictions on their access to Islam's third holiest site. In general, they point to the statements made by several ministers about attempts to take over the holy site. They do not believe that this is being done to protect them, and so dozens of Palestinians have taken to the street. They tried to pray during this holiest night of Ramadan, Laylat al-Qadr, where Muslims believe the Quran ascended from the heavens and was spread by the Prophet. Usually in previous years, the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound would be crowded with tens of thousands of worshippers. Instead, tonight we saw a few dozen Palestinians attempt to pray as close as they can to the holy compound in an attempt to make a statement that mosque is theirs. They say this is a war of Israel's choosing, and we do not have to bear the consequences. Noor O'Day, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
An Israeli strike on a police vehicle in central Gaza has killed 9 people. Moath Al-Khalout reports now from the scene of the attack in Al Suwaida.
Police officers were killed in an Israeli strike targeted a police station jeep here behind me in Salah ad-Din Road, which is used to transport the humanitarian assistance to the northern Gaza and the Gaza city. At the moment, the civil defense forces are trying to collect whatever remains from the bodies of the police officers. As you can clearly see here in this scene, it was a very horrific scene as Palestinians described the situation here. Locals who witnessed the attack said that the jeep were struck 2 times with Israeli drones, and this just to confirm that the police officers who are in the jeep to be killed. We are talking about nearly 1,500 breaches and violations to the ceasefire agreement. These violations resulted at least 600 Palestinians who were killed, and the Israeli army keep attacking and violating the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, and make the life miserable here in the Gaza Strip. Moath Al-Khalout, Al Jazeera, from central Gaza, Palestine.
A powerful success in Gaza has made life even harder as damaged homes and fragile shelters offer little protection. Ibrahim Al-Khalili reports now from Gaza City.
In Gaza, even the weather is a test of survival.
as a powerful sandstorm swept through the strip, adding hardship to a population already worn down by years of war. The storm's impact goes beyond damaged shelters. The thick dust in the air has posed serious risks for people with respiratory illnesses.
Even before the storm, I was affected by the weather, so you can imagine what it was like during the storm itself. For me and for everyone suffering from asthma, it was devastating. Yesterday, I felt like dying. I was fasting, but I couldn't continue my fast because of the severe breathing problems.
Civil defense crews say the storm may have passed, but the danger has not.
Civil defense crews continue to receive distress calls through the operations rooms, and our teams are heading out to remove ongoing hazards, including clearing some concrete blocks that were destabilized by the strong winds. Also responding to families whose tents were destroyed and who are now left without shelter. The civil defense is following up with citizens, but unfortunately our capabilities remain very limited.
In the aftermath of the storm, many displaced families still face danger in weakened homes and tents.
The UN says nearly 80% of Gaza's buildings have been damaged or destroyed. As a result, 90% of the population has been forced from their homes, living in tents or damaged shelters that offer little protection from harsh weather or the impact of Israel's continuing war. Ibrahim al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Pakistan's military say 4 civilians have been killed in Afghan mortar fire along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. The incident happened in the border village of Leti as a mortar shell struck a residential home. It follows earlier airstrikes on Pakistan's forces as Taliban military sites and hideouts were targeted in Kandahar. Authorities in Kenya say the death toll from floods triggered by heavy rains has risen to 66. Torrential overnight downpours in the capital, Nairobi, left numerous homes and vehicles damaged. President William Ruto activated a multi-agency emergency response plan to assist people affected by the flooding, which began more than 2 weeks ago. Thousands of families across 17 counties nationwide have been displaced. Violence is on the rise in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo.
Let me just pause here. First, I wanted to say hello to all the dear friends in the chat. I have an update for you. Listen to how positive this is. Listen, earlier I was telling you that overnight I struggled. I was trying to help this family of Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan. He was killed in Kuwait in action, serving the U.S. on March 1st, 2026. His family, he left behind a family, a wife and 2 children, and they need our help. Some of the GoFundMes for our dear fallen heroes are at upwards of 500,000. The Marzan family, we were in the past just 2 hours. Overnight it was at 3,600. We couldn't get it to go up, but in the past 2 hours it went up from 3,600 to 4,300. I think we can do it. If you're in the chat and you're able to help the Marzan family, please don't put yourself into a difficult position, but they need our help. They don't have the 500,000 like the other fundraisers, so I'm just a small channel, but maybe you can share it with your friends in the military or people who are around the military community, or maybe you can help in chat. So there's a link, you can find it right there in the last link I just posted in chat. If you go to, oh God bless you Mimi, if you go, you're so kind, if you go to that GoFundMe, you can donate to the Marzan family. And Mr. Marzan, Chief Warrant Officer Marzan, he was a decorated veteran. He served in the military since the 1990s, including in Kuwait, and then he deployed multiple times after that. He was a lifetime member of the U.S. military, and he had over 40 medals. He had a lot of medals for his time in the service, and he died in Kuwait on March 1st, 2026. So I hope you will consider a donation to his family. I was only able to donate $5. If I donate more, then I will have to ask for people for more money for me, and it just creates a vicious cycle. But you can help too, and I did my best to pay it forward. But God bless each and every one of you for your consideration of your donation to the Marzan family. You can find that link right there in the chat, and the title is Support for the Marzan Family's Loss. And the chief foreign officer Marzan had 2 babies, 2 kids that he left behind, and a wife, and he deserves our support. There are $4,305, and we can make their day a little bit better. I'm sure each time they get an email, they're very pleasantly surprised during this tough time. They don't know who's helping them out there, but we can surprise them, and that would be really nice. So you just go to the GoFundMe again, so you can support the Marzan family here. Support the Marzan family here. Yes, and so, you don't have to donate. Don't put a burden on yourself. But if you know people who might want to help the Marzan family, or like a TV station, anything we can do just to get them a little attention so that they can have the help they deserve, I put the fundraiser link in the chat, and you can learn all about Chief Foreign Officer Marzan. And we just need, maybe like CNN or Fox or KTLA, or where was Mr. Marzan from? He was a hero. He was a very heroic man. We just need his local TV station to share it, or, CNN, anybody. They just need a little help. The other fundraiser is at $500,000 for the other family, and I was so happy to see that. But the Marzan family, they need our help. Chief Foreign Officer Marzan, we can't just let his family fall through the cracks. We have to rise up. And if you're not from America, that's okay. You don't have to help. I understand. But if you're from America, we talk so much about helping our veterans. I would really like it if you could help the Marzan family. It would mean so much to me. And I'm calling these segments during the breaks Helping Our Heroes, because I think we should do more of that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm so grateful to all of you who've been considering my request to help the Marzan family. You can make a donation right there in the chat. You just have to follow the link to the GoFundMe. Thank you very much for your attention to this important announcement from Grant Smith Ellis here in Boston as we approach 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Wartime, Sunday, March 15, 2026, where we pray for all those who have fallen in defense of our nation, and we pray for the innocents in harm's way, and I'm very grateful to be with you all tonight. So, thank you again for your consideration of my request during this hour's Helping Our Heroes segment. And if you have a hero from America or an allied country and their family needs help, you just let me know, and I will be happy to share it on this program. It would be my honor. And furthermore, if you I wish I could help all the military families, but I can't help the families of our enemies. That's not allowed. But I can absolutely help the families of the soldiers of our allied countries and my country anytime, or their families. You just let me know. It would be my honor. So we're watching live. I will take us back to Al Jazeera for the top of the hour update, if you wouldn't mind, but I'm monitoring very closely because I expect another wave of attacks, unfortunately, in the next
Despite
hour.
Several attempts.
Things that are happening.
So again, I'll take you live for the top of the hour
have led many
update
to
in Al
question
Jazeera.
whether this nation, which will co-host the tournament
God
along
bless
with
all.
the U.S. and Canada, can guarantee the safety of the hundreds of thousands of fans expected to come here for the competition. And now another controversy after President Trump said that it would be inappropriate for Iran to take part in the tournament as the war in that country continues to rattle the Middle East.
Officially amazing.
And that's it from here. The Guinness World Record has been reached, and certainly Mexico is keen to continue moving the conversation away from all the violence and towards more football-related events. Organizers are planning hundreds more events like this in the coming months before the start of the World Cup. Julia Galliano, Al Jazeera, Mexico City.
Now, the first face of our sister channel, Al Jazeera Arabic, Jamal Rayyan, has died at the age of 73. The Palestinian presenter delivered the network's first ever bulletin when it launched nearly 3 decades ago. He remained with Al Jazeera from its initial broadcast in 1996, as it grew into a major broadcaster across the Arab world. His career spanned more than 5 decades, during which he covered major global events, including the 2011 Arab Spring. We're taking a short break. Stay with us.
They're taking a break because they're resetting, and then we're going to get reports from Beirut, Tehran, Washington, Amman, Jordan, and then that probably will be it.
As the war on Iran widens, its impact is spreading beyond the battlefield.
This is the top of the hour reset.
Shockwaves are
If they
hitting
take
global
60
energy
seconds to
markets
get
as
ready.
facilities are damaged. supply routes disrupted, and
I'm
risks
waiting
to
for an
vital
update
shipping lanes grow.
on the
Stay with Al
Mahrabad attack in
Jazeera for
Tehran, the
continued
Dubai
coverage
airport
and
attack,
expert analysis.
and then the attacks in the last 2 hours in Israel, which all appear to have missed.
To prevent Iran from getting the missile.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
My name is Zareen Abu Gheda. I'm a presenter at Al Jazeera English. I joined Al Jazeera in 2010, just as the Arab Spring was beginning to unfold in the region. And being of Palestinian and Lebanese descent, I really understood the challenges and the demands of the people who were fighting for freedom, justice, dignity, and economic opportunities. The human story, it's the heartbeat of the channel. That's what makes Al Jazeera so unique.
That's true. All right, this is what I wanted. Let's see. They don't always give the best updates, but they have people on the ground, so you hear the newest updates.
Hello, it's 0200 GMT hours. I'm Darren Jordan. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Iran, and Israel. Donald Trump says the US is talking to Iran, but Tehran is not yet ready to make a deal to end the war. The unrelenting US and Israeli attacks on Iran continue, where the death toll's now nearing 1,500. A defiant Tehran vows to keep fighting. Donald Trump warns NATO allies of a very bad future if they fail to help the US reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and says he's asked 7 countries to send warships. And Israeli forces batter Beirut's southern suburbs yet again, where the conflict with Hezbollah has triggered a displacement crisis. Keep fighting or make a deal. US President Donald Trump faces some stark choices as the war he began with Israel and Iran enters its 3rd week. He's threatening NATO allies and seeking help from 7 countries to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. A vital shipping passage that Iran has blocked is sending energy markets into a tailspin. And the human toll of the war is rising. Nearly 1,500 people have been killed in Iran alone. Over 3 million are uprooted from their homes. For now, all sides are refusing to back down.
We're talking to them, but I don't think they're ready. But they get pretty close. I don't know that I want to make a deal, because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with, because most of their leadership has been killed, as you know. So I don't even know that we want to make a deal.
This was earlier, about 2 hours ago on Air Force One.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend
Earlier
ourselves
today
as
on
long as it
Channel
takes.
4, CBS.
Well, we're live in Tehran, Beirut, Amman, Doha, and Washington, D.C., and that's what we'll start with Manuel Rapallo. Manuel, so Trump says the U.S. is talking to Iran and that Iran isn't ready. 24 hours earlier, he said Iran wants to make a deal and that he's not ready to negotiate. So what can we make of these two statements?
As with everything else on Sunday, Darren, it really appears to be a situation that's devolving into a war of competing narratives here. We heard from President Trump within the last hour speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One. A few of those notable lines here.
Pause. I have 2 pieces of footage for you. I need to give you a sound warning on this first one. You are going to see footage of downtown Tehran yesterday during a bombing. Okay, there is a man driving his car. I am about to show you footage during a bombing. Okay, he's in his car. I want to warn you ahead of time. This is going to be very loud. I can't give you more of a warning than I'm going to show you inside of a car as a man drives and there is an airplane or a missile bombing him. Okay, so that's the only way I can really explain this. I was listening to some air traffic in Tel Aviv. Again, this man, I want to explain. You are about to listen to a man, okay, in the city of Hamden, okay, I think that's spelled wrong. It's Hamadan or something. I apologize. It is very loud. He gets bombed. I want to repeat, he gets bombed. It gets worse. Incoming. This is Iran yesterday. He gets bombed while driving. Your ears, volume. I'm going to play it again. He lived, by the way. He lived. I confirmed he lived before I posted it. He lived. He's fine. Again, inside a car. It's pretty incredible footage. Thank God he lived. But inside a car yesterday in Western Iran. Again, yesterday, this is just newly released footage from Iran. It's a Lavender missile. One more time. It's really hard not to watch it over and over to watch for the bombs and how they hit. This is horrifying footage. It is really chilling to hear him listening to the radio. I don't know what a Lavender missile is. Lavender missile. What is a Lavender missile? The AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree. I'll read this article. How about that? So this is apparently what a Lavender missile is. 1 second. I'll have it read out. 972 mag Lavender missile. This is what our dear friend Ifti Ahmad says might be the type of missile being used by Israel. So let me have this read out for us by British Announcer Tal. Thank you very much, British Announcer Tal. This is what you might have just seen.
Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. The Israeli army has marked tens of thousands of Gazans as suspects for assassination, using an AI targeting system with little human oversight and a permissive policy for casualties, plus 972 and local call reveal. In partnership with. In 2021, a book titled The Human Machine Team, How to Create Synergy Between Human and Artificial Intelligence That Will Revolutionize Our World, was released in English under the pen name Brigadier General Y.S. In it, the author, a man who we confirm to be the current commander of the elite Israeli intelligence unit 8200, makes the case for designing a special machine that could rapidly process massive amounts of data to generate thousands of potential targets for military strikes in the heat of a war. Such technology, he writes, would resolve what he described as a human bottleneck for both locating the new targets and decision-making to approve the targets. Such a machine, it turns out, actually exists. A new investigation by Plus 972 magazine and Local Call reveals that the Israeli army has developed an artificial intelligence-based program known as Lavender, unveiled here for the first time. According to 6 Israeli intelligence officers, who have all served in the army during the current war on the Gaza Strip and have first-hand involvement with the use of AI to generate targets for assassination. Lavender has played a central role in the unprecedented bombing of Palestinians, especially during the early stages of the war. In fact, according to the sources, its influence on the military's operations was such that they essentially treated the outputs of the AI machine as if it were a human decision. Formally, the Lavender system is designed to mark all suspected operatives in the military wings of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ, including low-ranking ones, as potential bombing targets. The sources told Plus 972 and Local Call that, during the first weeks of the war, the army almost completely relied on Lavender, which clocked as many as 37,000 Palestinians as suspected militants and their homes for possible airstrikes. Subscribe to the Landline, Plus 972's weekly newsletter. During the early stages of the war, the army gave sweeping approval for officers to adopt Lavender's kill lists, with no requirement to thoroughly check why the machine made those choices or to examine the raw intelligence data on which they were based. One source stated that human personnel often served only as a rubber stamp for the machine's decisions, adding that, normally, they would personally devote only about 20 seconds to each target before authorizing a bombing, just to make sure the Lavender-marked target is male. This was despite knowing that the system makes what are regarded as errors in approximately 10% of cases, and is known to occasionally mark individuals who have merely a loose connection to militant groups, or no connection at all. Moreover, the Israeli army systematically attacked the targeted individuals while they were in their homes, usually at night while their whole families were present, rather than during the course of military activity. According to the sources, this was because, from what they regarded as an intelligence standpoint, it was easier to locate the individuals in their private houses. Additional automated systems, including one called Where's Daddy, also revealed here for the first time, were used specifically to track the targeted individuals and carry out bombings when they had entered their families' residences. Palestinians transport the wounded and try to put out a fire after an Israeli airstrike on a house in the Shabora refugee camp in the city of Rafah, southern Gaza Strip, November 17, 2023. Abed Rahim Khatib, Flash 90. The result, as the sources testified, is that thousands of Palestinians, most of them women and children or people who were not involved in the fighting, were wiped out by Israeli airstrikes, especially during the first weeks of the war. Because of the AI program's decisions, we were not interested in killing Hamas operatives only when they were in a military building or engaged in a military activity, an intelligence officer told Plus 972 and Local Call. On the contrary, the IDF bombed them in homes without hesitation, as a first option. It's much easier to bomb a family's home. The system is built to look for them in these situations. The Lavender machine joins another AI system, the Gospel, about which information was revealed in a previous investigation by Plus 972 and Local Call in November 2023, as well as in the Israeli military's own publications. A fundamental difference between the two systems is in the definition of the target. Whereas the Gospel marks buildings and structures that the army claims militants operate from, Lavender marks people, and puts them on a kill list. In addition, according to the sources, when it came to targeting alleged junior militants marked by Lavender, the army preferred to only use unguided missiles, commonly known as dumb bombs, in contrast to smart precision bombs, which can destroy entire buildings on top of their occupants and cause significant casualties. You don't want to waste expensive bombs on unimportant people. It's very expensive for the country and there's a shortage of those bombs, said C, one of the intelligence officers. Another source said that they had personally authorized the bombing of hundreds of private homes of alleged junior operatives marked by Lavender, with many of these attacks killing civilians and entire families as collateral damage. In an unprecedented move, according to two of the sources, the army also decided during the first weeks of the war that, for every junior Hamas operative that Lavender marked, it was permissible to kill up to 15 or 20 civilians, in the past. The military did not authorize any collateral damage during assassinations of low-ranking militants. The sources added that, in the event that the target was a senior Hamas official with the rank of battalion or brigade commander, the army on several occasions authorized the killing of more than 100 civilians in the assassination of a single commander. Palestinians wait to receive the bodies of their relatives who were killed in an Israeli airstrike at Al-Najjar Hospital in Rafah, southern Gaza Strip, October 24, 2023. Abed Rahim Khatib, Flash 90. The following investigation is organized according to the 6 chronological stages of the Israeli army's highly automated target production in the early weeks of the Gaza war. First, we explain the Lavender machine itself, which marked tens of thousands of Palestinians using AI. Second, we reveal the Where's Daddy system, which tracked these targets and signaled to the army when they entered their family homes. Third, we describe how dumb bombs were chosen to strike these homes. Fourth, we explain how the army loosened the permitted number of civilians who could be killed during the bombing of a target. Fifth, we note how automated software inaccurately calculated the amount of non-combatants in each household. And sixth, we show how on several occasions, when a home was struck, usually at night, the individual target was sometimes not inside at all, because military officers did not verify the information in real time. Step 1. Generating targets. Once you go automatic, target generation goes crazy. In the Israeli army, the term human target referred in the past to a senior military operative who, according
Okay. Thank you for that. If you're wondering why did I look at that, it's because people who have more knowledge in this than myself wanted me to understand why the strike you're going to see. Again, I'm going to, in case you're just tuning in, we saw this. This is on the ground yesterday in Iran. We saw a targeted hit. And I wanted to learn what a Lavender missile system hit was, and oh, did I learn, and you did too. So watch what happens when this kind of hit. It wasn't on the man in the car, he lived. But look at what happens when this system strikes. And yes, there is audio. This man, wait till the last hit. He's in that car, he lived. Praise God. He's just a civilian. Yes, that is a follow-up strike. So yes, if you're wondering how does Israel pick its target, setting aside the complex, clearly very, very intense use in the war in Gaza, which I will not comment on because I don't know enough about it. And that report, by the way, is, do you want to see real journalism? I'm sure Israel would say, hey, well, listen to what Hamas did. When they target us, they just push a button. Okay, yes, I understand. But like 972 mag or whatever that was some good journalism. Very good journalism. They got people inside Unit 8200. Impressive. Hard enough to get intel about 8200 from people who are not in it anymore. Although you're always in the intel community, I suppose. These are the latest strikes from Tehran. West Tehran. This is from the Kaj Road Special. This is from the Kaj Special Road. A loud explosion sound from the direction of Lower Bakri that made Janatabad shake and light up. This was early Monday morning, very recently. Okay, so this was Tehran this morning, just hours ago. You got a mental decompression break there, you didn't even realize it. Maybe it was a mental decompression, but I cannot show you war footage for 12 hours in a row. Every hour I have to show you like an article or something that is not bombs falling. Apparently the trauma research says I must. So if that ever starts, it's 5 minutes of you not looking at this. And then sometimes we listen to music during trauma breaks. Tonight we might look at the horses. And you might be saying, what are you talking about? Wait, what happened? What happened? Oh, just 10 seconds. All right. My dear, Lynn is the chat mom. Just remember, Lynn is the chat mom. There's 180 countries here, and no one necessarily is blamed, but Lynn is the chat mom. Okay, everybody give Lynn a big hug. Everyone give our chat mom a big hug. Lynn is the chat mom. She's just Lynn. She's wonderful. Everybody loves the chat mom. She loves penguins. We might have to have a chat reset. I'm calling it a penguin chat reset. All right. Okay. Hashtag free the goats. Hashtag save the penguins. Oh, God bless you, Real Jack Matt. You are very kind, my dear friend. And you are very, very kind. What is the best way for me to send that to you, my dear friend? It is, it's my personal email. You can email me at grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I'll send it to you. Please don't feel obligated. I also might be able to give you a link, Real Jack Matt, my dear friend. I think that's another way to do it without, it's like a code. I think it's paypal.me/Grant Ellis, but please do not feel obligated and know that you are all loved and appreciated. And by the way, chat mom Lynn is a very, very gentle chat mom. So, you know, we're all very friendly here. We like penguins. And, you know, we have 180 countries here, so sometimes, you know, discussions get intense, but that's why we have chat mom. She's kind of a chat mom. She likes penguins. And, you know, I keep an eye on things. I've always wanted to be Andy Kaufman, you're right. I don't know how you figured it out, Pete Santos, but it's true. I've always wanted to be Andy Kaufman. You got me. I'm just going to come clean. I have always wanted to be Andy Kaufman. I'll never live up to him, my dear friend, but I've always wanted to be Andy
suburbs,
Kaufman.
we saw those.
Here's the latest from Beirut. Allow me to give you the latest from Beirut from Heidi Peck.
The region. So
different messages from the State Department according to where Americans are right now.
All right, Malik Trainer live for us there in Doha. Malik, thank you. Israeli forces have hit Beirut's southern suburbs yet again. Lebanese authorities say the number of people killed in Israeli attacks has risen to 850, including more than 100 children. Israel says it's targeting the armed group Hezbollah, which entered the conflict after the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Well, Heidi Pett joins us live now from the Lebanese capital. Heidi, so there have been multiple Israeli attacks across Lebanon today. There's even been an attack on peacekeepers. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, there were strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. We saw those just a couple of hours ago, and across the country as well, in the Bekaa, strikes in the south. But this attack on peacekeepers, there was 3 patrols of UN peacekeepers who are part of UNIFIL. That's the delegation that has been deployed in the south of Lebanon for some decades now. And they said that while they were out on patrol, they were fired upon by a non-state armed group. The inference there being that that would be Hezbollah operating down in the south of Lebanon. Now, UNIFIL said in its statement earlier this evening that some of those peacekeepers returned fire. They were then able to return to their patrol and that there were no injuries. But it's not the first time that UNIFIL peacekeepers have been targeted, even in the last week or so, in fact. Just last week, a group of Ghanaian peacekeepers, some of them were actually injured when their base was shelled by the Israelis. Parts of the base were set on fire and 3 of those peacekeepers were injured. Now, UNIFIL has said that it is investigating the possibility that that Israeli shelling on their base was deliberate. But across South Lebanon today, there's been a number of other incidents. We've seen a large number of airstrikes, particularly concentrated around the town of Hayam. Now, that is a town on a hilltop. It's quite a strategic position, and we've seen the Israelis attempting to advance into and take control of that town in recent days. But they do seem to be encountering some resistance from Hezbollah. They say that Hezbollah has been engaging with them on the ground. Hezbollah has claimed another number of direct hits and attacks on Israeli soldiers. And the number and the concentration of airstrikes in and around Hayam in the last couple of days indicates that that battle is ongoing. The Israelis haven't been able to take the town entirely, and that is why they are still attacking Hezbollah from the air in and around that area, as well as a number of other airstrikes across southern Lebanon, attacking apartment buildings as well as positions which they say are held by Hezbollah.
Yeah, Heidi, and we keep hearing this possibility of talks between Israel and Lebanon. Are we any clearer then as to if and when they might take place?
The short answer to that is no. There have been a lot of rumours flying around. There's been reporting about a French proposal. They're trying to facilitate some talks. And this all comes in the context of this announcement several days ago now, a very significant announcement by the Lebanese authorities. So the Prime Minister and the President, who've said that they are open to the possibility of direct talks with Israel, which would be extraordinarily significant. It's 2 countries who have been in an official state of war for decades, which gives you some indication of how much at least some part of the Lebanese government here wants to end the war. But the way that the political system is arranged in this country, due to the kind of sectarian context of the civil war here, is that you have the Prime Minister and the President, but the other key figure, a very powerful figure, is the Speaker of Parliament. That's Nabih Berri, and he represents the Shia population here in Lebanon. He has said that he's not willing to join this negotiating committee that is reportedly being formed because he's not willing to engage in negotiations under fire. So he said there shouldn't be talks until the Israeli airstrikes stop, until the hundreds of thousands of people who are displaced here in Lebanon, many of them sleeping on the streets. It is the 3rd night of rain and thunderstorms in a row here, until they are able to go back to their homes. But of course, the other party that we need to talk about here is Hezbollah themselves. We have had them announce in recent hours that they engaged in 25 operations against Israel today, both against Israeli troops who are here inside Lebanon and across the border. But the most recent public statement that we've had from their leader, the Secretary General Naim Qassem, he gave a speech to the nation a couple of days ago saying that he and his group don't have a definition for defeat or surrender. that they're engaged in what he described as a legitimate battle here in Lebanon, one that he also described as existential, and that he was prepared for that battle to go on for a long time. And so while we have rumours flying around about whether these talks might take place next week, whether they might take place in Cyprus, we've had mixed signals as well from the Israeli side. We haven't had any indication from Hezbollah themselves that they are willing to engage. In fact, what they're willing to engage in is continued fighting.
Heidi Pett, live for us in Beirut. Thank you. Iran's kept up its retaliatory attacks on Israel and other countries in the region that host US assets. Warning sirens sounded across Israel on Sunday. Missiles and shrapnel have caused damage in a number of areas. Israeli police say at least 3 people were wounded when part of an Iranian cluster munition fell on Tel Aviv. An Israeli military spokesman says the attacks on Iran and Lebanon are far from over. Speaking at a briefing on Sunday, Effie Defrin said the Israeli military still had a number of objectives to achieve, but added that toppling a regime was not one of them.
We have an orderly, well-planned combat strategy. We have thousands more targets in Iran, and we generate additional targets every day. The regime is already weakened, and we continue to weaken it more and more each day. As a military, we do not have the goal of toppling a regime. We do not overthrow regimes. We do, however, create the conditions and undermine it so that over time, the Iranian people will take their fate into their own hands and reclaim this country, which has been taken hostage by this terror regime.
Rory Challens joins us live now from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Rory, so just bring us up to date then with the latest Iranian strikes across Israel.
Iran is hitting Israel on average 10 times a day at the moment, Darren. And there were waves of strikes that went into Monday morning. On Sunday, there were several injuries in the Tel Aviv suburbs and the wider central Israel area. Now, Israel says that it is degraded, depleted, destroyed 70% of Iran's missile launchers, and its current missile production capacity is 0. So the current rate of fire for Iran into Israel is about 90% down on what it was at the beginning of the war. Iran is clearly and understandably rationing its missiles. Occasionally, it will do something like a shiny launch of the hypersonic missile that it said it had launched on Sunday. But in the main, it's opting for these cluster munitions, which they hope will degrade Israel's air defense systems. And Israel does seem to be running short of interceptors for those systems. It's officially denied this, but it has approved emergency defense procurement spending that is classified, and it's sent off a defense chief to America, to Washington, D.C., to talk about military supplies. So this conflict is turning into something akin to an attritional war. Israel says that it has 3 weeks at least of planned strikes against Iran to come, and that could take us, well, through Passover and perhaps beyond.
And in addition to that, Rory, what are Israeli officials now saying about the fight against Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Well, this is where the trajectory of this war could stretch further still. Remember, there is this second front, and Hezbollah is raining rockets down on northern Israeli communities round the clock. Israel has called up thousands of reservists and is pushing them into southern Lebanon at the moment, with plans to create a buffer zone and stretch up to perhaps the Litani River, which would be further than Israel has gone into southern Lebanon since 2006. But the mixed messages that Heidi was talking about just a little while ago with regards to peace talks or possible peace talks between Israel and Lebanon, those are very real. The foreign minister, Gideon Saar, has said there are no plans for peace talks, direct peace talks between the two countries. And yet, Benjamin Netanyahu has appointed one of his top fixers, Ron Dermer, to head up the Lebanon brief. And there are reports that he has been, in the past few days, off to Saudi Arabia to prepare for those possible peace talks.
Rory Challens in Amman. Rory, thank you. Now, global trade's facing major setbacks due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran. Alternative shipping routes are now ramping up operations to meet that demand.
I just want to say a special thank you to Real Jack Matt I'm very grateful for you. I'm so grateful to the people who support this channel, and sometimes we all come from different places and perspectives, but then we find each other, and I just feel so supported and uplifted by you all. It means so much to me, and I'm going to commit myself to making sure that you're all able to be informed about all this as it happens in real time. I have a system I've set up. Is it the most ideal or efficient? Probably not. But I promise you I'm going to give you my all, and I'm so grateful, and God bless you. Real Jack Matt, I'm so glad we've gotten to meet each other, not just today, but in general, and I hope you know how much I appreciate you and all your contribution, and the fact that we're now connected on Instagram. You can reach out to me anytime. God bless you, my dear friend. Thank you very much for your support of Tao Channel, and I wanted to give you a personal hug. We're not in person, so I can't, but just know that the energy is very real, and you are appreciated. I'll take us back to Al Jazeera now. Just wanted to update that donation total. I'm very grateful for you.
Al Jazeera's Abeda Hito has this report from the Jabba-Nasib border crossing between Jordan and Syria.
The geography of global trade has shifted dramatically since the start of the war on Iran. Maritime routes that once carried trillions of dollars worth of valuable cargo are being replaced by land routes crossing Syria.
We're transporting foreign goods coming from the Gulf countries through the Nasib crossing that are going towards parts of Syria. Some of the goods are also going to the Judaidah-Yabus crossing towards Lebanon, and others go towards Tartus. We're also getting products coming from Turkey through this crossing going towards the Gulf.
Amr Ghaddani, an Omani truck driver, says the queue for trucks waiting at the border has increased as shipping companies turn to alternate routes to move their goods.
In the past, we would stop at the border for a day or half a day. This time, I've waited for 3 days. It was so busy at the Jordanian and Saudi border crossings. But I hope the business is good and the shipments keep coming.
Part of an Iranian cluster munition fell on Tel Aviv. And the human cost of Israeli strikes on Lebanon.
They're doing
mounting.
half-hour
Just 2
updates
weeks,
now, so they're doing top and bottom of the hour updates.
Killed.
That's different.
Rain has worsened conditions for many sleeping outside in the capital, Beirut. Now, US President Donald Trump, in an interview with the Financial Times, has issued a stark warning to NATO allies, urging them to help protect shipping in the Gulf. He said it's only appropriate that people who are the beneficiaries of the strait will help to make sure that nothing bad happens there, pointing out that Europe and China depend on Gulf oil far more than the United States. Trump warned if there's no response, or if it's a negative response, I think it'll be very bad for the future of NATO. He said allies should provide whatever it takes, including minesweepers, troops and special forces, to target threats along Iran's coastline. Let's cross now to Katrina Yu. She joins us live from Beijing. Katrina, so President Trump also told the Financial Times he may delay his summit with Xi Jinping in China as a means to pressure Beijing to help resolve the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. How are Chinese officials then likely to respond to all this?
That's right. Trump said that as one of the biggest beneficiaries of oil being shipped through the strait, China should do its part in unblocking it. He said that China gets about 90% of its oil from that passage. Actually, that's incorrect. China gets more like 40% of its oil through that passage. Quite substantial. Now, this seems to be news to Beijing officials because as I speak, on Sunday and Monday, US and Chinese officials are continuing talks in Paris about the potential outcomes of Trump's visit to Beijing sometime in April. So we're still waiting on an official response to that particular interview. But about the meetings in Paris, Chinese officials say they've been constructive and positive. Now, if that meeting were to be cancelled, that would certainly be a blow to both sides. That meeting is about stabilizing the relationship between the two superpowers in the world. It's about making sure disagreements don't spiral into a wider conflict. And a lot is at stake for both the American and the Chinese economy. They were going to talk about trade agreements, trying to work out how to reduce reliance on each other while preventing decoupling. They're also going to discuss technology transfers and the export of Chinese rare earths. So this threat from Trump really does show how fragile and volatile this relationship between Beijing and Washington is. Now, we're still waiting, as I mentioned, for an official response. But how is China likely to respond? Well, I think it's very unlikely that China is going to do what Trump has asked. And I think there are three reasons for this. The first is China has been a big critic of this war since the beginning. It's been pushing for a de-escalation. It's said time and time again that force is not the answer. It's hard to imagine that China would really like to add more warships there, add more fuel to the fire. Also, Xi has been really not had a history, President Xi Jinping, of capitulating or to really agreeing to any of Trump's coercive demands or threats in the past. We can see this from the tariff dispute they had last year. And thirdly, when it comes to Chinese oil being shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, there are signs that Chinese ships are still being allowed to pass through. We do know from information from those ships that many are broadcasting that they are Chinese owned or Chinese affiliated. Iran itself has said that they're not targeting ships that are not Western or not US aligned. And China has been working behind the scenes to use its positive influence with Iran as its biggest trading partner to continue for Iranian officials to allow Chinese ships to continue to pass through that strait. So if that is true, that would even more decrease the motivation for Beijing to send any warships or do anything to unblock the Strait of Hormuz, as Trump has said.
Katrina Yu, live for SN Beijing. Katrina, thank you. Well, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz has sparked concerns of a potential recession. The global benchmark Brent crude is now more than $100 a barrel, up from around 70 before the crisis began. But how is the price of oil decided? Amma Boateng explains.
What do we mean when we talk about the oil price and how it affects us? At the core of the system are traders sitting in financial centers across the world. They buy and sell oil. They purchase crude from suppliers who are either from oil-producing countries or what's known as majors. They're oil companies with stakes in oil fields. Traders then sell the crude to refineries. When we talk about the price per barrel, we're referring to a standard price, a reference point traders use when buying and selling oil globally. It's called a benchmark price. Now, there are three main benchmarks for crude, usually within $5 to $10 of each other. There's Brent, mainly covering production in the North Sea and Africa. West Texas Intermediate, or WTI, for production in the Americas, and Dubai for production east of the Suez Canal. Now, Brent is the most widely used. Traders generally don't sell oil at the benchmark price. They tend to add a premium or discount when they're making a deal to make money. Several factors affect the price of oil, including industry demand, global events, and the amount of oil available. That's why the conflict in the Middle East is so significant. It's disrupted oil production in Gulf countries and shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. It's why countries have agreed to release their reserves. It's having a knock-on effect across the global economy. Now, the process of refining crude, known as distillation, creates several products, including fuel for the vehicles we drive, diesel for industrial transportation like trucks and ships, aviation fuel for planes, and oils that can be used to make plastics, fertilizer, and other everyday items. Traders buy these products from the refineries and sell them on to companies or even governments. They, in turn, sell them on to customers. If the price those companies pay to run their businesses goes up, then so does the price of fuel at the pump, the cost of an airfare, the cost of goods produced in factories, and the price you and I pay for just about everything.
Now, fuel prices have increased by up to 20% since the war in Iran. In Europe, drivers are now crossing borders in search of cheaper petrol. With prices varying significantly between countries, fuel tourism is on the rise. Step Vassen reports from the Dutch-Belgian border.
What if fuel prices have gone through the roof and it's cheaper to fill your car across the border? I'm at a fuel station in Belgium where motorists from the Netherlands are queuing to save money on gas. Scenes like these can be found across Europe where fuel tourism has spiked since the war on Iran. Prices have increased up to 20% since the Strait of Hormuz has been practically closed for oil shipments, depriving the world of around 1/5 of its global demand for oil.
America is playing war and we are not. We're getting drawn into it, but what can we do?
The fuel price hike is felt across the globe, but some countries are more affected than others. The Netherlands has among the highest excise tax on fuel in Europe, and the price of petrol has now hit around $2.50 per litre. And this is the price in Belgium for petrol. It's now 1.749, which is around $2 per litre. So filling up the car here can save people tens of dollars. So what do these price differences mean? To give you an idea, 40 litres of fuel now cost $110 in the Netherlands, which was $91 before the war. In Germany, the same amount of fuel now costs $91, which was $80 before the war. And in Belgium, it is now $80, up from $71.
Well, the price difference with the Netherlands is so great that, you know, even making the trip makes it very much worthwhile to come here.
Well, I think if they want to keep their people happy, they got to do something about these taxes. Yeah.
So how much are you saving now on the whole full tank?
Let's see, 50 cents on every liter. It's $80. Yeah, it's worth it.
To make the trip even more cost effective, some motorists take some jerry cans. They can fill up 240 liters of extra fuel to bring to the Netherlands, but authorities have warned that they are turning their cars into driving bombs, because in case of an accident, this could all explode.
Well, I think it's silly. Sure, it's fuel, it's explosive, but yeah, there's a fuel tank underneath the car as well, and most cars have a plastic tank anyways.
Few things cause public anger as the rise of fuel prices, and measures like releasing 400 million barrels of oil reserves into the market have done little to ease the pain. And the call on governments to lower the excise duties on fuel have so far been ignored by governments, hoping that this will all be over soon, which could well be wishful thinking. Stap Vaesen, Al Jazeera in Belgium.
So let's take a look at other stories making global headlines. Undercover Israeli forces have killed 4 Palestinians from the same family in Tamun, in the north of the occupied
I was
West
covering
Bank.
that earlier.
The family was driving home when soldiers opened fire, killing the father, mother and their 2 children. Israeli soldiers then blocked Palestinian medics from helping the family. Nida Ibrahim reports from Tamun in the occupied West Bank.
The Bani Audi family was preparing for Eid al-Fitr. Now, a community is in mourning, and 2 orphans have been left behind. The brothers are now the only survivors of a family of 6. Khalid is 12, Mustafa is 8. Both witnessed the killing of their father, mother, and 2 young brothers. Israeli forces opened fire on their car early on Sunday in Tamun in the north of the occupied West Bank. The youngest child, Muhammad, was 5. Uthman was 7 years old. He was blind.
The soldiers pushed us down on the floor. Some were jumping on my back. Then they started asking me who was in the car. I said my father, mother, and 3 brothers. They told me I was lying. A soldier then kicked me and hit my face.
The Israeli army claims the car accelerated towards its forces, saying its troops believed they were in danger. But the Israeli soldiers were undercover, disguised in a Palestinian car. The family says the killing was in cold blood.
The father had just returned from work inside Israel, and he took the family for a day out. Just a family wanting to have fun together. But this is life under occupation. For Palestinians, any journey, any errand, any ordinary moment could be their last.
Another farewell took place on Sunday in the village of Qusra in the northern West Bank. 28-year-old Amir Oude was trying to defend his village by pushing Israeli settlers back. Settlers shot him, and when he fell, they continued beating him. They stabbed his father and wounded several others. In the occupied West Bank, grief is never far away. Even when Israel is busy attacking other countries in the region, Palestinians say they always still end up paying the price. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, occupied West Bank.
Israeli forces.
I'm going to pause now, speaking of the West Bank. So, you may know that this is one of the holiest nights in Ramadan. And I have footage for you now, just a few minutes ago. This is from inside amid destroyed mosques. This is near, this is for Layat al-Qadr prayers in the northern Gaza Strip. This is one of the holiest nights of Ramadan. I'll play you this video now, just coming in from the Gaza Strip. So this is the gathering of prayers among bombed out mosques in the Gaza Strip tonight. From the War Desk, Grant Smith Ellis. It is 10:44 p.m. Eastern, Sunday, March 15, 2026. It is 4:44 a.m. Eastern in Israel and 6:14 a.m. in Tehran on Monday, March 16, 2026.
إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم الله أكبر وما
Sorry, those were the scenes. Mute fix, thank you. Those were the scenes from Gaza. Right now, I'm monitoring the prayer was announced, the dawn prayer 16 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, I forgot to unmute. I'm now listening for warning alerts over Israel. If they happen, thank you very much for letting me know about the mute. God bless all of you. Caught that right away. You're looking at the prayers in the Gaza Strip just minutes ago. I can tell you that the dawn prayer was announced at Al-Aqsa Mosque 16 minutes ago. I can see Ifti Ahmad, I'm so on it tonight. I knew that the prayer was announced at Al-Aqsa Mosque 16 minutes ago. Now yesterday, I think, what was it, my dear friend Ifti Ahmad, it was like 40 minutes after that. And if we make it through that window, normally there's not an attack. That's you're listening in the background to an ad. This is kind of the moment where the past few nights in Israel have been bad. We'll take a look at Al Jazeera as I'm monitoring. I have to monitor the live cams during these moments. Al-Aqsa Mosque just announced dawn prayer about 20 minutes ago now. And I've been monitoring the Iranian attacks based on those prayers.
Restricted access to Al-Aqsa.
The severe breathing problems.
Civil defense crews say the storm may have passed, but the danger has not.
Civil defense crews continue to receive distress calls through the operations rooms, and our teams are heading out to remove ongoing hazards, including clearing some concrete blocks that were destabilized by the strong winds. We are also responding to families whose tents were destroyed and who are now left without shelter. Civil defense is following up with, but unfortunately our capabilities remain very limited.
In the aftermath of the storm, many displaced families still face danger in weakened homes and tents.
The UN says nearly 80% of Gaza's buildings have been damaged or destroyed. As a result, 90% of the population has been forced from their homes, living in tents or damaged shelters that offer little protection from harsh weather or the impact of Israel's continuing war. Ibrahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Pakistan's military say 4 civilians have been killed in Afghan mortar fire along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. The incident happened in the border village of Leti as a mortar shell struck a residential house. It follows earlier airstrikes from Pakistani forces as Taliban military sites and hideouts were targeted in Kandahar. Authorities in Kenya say the death toll from floods triggered by heavy rains is now 66. Torrential overnight downpours in Nairobi left numerous homes and vehicles damaged. President William Ruto activated an emergency response plan to assist people affected by the flooding, which began more than 2 weeks ago. Thousands of families across 17 counties nationwide have been displaced. Violence is on the rise in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo despite several attempts at a ceasefire. A humanitarian worker was killed in a recent drone strike in the regional hub of Goma. The attack heightened tensions between the Congolese government and Rwandan-backed M23 rebels. Alan Alakani reports from Goma.
Drone strikes are worsening the conflict in eastern DRC. Congolese government forces have been targeting Rwandan-backed M23 rebels across North and South Kivu provinces, including the towns of Masisi and Minembwe. The latest strike in Goma killed a humanitarian worker from UNICEF. The first such attack in the city since M23 took control last year.
We said this many times. We actually denounce every single day that Kinshasa is targeting civilians beyond the front line, and today this is evidence of it. In the town of Goma, around 4 o'clock, they send the bombs. As you can see yourself, the bombs are here, killed UN staff.
The DRC government hasn't confirmed it was behind the strike in Goma that killed the UNICEF worker and says it's waiting for results of an investigation.
As a government, we have published a communique saying that we will have to wait for an investigation, and as for now, we can't confirm whether it was a drone strike or not until we have the proper investigation results.
M23 claims attacks meant for its fighters are killing civilians while saying its forces are protecting against ceasefire violations. Other strikes in North Kivu reportedly killed the M23 military spokesperson Willy Ngoma, dealing a high-profile blow to the rebel group. Kinshasa also says M23 rebels are using the situation to trigger conflict in eastern DRC. Here in the region, people are concerned as hopes for peace fade. These drones attacks could render life even harder for civilians and force more people to leave their homes. The increasing use of drones has placed communities on edge, uncertain as to when or where the next strike might land.
The biggest risk is that the military option becomes the only option to resolve the crisis. As the ceasefire doesn't hold, even though it was introduced by Doha and Angola, it means...
Breaking. The group that attacked the synagogues, ladies and gentlemen, who predicted it? Someone in the chat yesterday asked if that group that attacked the synagogues, the first one was in Liège, Belgium on March 9th. The video didn't come out till March 11th. The second one was on Rotterdam, March 13th. The fourth one was in Amsterdam at a synagogue, March 14th. Look what they just took credit for today. Okay, this is a group identifying itself as Shab al-Yamin. Okay, look what they've done today. All right, let's take a listen. It was an attack on Jewish institutions. British announcer man, please take it away.
Conversation. A group identifying itself as a Shab al-Yaman, the same organization that claimed last week's attacks on Jewish institutions in Europe, said it attacked the World Trade Center in Amsterdam on Sunday with what appears to be an IED. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, this is the final warning. To all the peoples of the world, especially in the European Union, immediately distance yourselves from all American and Zionist interests, facilities, and what is affiliated with them, the group said. The publication looks amateurish. The video is presented differently compared to past publications, including a change in the group's logo. Nevertheless, about 2 hours ago, pro-Islamic resistance channels began posting claims that an explosion occurred at the World Trade Center, but did not provide evidence. Now that it appears evidence of an attack has emerged, we will see if local authorities confirm if an attack happened.
Okay, breaking. There is a video that has been put up claiming responsibility for an attack on the World Trade Center in Amsterdam with an IED this morning. Here's the footage. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? What was that? I guess these are the companies that are in the tower? Nice Google Maps, bro. Do you realize they can find you from this? Whoever made this is dumb. They put a unique identifier within that. So, yeah, whoever made this is going to get in trouble. Why would you ever do that? Why would you use a commercial product? Are you dumb? I mean, you deserve to get caught if you're firebombing the World Trade Center in Amsterdam, but seriously, like, I mean, these groups, they're so dumb. They want to get caught. There it is. They firebombed the World Trade Center in Amsterdam. It probably did not cause a lot of damage. You haven't even, so even if you live in the Netherlands, you probably even haven't heard about this because the authorities don't always report it right away. The Dutch channels will probably report it now. But yeah, this is like the third attack in as many days by this group in Amsterdam. And well, first, so again, they hit Liège, Belgium on March 9th. They didn't upload the footage until March 11th. They like firebomb synagogues and temples and then like film it. It doesn't like burn the temple down, but they definitely like have been trying to hit temples. Today, like literally 2 hours ago, they firebombed the World Trade Center in Amsterdam. It's not like, I don't think they damaged the building seriously, but they firebombed it, and then this is the proof they upload. And it's very different than their previous videos. Like, they're very amateurish. They were very amateurish previously. It was like kids on Snapchat, basically, like filming terror attacks in the heart of the Netherlands and just getting away with it. This is the most recent footage. You'll see this probably, this is literally 2 minutes old. You'll see this probably like in an hour or two in the news in Holland. And this is the group that claimed responsibility. Yep, water under the fridge. It's the same one. They updated their style. They just hit the World Trade Center in Amsterdam right there. I don't know what they did, but if you really want to analyze it, that's the device. Hold on. Why are you not pausing? I said pause. I didn't want to add it. Oh, it's because I was like bookmarking it. I don't really care if I bookmark it or not. I wanted to pause the video. Alright, hold on 1 second. So that's the device. Like, the police probably need this, you know? I'm not exactly sure. They don't give, like, a lot of hint. They tried to do, like, decent OPSEC, but, I mean, you're kind of dumb, bro. You kind of left, like, very clear footage. They try to, like, censor it out. Like, you can tell, like, a smart man can, like, I don't know why they would do that. Oh, it's a backpack. Okay, so the police need to be aware. They need to be on the lookout for people. Like, if you're in Amsterdam and you are the police and you watch this stream because you know it catches these videos right away, you need to be on the lookout for that. Okay, police in Amsterdam, you need to look for that. Okay, if you see people walking around, that's a backpack. Okay, so if you see people walking around with a backpack that looks like that, like when he moves away, you can kind of see it's a backpack. So that's the best view you're going to get of it. They're kind of dumb. But it looks like what they're doing is they're packing IEDs into a backpack, and then they're building a fuse out of the back of the backpack. Okay, so this was the attack that just happened in Amsterdam. The best I can discern, it's like it's a black back. It's just a regular backpack, but what you're looking at for, that's the giveaway. Like if you want to tag it on a surveillance cam, you're looking for anyone like moving through the city with like 2 canisters. Though they can't hide that. I think that's like as small as they can pack in an IED to a backpack. So like it's very obvious that it's like an IED. It has 2. It looks like it has. So it's very tough to tell. It looks like it uses a conventional like fireworks like fuse to actually light. Looks like something you could buy at a commercial fireworks store. You can only get a small amount of information on this, like from the video, but basically like he uses just a small lighter to light it. And then all he's doing, like they're going to catch him on surveillance cam, so he's probably masked. But like it seems to be like they gave you the best footage you're going to get. It's like him holding a cell phone. He's putting his life at risk. If he doesn't get out of there, he's screwed. Or if it misfires. But it looks like it's two... They're going to have to kind of study what it did. But like it looks like it's two... kind of like self-contained tubes. I would guess they're filled with like ball bearings or like nails. Well, actually maybe not, because like why would you fill them with nails when you are right there, bro? So I would guess it's probably like gunpowder. I don't really understand. Like they're not really doing any damage. That's the weird part about it. They're almost like sending warnings, I guess, like we're capable of striking. But the way they're doing it is a little odd. Like that's a very, I can't tell too much about it, but like you wouldn't, like there's no people around. So you're not putting like, you're not trying to maim anyone. So what are you doing? Like you're very far away from the building. I don't know. There's something odd about this whole thing. About all these like explosions and like fire bombings of institutions. It's like very odd. There is something just is off about it. Like it's very odd. I don't know. I can't pasture, but this is the most recent thing that they put out. I really can't like come to any conclusions about it based off this. That's a backpack with like 2 containers, and you can listen to it explode. But like no, like just no. Like there's no way you didn't put like ball bearings in there. You would be the only person who got hit, bro. Oh, I see what it is now. All right, so it's a backpack with like, okay, so what you're looking for on surveillance cams is a backpack with like 2 kind of like semicircle like bulges, I guess. Like this looks to be their devices. They like a lot of time bomb makers, like they have a signature, so they always make their bombs the same way. Like they're trained to make a bomb. Now I'm getting a little more hints here. It looks like there's either like it looks like that's a rubber band because of the tension in the band right here. See that? It looks like it's like a rubber band holding each of these on. Now, they try to camouflage this. I think they know, based on what I'm seeing here, they know this red cap would be a giveaway in the surveillance system. So what they're doing is they're like covering those 2 parts. They're like, this must be an integral part of their design because they're covering it with this like black sheath, and then they just kind of hid this side. It's like cover. I think more likely this sheath covers like both of them when it's not in use. So what you're looking for is like a black backpack with like like there's a differentiation. They're using like a trash bag to cover the top of the backpack. So this is the like material of the backpack, and then this is the trash bag. And the trash bag like is taped on here, but they were lazy and they didn't actually take it all the way off. They just stuffed it down, figuring it would all just get exploded anyway. But they filmed it before they exploded it, so it gives you like a vital amount of intel. And like the intel I can see here is the rubber bands holding these like 2 containers on. These are metal containers with red plastic explosive caps, I would guess. Those are the actual chambers that hold whatever it is that they're exploding. It's probably gunpowder or nitrate or some kind of magnesium phosphate or something that's very high explosive. And it looks like they're packed into this can. It's unlikely to be ball bearings or nails because they would just maim themselves, and there are no people here. So I'm going to guess it's a high explosive. This right here looks or like fertilizer probably, which is basically ammonia and magnesium phosphate or whatever, the magnesium nitrate or whatever the hell it is. I don't care. I just am analyzing this for intel purposes so the police can find these people. This is a trash bag, clearly. So you're looking for a backpack that someone's wearing that has two, like, well, it almost looks like rocket boosters on the back, so it should be a little bulky. Looks like they have to kind of like build a like fabric-based extension to the backpack, but they just use the same fabric as the backpack as camo. Remember, they got to do active camo. You can't be walking around with a backpack that looks like this anywhere. The police will get you. So they're camouflaging it by, like, they sewed it on. It looks like these are like custom chambers. You see, like, this one's a little bit better done than this one. This one's very lazily done. It's like with a fucking rubber band. That looks like the main chamber. You see how that one has like a very tight, like, sort of sewing around it, and then it looks like it's just kind of attached to the back of the backpack as like an extra component of it. The backpack straps go like this way. That's the like end of the backpack, and you see how it's added to it. This is a rubber band. So it's like a rubber band. They cut like a hole in the backpack, and it's like an industrial rubber band that they're kind of lazy, so they wrap it around the outside of the backpack. This is also different fabric. So you got a backpack that's made of like a light kind of like actual fabric. Then you got this like part on the back here that's the attachment. It's very obvious there's a differentiation in the fabric type. So that's what you're really looking for. Like someone walking around, it's probably like 3 kids. I would peg them as teenagers, anywhere from like, I don't know, like let's see the shadow in the vid. Let's see. All right. So from the like, it looks like he's probably like, I don't know, 18 to 35, 18 to 36. He's white. Give me your fingerprints, kid. Give me your fingerprints. Come on. If he was dumb enough to actually put his hand face up, I could get his prints, but he's not. His lighter. Okay, so the lighter is like it's like he stripped the safety off. Like, let me see if I get a better view of the lighter. That might tell us. Like, the lighter can tell you a lot because certain lighters are sold in certain places. So it's like, it's not a Bic. It's like a cheap, kind of like one of those like cheap lighters you get at like a coffee shop. They cost like a euro, and they don't have a safety, and they're very cheap. Like the metal is cheap. It's obviously Holland, it's Amsterdam, but it looks like it's a red lighter. Like, you're never going to be able to track it down because of how many go around, but it's just a cheap, like, he bought it like probably on the way over there. But if you can find someone like who like bought a throwaway lighter with that backpack on, like, you got him. Oh, that's right. You can use this to identify the person. Oh, okay. So yeah, if you want to find this person, if you're the police in Amsterdam, what you should do is you got to get your surveillance footage, and you want, now this is a black like trash bag that was put over this. That's like a jerry-rigged second like internal component of the bomb, probably filled with like fertilizer. This one is as well over here, and then this backpack right here, you can see they were wearing a backpack. And then when they walk away, it's very clear it's a backpack. Okay, it's a backpack. And then he's using like a traditional fireworks fuse. Now, the only thing that like is going to allow you to put this all together is you're looking for someone who was walking through downtown Amsterdam near the World Trade Center, probably going to be able to trace his movements on the security camera, and you just want to find the person who had this backpack with like 2 lumps in the back. And then also he probably either stopped off before, he probably brought it from home. He had a very cheap lighter, like very cheap lighter. He might have bought it on the way. It's red. It has like a black top and no safety. And he also used a like traditional fireworks fuse. I can't tell the color of the fuse, but it just sticks out of the backpack. It's very incognito, but it's a very dangerous form of IED. And then you can kind of get a hint of like, that's not actually like white lettering. That's like the flash of the spark, but there's something like odd. I think that's like the trash bag he used to cover these 2 red things. But anyway, you can kind of see, you can get enough here if you're the Amsterdam police to get them, because like you can see there's 2 people. They're kind of dumb. Like if we go really slow here, like he shows like I don't know what he's doing here. Like they tried to, they censored him, huh? Because it's not just him, bro. He's got somebody with him as a lookout, and they just censor it. Like, he can't. I guess he could be filming like a strap. Oh, he's wearing a. Oh, interesting. It's just him. Okay, so wait, is he inside? Oh, wait a minute. This is actually a serious problem. Oh, dude, he was not outside, huh? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where are you going there? Oh my God, he's inside the building. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to change. We have a serious problem. We have a serious problem. This was not outside the building. This was inside the building. He got in the building. Oh, he bombed the building. Oh no! Those are the doors. He's inside the building. Oh, that's not good. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Yeah, I think he's inside. What are you doing in there? Oh, that's really not good. I thought they bombed this. The reason they posted this different is they bombed inside a building. Oh no, wait a minute. I mean, I can't confirm it, but I'm pretty sure he's in the building. Look at the footage. They censor his, it's not censored. It's just he turns it around and you only see the strap of his backpack. But the next shot is in the building. I think they bombed inside that building. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can't someone just, in Amsterdam, just go look at this building? Is it on fire? Is it bombed? Has anyone, alerted the authorities? Are they already there? Don't you think the Dutch people should know? This is inside a building. This was the difference before. I want to now tell you this is a marked escalation. I'm an analyst of these videos. I got way focused in on the backpack. I wasn't really thinking about where the man was at first. I figured he was just outside on the steps. Oh, God bless you, Lynn, my dear friend. Oh no, you're under a tornado watch. I will be praying for you, chat mom. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, based on my analysis, the reason this group is changing their format is they just pulled off a bombing inside a building. I cannot confirm it because their footage is a man running away from a bomb, but I believe they just firebombed for the first time inside a building. This is a marked escalation. I don't even know if the man who posted this, because I didn't either, and I'm a pretty attentive analyst. Oh my word. This is just minutes old. Hello 845 Bear. I think this group, I've been trying to warn people, they're getting more brazen. I believe they just firebombed inside the World Trade Center in Amsterdam. Yes, we pray for our dear friend Lynn, our chat mom Lynn, during the tornado. I am very sorry. I am so sorry that I was not paying attention there for a few minutes to the chat. I am so worried, ladies and gentlemen. I think I didn't realize this was inside. I thought he was outside. Every other attack from this group that they've uploaded over the past 4 days has been outside. This man is inside. Alright, so again, they only target commercial buildings in Europe, okay? They're only threatening Europe, I want to be clear. But this is the first time, this is the first time I have seen them, this group, which has been firebombing Jewish houses of worship, target inside a commercial building. No, it's a GoPro. Well, let me know what you think if it's a GoPro or not, because he kind of shakes his hand while holding it. Might be a cell phone. Could be a GoPro. Yeah, it could be a GoPro. What do you think? Yeah, he's inside. Look at he looks back. Watch, I'll show you. Watch, one more time. He's inside. He left that bomb inside. You only get like one look at it, but I'll get it. I saw it. That's like looking behind him, and then he's gone out the door. These people are escalating. I'm trying to tell you. I'll bookmark it so I remember to come back, but these people are escalating. I hope people listen to me. It's past the top of the hour. Let's get the most recent update from Tehran.
Security at this year's Oscars has been tighter than ever. Al Jazeera's John Hendren has the details from Los Angeles.
The Oscars? Okay, fine.
The 98th Academy Awards are being held under unprecedented security. It has been 20 years since the U.S. was involved in a new war just before the ceremonies occurred. The last time was in 2003. That was the war in...
Rigged outcome, you might be right. I can't tell if he's like in a vestibule or like in between like the main door and the outside door. I don't know. There will be a report on the Dutch news, I'm sure, because that came out maybe 10 minutes ago.
This, of course, is the war in Iran, and you can see the results on Hollywood Boulevard. There's a 1-mile perimeter around...
Yeah, exactly. How did he even get in that building with no people around at that time of day? It's very lax security.
The theater where this ceremony is being carried out. You can see there's almost no one on the street, but lots of security agents. And it's not just there. You might be able to hear from time to time as I talk the helicopter above. There are also drones, blimps, air sniffing devices. There's a bioresponse unit. And on the buildings around, there are snipers. All around the Dolby Theater there in yellow, and above that tarp you see, which is the red carpet. That's where the actors are all talking to the media after they've won their awards and after they've lost. The concern here is real. There has been an attack on a Michigan synagogue, one at Old Dominion University, and the Joint Terrorism Task Force recently received a threat saying Iran was considering water-based attacks with drones on California in retaliation for the war in Iran. Now, police say there is no specific threat at the time of these awards, but it's wartime and they're taking no chances. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Hollywood.
Mexico City's Central Square has been turned into a giant football pitch as thousands of people...
Yeah, we saw this one for the
World
World Cup.
record.
They did set a new world record, but we got to jump forward. I already saw the report from Mexico City. Let me take you to the report from Tehran. This was like maybe 8 minutes ago. This guy's in Tehran. Maybe 8 minutes ago.
Closed. Actually, Iranians have got their own perspective on the Strait of Hormuz. Have they said anything on who can actually use it?
Yes, they have been very clear about that. They have been saying that the Strait of Hormuz is not even closed. Yes, at the beginning of the war, they said they would close it, and then there were even statements about that or to that effect. But now they are very clear about what is going on there. Say it's not closed, except for American and Israeli ships or for their allies who are helping them in this war against Iran. Remember that the Strait of Hormuz was not included, was not one of the objectives of the war. It was open before the war. So that's a new situation, and it is an opportunity for the United States here. The understanding in Iran is that the narrative now, or the talk about the Strait of Hormuz, is an opportunity for the United States to create a coalition against Iran. Because at the beginning of the war, it was only Israel and the United States, and not everybody else was on board. So now there is a chance for the Americans to bring in other countries for the fight against.
All right, breaking. You know that footage we saw earlier tonight from the security cam over Erbil? It was like a home security cam. I found the group that claimed responsibility for it. I mean, you won't be surprised. It's a coalition that's part of the Blood Guardians. All right, so this is the group that claimed responsibility for the hit from that security cam. It was like 3 hours ago in Iraq.
نأخذ قرار سيدنا الخامنائي وشهداء الحشد الشعبي. لبيك يا والله لا نهزم
I'm going to play that one for you again because it was way too zoomed in because I was doing analysis on that last video. Sorry about that. I'm going to play that one for you again.
المقاومة العراقية في العراق سرايا وديار دم نأخذ بثار سيدنا الخامنائي وشهداء الحشد الشعبي لبيك يا ابو عبد
على الوعد سيبقى دائما ردي فنحن أمة الثورات منايانا قضايانا نقود الردع ألوانا ونحن شيعة الهيهات.
Latest from the Blood Guardians claiming an attack on a U.S. base in Erbil overnight.
المقاومة العراقية في العراق سرايا وديار دم نأخذ بثار سيدنا الخامنائي وشهداء الحشد الشعبي لبيك يا ابو عبد
So you can understand what they're firing at our troops. Yeah, Sarah, it's an original song. Thank you, TA Sarah. The song doesn't actually exist because it's not traditional music. It's their kind of like digital fingerprint. It's like they don't sign things. Like that's their like PGP key. That's why you have to. So like for me, all of this is valuable tactical intel. Do you see what they're showing? They're like showing they operate out of caves, underground bunkers. They're kind of 4chan bros. They like to like put up signs. I think they watch this channel a little bit because it's the only one that shows their footage. You don't understand. They work so hard on this, and then I'm the only channel that shows their footage. Hezbollah, at least El Mayadeen shows it, but the Blood Guardians, like no one shows this. Very few people even know this exists. In fact, U.S. media does not even know who these people are. They're just starting to figure it out. But I kind of show their videos, so I kind of like know a lot about them. I mean, they're probably like, well, he's Western news, but you know, at least he gives our point of view, like the time on air. Whereas like every other network would just like brutalize these guys. If ABC did a report on the Blood Guardians, they would say horrific things about them. I actually like analyze the type of weapons they're using. I analyze when the attack occurred, how fast they get the video out, like how are they doing their OPSEC, where are they firing out of, what type of weapons are they highlighting in the early footage, where are they grabbing their confirmed, like it's a kill chain video, so they're showing like it's called a kill chain. That's just a colloquial term in the military forces. I'm not in the military, I just study things. But like it's called a kill chain video. So every video that you see here, it's packaged like a movie, but it's actually called a kill chain video. So what it does is it shows them driving the missile into their tunnel. They have like these very well built bases. We don't really know where they are now. However, remember how I told you that like in the movie V for Vendetta, remember all those times I said if you watch the stream, I always say if you think about the movie V for Vendetta, the scene where Evie is like with V and he's like training her, he's like work hardening her to be like a better like operative in that like world. Like in that movie, Evie's like, why did you have to work harden me the way that you did? And the storyline is basically that Evie gets like targeted by the government and she's about to get like really hurt, so V has to like take her under his wing like to this like underground layer like shelter. And when he finally like finishes training her, she's like, why did you have to train me that way? And he looks over at the wall of his like underground cave and he's like, because a smart man could figure out where we are based on the type of rock in the cave, and if you didn't hold up under interrogation, then my like location would be given away. Okay, I'm not, like, first of all, I don't know if this is edited ex post facto. I don't know if it's real, but, like, yes, a smart man who studied every, like, area of the earth. Like, if you study mineral extraction, or if you know anything about, like, how gold mining is done, like, I'm not an expert in this, but the basic premise of it is that, like, you drill boreholes, and then, like, sedimentary deposits are strong indicia of the location of, like, gold deposits or whatever, iron ore deposits or rare earth minerals. You can do the same thing here. Every type of stone, every type of, like, earth is unique. It's unique to the area it's in. It's like it has certain types of limestone, it has certain types of, like, rock or bedrock. Like, the bedrock is a certain amount of, like, depth in the land. There's all sorts of intel you can get from, like, the type of rock in the walls. It's like a fingerprint of the soil. All the World's a Stage says, these videos remind me of the human vids and those Hamas vids on October 7th, where pre-recorded fabrications, and remember, Unit 8200 has video production teams that make these type of vids. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Okay, a few different things. One, Hamas is, like, operating in an open air prison. They got they got, like, internet viral because their videos were, like, open air, and then they would, like, target a tank and then put, like, the red triangle, over the target. That's where the red triangle thing came from. If you ever see someone with an upside down red triangle in their bio, that is code for the Hamas field videos during the war with Israel. And what Hamas would do is, like, when they would film the Israeli Merkava tanks coming into, like, Khan Yunis or wherever it was in the strip, Hamas would, like, have a person in the field, like, with the rocket launcher guy, and the rocket launcher guy, before he fired, like, the video would pause and they would show the red logo and would go doop, doop, doop. It would, like, do it three kind of, like, red arrows pointing down. It was like their signature, and then that would be the hit, and then right after you'd see the guided rocket munition go, like, from Hamas to the tank. So that's what Hamas, like, got known for, and you can always identify, like, and not everyone even knows what they're doing when they post that, but, like, because I found, like, the former U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Rachel Rollins, had that in her bio at one point, and I was like, bro, you cannot show support, I'm sorry to bro Rachel Rollins, but you cannot show support for, like, Hamas if you're a former U.S. government official. Like, what are you doing, Rachel Rollins? But anyway, yeah, so I know a lot about the Hamas videos, not just the ones that were clearly manipulated, but also the ones that were, like, very real field footage. Let's take a look at Al Jazeera now.
To frame the war as Iran against the rest of the world, Iran against the interests of all major powers or all oil importers across the world, so on. So the Iranians are trying to poke holes in this narrative and to make it clear that they're not here to strike against the interests of any other nations except the nations that are fighting against Iran. That's basically what the Iranians are trying to make clear to the international world.
3 million people in Iran have been displaced. 1,500 nearly have been killed. And Israel today saying it struck over 200 targets in Iran and says there are still thousands more targets left. So how are ordinary Iranians dealing with this constant bombardment?
Well, I can tell you that just a few hours ago there were fresh strikes here in Tehran, some of the strongest. We have seen columns of smoke during the night from 2 or 3 locations. So that thing is going on. Israel is still striking, probably the United States, both of them, against Iran. And the Iranians are watching. They are very much concerned. You mentioned that more than 3 million people have already left their homes, forced to flee from their homes for safety. And there are many who were killed, about 1,500 people. So the Iranians are very much touched by this war. Their economy is affected. Their livelihood is affected. Their security is affected. They're not happy with what's going on. Many of them wanted to end today. But at the same time, you don't hear the voices of protest here in Iran against the war from the Iranian side, because the narrative here, the understanding in Iran is that this war has been imposed on Iran. You have even heard the foreign minister yesterday saying the war was imposed not only on Iran, but also it was imposed on the United States, hinting that this is an Israeli war, an Israeli project, an Israeli initiative, and the Israel is the only beneficiary from this war. So the Iranians are watching, they understand what's going on, they know that it is imposed on them, and those who have been opposed to the government before the war, we have seen them taken to the streets in their millions perhaps in January, and we have seen the violence that was involved in that. Right now, you can't hear any voice for these people. The sound of battle is taking precedence here, and they know that everything is at stake now, and that the government will not tolerate any kind of action or behavior that can be framed or understood as dissent at this particular moment, because the government will interpret it as loyalty to the enemy.
That's Mohammed Val live for us there from Tehran. Authorities in Dubai say a drone incident near the international airport has damaged a fuel tank on site. The Dubai Government Media Office says a fire broke out following the incident, but has since been brought under control by civil defence teams. Officials say no injuries have been reported so far. Dubai's Civil Aviation Authority has temporarily suspended flights at Dubai International as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of passengers and staff. Malik Trainer's live for us in Doha. That's just the latest strikes that have been happening across the region. Bring us up to date.
Well, just a few hours ago, the Saudi Arabian state media said that nearly 36 drones were intercepted in just 1 hour. Before that, we heard sirens in Bahrain. Earlier on Sunday, the Ministry of Defense here in Qatar said it intercepted a number of drones, and we've also heard about attacks in Kuwait. I mean, really an array of attacks across the entire Gulf. You know, I did a tally a little bit earlier, and from the start of this war, more than 3,000 missiles and drones have been launched into the GCC or at the GCC. But the Gulf has an incredibly layered air defense system. They use the U.S. Patriot system, they use the THAAD system. They've done an incredible job at limiting you know, the amount of attacks. They've intercepted the vast majority of them. But, you know, as everyone here, what people are looking for is what officials are saying, you know, in Iran and in America and Israel. And what they don't want to hear is what is happening. You know, all sides are saying they're clamping down, they're digging in, and that's not what people want to hear. They want to see a de-escalation. You know, we've seen numerous statements from officials, and they all talk about de-escalation, that a military solution isn't a viable solution, that the only means for a resolution is through diplomatic means, negotiations on the table to achieve long-term stability here.
Just 24 hours ago, Malik, the US Embassy in Baghdad issued an evacuation order for all US citizens to leave Iraq. And now a former US base has just been attacked, right?
Yeah, I mean, and this is what officials have been warning about, right? The widening, the deepening of this conflict. You know, just a few days ago, we saw the U.S. Embassy being attacked in Iraq. On Saturday, the U.S. Embassy called for Americans to immediately leave Iraq. Imran, you've covered Iraq quite extensively, so you know how complicated the security situation is. You have, you know, armed groups aligned with Iran. You have, you know, the Kurds in the north. So a very complicated situation. Here in the Gulf, it's a lot more stable. So we did see a statement yesterday from the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia just requesting or advising that people may want to leave the region if necessary.
That's Malik Trainer for us live in Doha. Now, Israeli forces have hit Beirut's southern suburb yet again. Lebanese authorities say the number of people killed in Israeli attacks has risen to 850. That includes more than 100 children. Israel says it's targeting the armed group Hezbollah, which entered the conflict after the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. We've got Rory Challens in Amman, Jordan, for the latest developments out of Israel. But first, let's check in with Heidi Pett in the Lebanese capital. More strikes yet again today. No let-up at all, right, Heidi?
No, there were strikes on the capital of Lebanon just a couple of hours ago. They hit the southern suburbs of Beirut, which is that area that has been pounded by Israel over the last 2 weeks. It is subject to mass forced evacuation orders by the Israeli military. They have told everybody to leave the area because they are in immediate danger. But speaking to people here, you know, some people have been trying to come back and forth to their homes to get their belongings. Many people who are displaced here, especially the last couple of days, it's been raining, people have been sleeping on the streets, and so some people have been heading back and forth trying to seek shelter. But there were 2 massive airstrikes in the last couple of hours. That's just here in Beirut. Across the country today.
Alerts. It must have just happened Ifti Ahmad, the prayers must have just happened in Iran. Alerts in Israel. I repeat, alerts. They just came in. I'll let you hear. You probably heard them over my mic. This is the moment. It was 2 seconds ago. Alerts. There are alerts in Israel. Alerts. I repeat, alerts. Just came in. You're about to hear them on the alerts. Alerts in Israel. I'm going to take us live. Alerts. They just came in. I'm going to take us to the maps. If any more come in, I'm going to take us to the maps. This one stream is still down. Okay, it doesn't even have the ability to function. All right, maybe I'll just close this entirely because he's not even working today. All right, his whole stream is down because he wasn't here when the YouTube went down way earlier. Okay, so I'm going to close that. I repeat, alerts. Alerts in Israel. Alerts. I'm going to take it up in quality. Alerts. There were alerts in Israel just moments ago. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. Alerts in Kiryat Shimona. That is the north. That means these are likely from Hezbollah. Alerts in Kiryat Shimona, which is in the north. Likely from Hezbollah. It is the daytime. But normally Hezbollah and Iran launch together. Okay, normally Hezbollah and Iran launch together. Alerts! They're incoming. They're going to be incoming now. You're going to hear them one after the other. Incoming now. More alerts. These look to be on the northern border. Rocket alerts near the northern border. It appears to be near Kiryat Shimona. These appear to be from Hezbollah. Active alerts on the north of Israel near Kiryat Shimona. Hey, he added his chat. He added a chat to his screen. That's so cool. I love that he added his chat. I really like that stream. He does a really good job. He even survived the YouTube downtime today, and he put a chat on the screen just like us. I love that very much. God bless this man that monitors the cams. He had to get a little creative to put the chat, but it worked so well. He did such a good job. I'm so proud of him. But yes, we're monitoring alerts there in northern Israel. However, this tends to be a sign that there's going to be a coordinated launch. So we will pray for those impacted, and we will pray that there's nothing from Iran. But I'm very worried, because normally there are coordinated launches. Iran has been very tactical with how it has been launching its missiles. God bless all of you, by the way. There's 180 different countries in chat. Oh, and we're just about 8 hours into today's stream. As we monitor, the Beirut cam is now completely wet. I don't know if there was like a problem with Aladdin. It's coming back now. Must have just been a problem with like the sun glare. Celtic Linda, yeah, so these cams are not for the actual hits, thank God. Those are very tough to watch live. What we hear here are what's called early warning alerts. So any of those like beep beep or charms, those are kind of our hint. And then we'll hear what we watch is the early warning, the text message alerts, then the next set of alerts, okay, and then we watch for air raid sirens over Tel Aviv. The cams never actually show much. Sometimes they do. The cams are censored, but the audio itself. No, that was a sun glare, Rekka. God bless you, my dear friend. Oh, Francine Alexander, you are so kind. Did you know, Sherlock Holmes, we used to watch on Saturdays during, like, big trials. We used to cover a lot of criminal cases and civil cases on this channel. We would, like, watch all the testimony and analyze the documents. During the weekends to relax, you know what we would do? We would watch Sherlock Holmes. And I love the 1984 Jeremy Brett adaptation of Sherlock Holmes. I know every single word of every single story. I watch it to relax. I haven't done it in, like, a long time. I don't know what relaxing is. I do this for 12 hours, and I go to bed, then I wake up, then I prepare for this, and I do this. But I really like Sherlock Holmes. It's a very nice show. I love Jeremy Brett. He's very smart. He was a good actor. One of the best the BBC ever had. You don't ever underestimate Jeremy Brett. Even towards the end of his career, when he had cancer, he continued to do his acting there. You can see it in The Sign of Four. His poor body was given up on him. But my word, did he deliver just a stellar performance as Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He did adaptations of all 4 novels and every single serialized story by Mr. Arthur Conan Doyle. Truly the epitome, in my opinion, of modern detective fiction. Anyway, I really like Sherlock Holmes, and I like Arthur Conan Doyle, and this is kind of keeping me a little bit relaxed while I wait to see if the rocket activity in the north is the sign of an Iranian wave, or instead, hopefully, just Hezbollah doing, a small wave, which is never a good thing, but it's better than launches from Iran. Okay? And that's what I'm monitoring now. So it's just a short period. You are watching the sunrise, which is pretty nice. Sunrise is pretty peaceful. I'm waiting to see if there are any reports of attacks. So thankfully, there was no air raids or anything of that nature. There was a round of attacks just now, so we are monitoring. Hezbollah and Iran tend to fire in coordination. But all we want is for there to be no more attacks. That's why I get so nervous. When Iran fires, it fires at Kuwait. It fires at Dubai. There was a major fire at Dubai International Airport. If you're just waking up, I know our friend Kustadas is going to come in and say hi soon, because Kustadas comes in at the same time every day. And it's Monday over there where Kustadas is. God bless you, my friend. I bet they know I'm thinking about them right now. But yes, all we're doing... Oh, there might have been another strike in Beirut. Please hold. Please hold. I cannot see if they're zooming in on a strike or just attempting to show us the damage. Normally when you see the Beirut cam move, there might be Israeli activity in the Lebanese capital. Celtic Linda says, I have Intel cams on, but they keep going down. Yes, Celtic Linda, that chat is great. And I'll tell you, do you know why that went down, Celtic Linda? Earlier tonight, YouTube went down almost completely. The whole thing almost went down. Al Jazeera went down. I managed to keep my stream up, but I'll tell you, it was a battle. There was a battle on YouTube, and then that Intel cam stream, he was sleeping at the time of the battle, so he wasn't around to make sure his stream stayed up, and it never came back up. I think he'll probably wake up soon and fix it. But yeah, if you weren't awake when that battle happened, I call it the Battle of YouTube. Then yeah, it would have been a little difficult to keep your stream up. Some of us managed to stay up. I watched it happen live. If you're actually live while it's going on, it can be pretty intense. I have an overview now of different types of Iranian missiles, including the Khorramshahr missile. Alright, this is one of the ways that Iran targets Israel. I'm going to show you this right now. If there are any alerts in Israel, just let me know. I'm going to show you now an overview from Al Jazeera Al Arabia in Saudi Arabia of Iran's Khorramshahr missiles. This is a pretty short clip. It should be a minute. It's about 2
تجهيز
minutes.
بعض
Take a look.
الصواريخ البالستية بالذخائر العنقودية ذلك بهدف اختراق الدفاعات الجوية الإسرائيلية المتطورة. تفاصيلها ودورها في حرب إيران وهجماتها خاصة على إسرائيل نستعرضه في هذا العرض التالي. مشاهدينا، هناك أنواع عديدة من القنابل العنقودية بما في ذلك القنابل التي تلقى من الطائرات وأنظمة إطلاق الصواريخ المتعددة MLRS، والتي يمكنها نثر مئات القنابل الصغيرة والتي تتميز بوميض برتقالي. تحمل كل منها ما يصل إلى 5 كيلوغرامات من المتفجرات وتطلق من ارتفاعات شاهقة من رأس الصاروخ قبل أن تتساقط عشوائيا على مساحة واسعة. معظم الصواريخ البالستية الإيرانية مزودة بحوالي 24 أو 24 قنبلة صغيرة، لكن أحد أسلحتها المعروفة باسم خرمشهر يمكن تجهيزه بما يصل إلى 80 قنبلة. هو ما يؤكد توقعات الخبراء بأن إيران تجهز حاليا أكبر عدد من الرؤوس الحربية قادرة على حمل الذخائر العنقودية الفرعية في تكتيك جديد لتجاوز الدفاع الصاروخي النشط. نمط استخدام تلك الصواريخ أو القنابل العنقودية حلله خبراء لشبكة CNN أجري على هجومين إيرانيين منفصلين. رصد وقوع عدة إصابات على امتداد مساحة 7 و8 أميال على التوالي، وسقوط أيضا ذلك القنابل أو الشظايا عشوائيا على المنازل والمتاجر والطرق والحدائق. لجوء إيران لها في حربها الجارية أكده حديث مسؤول إسرائيلي عسكري قال إن نحو نصف الصواريخ البالستية التي أطلقت على إسرائيل خلال هذه الحرب كانت مجهزة بذخائر عنقودية. تمثل هذه الذخائر تحديا جديدا كبيرا للدفاعات الجوية الإسرائيلية التي تواجه صعوبة في إيقاف هذه الذخائر العنقودية، ذلك نظرا لصغر حجمها وقصر الوقت المتاح لاعتراضها وسقوطها بسرعات عالية، ولجوء المصممين الإيرانيين لأسلوب الانتشار على ارتفاعات عالية لتقليل فرص الاعتراض الأرضي.
Again, that was an overview of the different munitions and how Iran uses them to evade Israeli defenses. You are wonderful, Mimi. God bless you. And just remember, folks, there's 180 countries here, so you may meet people with different views than you, who speak different native languages than you, that you may hear words used that are different than how you use words. So just continue to be compassionate. I'm very grateful to all of you for that, especially in light of the intensity of these ongoing times. And I'll take you back now for more coverage from Al Jazeera English from Beirut. Thank you very much.
In the east of Lebanon towards the Syrian border, but once again the largest concentration of Israeli airstrikes is in the south of Lebanon, down towards the Israeli border, where we've also seen this Israeli ground operation beginning to take shape. Now the fear here is that that will expand. But there are many points along and inside the border where Israeli troops are operating on the ground, and especially they have been trying to take control of the town of Hayam. Now it's a hilltop town, it's very strategic, which is why the Israelis have been trying to get in there and establish control. Hezbollah says that they have been engaging with the Israelis directly on the ground, but we've also seen over the last 24 to 48 hours a large concentration of Israeli airstrikes, which indicates that although they seem to have been moving in from the east, they're trying to encircle that town. They haven't been able to yet, which is why they are still using air support, and they're targeting Hezbollah forces, which obviously are still there. They're still present in and around that town, mounting resistance.
That's Heidi Petros live in Beirut. Now, Rory Challens is joining us now. The Israeli military censors so much information, but one thing they're not censoring is the fight, what they're calling the fight against Hezbollah. What have they been saying?
Well, these northern communities in Israel are still getting round-the-clock rocket strikes from Hezbollah. And in retaliation, the Israelis say that they have launched attacks across Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah infrastructure that Heidi was just talking about there. Aside from that, there are thousands of Israeli reservists who have been called up ready for this ground operation, which has begun in some capacity, but could well stretch much further than Israel has gone into southern Lebanon since 2006. They are talking about a buffer zone being established right up to the Litani River. And that would set up perhaps a long-term occupation of southern Lebanon. There are talks at the moment, or at least there are talks about possible talks, peace talks between Lebanon and Israel. But we're getting mixed messages on this from the Israeli government, which is on the one hand saying through Gideon Saar, the foreign minister, that no peace talks are on the table at the moment. But on the other hand, Benjamin Netanyahu has appointed Ron Dermer, one of his chief fixers, to head up the Lebanon brief. And there are reports that he has already been across to Saudi Arabia to prepare for any possible peace talks that might be coming down the track.
Rory, just stay there for a second, because we are going to come back to you. We're talking about peace talks. I want to go to Heidi now, who's in Beirut. We keep hearing about these possibility of these talks between Lebanon and Israel. Rory was saying that even the situation in Israel seems to be slightly confused. Have we got any clarity when it comes to Lebanon?
Not exactly. So as Rory was explaining, there's mixed signals coming out of Israel, but the picture and the political system here in Lebanon is just by definition the way that it's set up very mixed. And so on the one hand, you have this quite historic willingness from the Lebanese Prime Minister and the Lebanese President, so that's Nawaf Salam and Joseph Aoun, saying that they would be willing to engage for defeat or surrender. He stressed that they are engaged in a legitimate battle here in Lebanon, one that he said he was preparing to engage in for a long time, which he described as existential. And we have seen a continuation of that engagement. In the last 24 hours, Hezbollah releases a daily tally of their operations. They say that they have engaged in 25 operations against Israel in the last 24 hours. So half of those inside Lebanese territory, engaging with Israeli troops. They say they've been firing at Israeli tanks, but also firing across the border, whether that is at military targets or indeed this trend that we've seen in the last week or so, where they've started claiming attacks on Israeli settlements, which is quite new. Previously, they had stressed that they were only targeting military installations or troops, but they've actually, in a sort of tit for tat or a retaliation for the mass forced evacuation orders here in Lebanon, issued one of their own for northern Israel and have started targeting settlements there.
Thank you, Heidi. Now, Rory, before I come to you, I want to play this soundbite from the Israeli military spokesman who says the attacks on Iran and Lebanon are far from over. Let's take a listen.
We have an orderly, well-planned combat strategy. We have thousands more targets in Iran, and we generate additional targets every day. The regime is already weakened, and we continue to weaken it more and more each day. As a military, we do not have the goal of toppling a regime. We do not overthrow regimes. We do, however, create the conditions and undermine it so that over time, the Iranian people will take their fate into their own hands and reclaim this country, which has been taken hostage by this terror regime.
Now, just bring us up to date, Rory, with the latest Iranian strikes across Israel.
Imran, an average of 10 missile salvos a day. That's what Iran is currently sending towards Israel. Those attacks stretched into Monday morning, and earlier ones on Sunday led to several people being injured in the Tel Aviv suburbs. But that said, the concentration or the frequency of these salvos is 90% down on what it was on day one of this conflict. And Israel says that's because they have destroyed up to 70% of Iran's missile launchers and degraded its missile production capabilities down to zero. So understandably, Iran is rationing its missile strikes against Israel. It's leaning heavily on cluster munitions, trying to punch through Israel's air defenses. And Israel does appear to be running short of interceptors for those defenses. That is officially denied by Israel, and yet the government has approved classified emergency spending on defense procurement and sent off to America a defense chief to go and talk about military procurement. So this is starting to look something like a war of attrition. But Israel says that it currently has planned at least 3 weeks worth of strikes against Iran, which would take us up to Passover and then perhaps beyond.
Rory Challens there live for us in Amman. Global trade is facing major setbacks due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran. Alternative shipping routes are now ramping up operations to meet the demand. Abaida Hito has this report from the Jabal Nasib border crossing between Jordan and Syria.
The geography of global trade has shifted dramatically since the start of the war on Iran. Maritime routes that once carried trillions of dollars worth of valuable cargo are being replaced by land routes crossing Syria.
We're transporting foreign goods coming from the Gulf countries through the Nasib crossing that are going towards parts of Syria. Some of the goods are also going to the Jadida-Yabus crossing towards Lebanon, and others go towards Tartus. We're also
okay, I have to pause because Chat Mom Lynn has offered us a very nice goal. If we hit, I put it at the lowest level. So if we hit our $2 super chat goal, like there's like a goal that sets over 3 hours. You don't have to do it now. We have 3 hours. If she's awake, super chat mom. Super chat mom. You could be super mom. Chat Mom Lynn will gift memberships, and then you can use towel emojis. I had to announce that because Lynn is very nice and kind, and we pray for her. She's under a tornado watch, and we pray she is safe. God bless you, Chat Mom Lynn. We all love you very much.
getting products coming from Turkey through this crossing going towards the Gulf.
Amr Ghaddani, an Omani truck driver, says the queue for trucks waiting at the border has increased as shipping companies turn to alternate routes to move their goods.
In the past, we would stop at the border for a day.
Oh, God bless you, Rigged Outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, you might see a membership parade. It's very special to see a membership parade. God bless you, Rigged Outcome. You are super towel. I send you my best regards. I think constantly about looking over the nice environs of Canada and how nice it must be to enjoy the snow. Maybe we will be able to have coffee and tea one day. I would like that very much, my friend. And we can sit on the porch and I can smoke my cigar and you can have your tobacco. God bless you, my dear friend. Oh, it's Microdots. Hello, Microdots. How have you been? God bless you, Microdots. Have you all checked out Drop Microdots' channel? He doesn't ask me to say this, but every time I see Drop Microdots, I just got to tell you, first of all, thank you, Drop Microdots. God bless you for your support. If you've never checked out Drop Microdots' channel, he has all these videos, and you can learn about different cases, and he puts all this effort into them. They're very well done. It's kind of like watching professional production, and he does a lot of video editing. Now, I do real-time video editing, but, you know, Richie, he does kind of like very complex, like, productions. You know, it's kind of like if Stanley Kubrick had AI and, like, only 2 assistants. You know, we got to get Richie to, like, Hollywood. Well, I don't think he should work in Hollywood. We got to get Richie, like, a directorial, like, position. He just needs to be allowed to make movies. We got to send him to Elstree Studios in the UK. They might have shut that down. My point is, he could totally do, like, a modern reinterpretation of 2001: A Space Odyssey, and it would actually be good. So check out his channel. God bless you, Richie. I'm a towel. Oh, Jerry, God bless you, dear sir. Thank you so much, Jerry. It has been such a pleasure chatting with you today. All your informed and erudite questions. And Jerry, if you haven't met Jerry, Jerry keeps track of various incidents. Jerry asks follow-up questions. Jerry is really a wonderful human as well. Look at all these wonderful people. You know, I was thinking actually the other day, well, we take just a slight mental decompression break before the top of the hour in Doha. I was thinking about how intelligent you all are and how many different amazing parts of humanity I get to see. I actually woke up in my bed the other day. Oh, you're welcome, Microdots. I woke up in my bed the other day. Oh, God bless you. No need for the emojis for me. I'm here for the news that the news don't news. Oh, I love it. God bless you, water under the bridge. Oh, I did it again. I did the pun. It's water under the bridge. The username that is so good that it actually confuses me into the actual pun. But I was waking up the other day, and I was kind of laying in my bed. When I wake up in the morning, I have a headache a lot of times, or like I'm just kind of confused, and I'm like, what happened the day before that, especially the past 2 weeks. But then one day I woke up, and I was feeling really good, and I was thinking, wait a minute, I get to see like not only people from 180 countries, I know so many of them, and they all have so many talents. Some of them are just like the most impressive, energetically charged, like humans and compassionate. Some of them are so intelligent, they're experts, like Paul Salar is an expert in Iran and Middle Eastern history, and then Ifti Ahmad is just an expert in so many different components of the various geopolitical developments in the Middle East. And then people, like Patti LaBelle, who will weigh in with their geopolitical expertise. Donald Patrick has so many different things that he shares with me. And then Terry comes in and is always monitoring and offering insights and their perspective. Like, I can literally see any person in this chat, and I know something so special about them. And it just makes me realize that humanity does have so many gifts. And I think this channel and all of your contributions, it's like this beautiful interwoven mosaic of compassion. It's all I've ever wanted. I'm so blessed, you don't understand. And you all are so kind to each other, and you have so many talents, and you make films, and you like report news, and you monitor channels, and you like all have different stories, and you're in different countries, but yet you all share the same like soul and compassion, and it shows that everyone is united. Oh, God bless you, Serene Sapphire. Oh, you are. I love seeing Serene Sapphire's name. Serene Sapphire's on the Discord, and they hang out with me. Oh, you're all such wonderful people. Just to say, by the way, so you can join the Discord. I should say this while we're in our mental decompression break. You can join the Discord. You can hang out with us during the day. I wake up. They have people chat. Like, we have very interesting conversations. And so God bless all of you. It really means a lot to me. And then also, 845 Bear said, Grant's channel is where you can agree to disagree. It's the only channel on YouTube. You don't understand. I've always wanted to just see this happen. And not for me. I don't really care about me. But I just wanted people to understand that they're all so similar. And they're all very talented. And they share these common interests. And even if you don't all believe the same thing, once you listen to each other, you can be like, well, I don't really agree with that. But you're so nice. And, oh, you like this food. And you're into that music. And, oh, I didn't know that word meant that, and you just taught me. I've seen so many people teach each other things here. That's just it just inspires me. I never feel like I'm putting in any effort. I just kind of feel like I'm here helping, and that's just the most special thing. So God bless all of you. Oh, so anyway, thank you very much. You're all wonderful humans, and we'll get back to the news now because it's 12 a.m., but, I'm glad I got to say that. Oh, it's George Alinos. Oh, God bless you. Gregory Alinos has some of the most interesting, insights. So we were having this chat earlier. Gregory Alinos, I swear, went for 3 hours, and I was learning so much in their discussion. You must understand, your collective. It's I just always have wanted to talk to so many people simultaneously. I've always been so bored because I couldn't talk to thousands of people at the same time. I can remember you all. You don't understand. It means so much to me. Oh, it really does. And I know I can't come meet you all, but I really do one day want to do that. It would mean I am so grateful for you. It would mean so much to me. I just want to meet you, and I can meet your dogs and your cats, and we can go to lunch, and I can see the vast terrains and your environs, and I can write about your cities, and I can, we can sit on porches and look over on the nice water and the trees. Oh, it would be so nice. I think that would be wonderful. So anyway, that's how I was thinking about that in bed the other day. Oh, Liam, my dear friend, God bless you. You're one of those people every time I see it warms my heart. But yeah, I know all of you. That's why everybody has a wrench. You can only get a wrench if I know you, and then I memorize you. I know your name and where you're from. I try to remember your animals, like Missy. Missy is a kitty cat. Hi, Missy. How are you doing? I'm a towel. Oh, Francine, my dear friend Francine from St. Martin. You are wonderful. God bless you. Marcia, you are the best, my dear friend. I'm so happy to see you. Marcia was in the Discord earlier and wished me a good day, and I was very happy to see that. God bless you, Marcia. I hope you had a wonderful day. Oh, is one O State fan here still? He's wonderful. And Unity. I saw you come in earlier, Unity. You're wonderful, my dear friend. Oh, you have such special talents. I hope you keep sharing them with each other and bring that compassion with you each throughout the day. It's really, I think, one of the most important parts of these intense times, looking for reasons to just show compassion to each other, even when you don't understand other people, because you may end up finding that you share something in common with them, and then you end up being like, well, you know what, maybe that's like maybe people from Bahrain aren't like people from like Iraq, and maybe people from Iraq aren't all the same, and maybe people from like Pakistan don't all believe the same thing as people from like that part of Pakistan. You know what I mean? You learn all these different things. It's wonderful. We have people from Ireland and the UK. They're wonderful friends. You don't understand. If you listen to the news, you'd think people from these countries don't even talk to each other, but they're wonderful friends. They like the same food. They share recipes. They tell me I have to call Bitterball and Chicken Croquette. You don't understand. Anyway, let's check out the modern update. Let's check out the top of the hour update. This is the most recent pictures from Tehran and also from around the Gulf.
Israeli now ready to attacks on the Iranian capital continue. That's after the Israeli army announced it was launching another wave of wide-scale overnight strikes on Tehran. Residents have seen heavy smoke and flames near the city's domestic airport. They've also say they've been hearing massive explosions. Cities in western and central Iran were heavily bombed on Sunday. We're live in Tehran, Beirut, Amman and Doha. But first, this update from Manuel Rapallo in Washington, D.C.
What President Trump is doing is trying to galvanize international pressure to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. And in this regard, the president is being very clear. The argument that he's trying to make here is that U.S. allies are reliant on Gulf oil, far more reliant than the United States is. And because of this, allied countries of the United States need to do more militarily to secure the flow of energy shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, whether this be by clearing the waterway of landmines or helping the United States prevent targeted attacks by Iran against oil tankers. Now, in doing so, and in a very President Trump type of way, he's also putting pressure on NATO allies, saying that NATO could face a, quote, very bad future if they don't step up their support. Let's take a listen to what President Trump had to say to members of the press on Sunday evening aboard Air Force One.
We're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. There's many, it's got a notion that between us doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the Strait open. And by comparison, it's small because Iran has very little firepower left.
Now, one might argue that this is a mix of military strategy and diplomacy in a way that only President Trump is known to do, but this is part of the White House's effort to share the burden of securing the Strait of Hormuz to avoid a larger economic global fallout. Manuel Rapallo, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Now let's head to Tehran and speak to Mohammed Val. Now, Mohammed, what are we hearing from the Iranians on who can use the Strait of Hormuz?
Imran, the Iranians have been consistent in saying that the Strait of Hormuz is Iran has the right to control it as it passes through its territorial waters and so on. So they have been very clear about that, saying that from day one, Strait of Hormuz should be controlled by Iran, and they have been doing what they can to do that. And they have been saying, particularly late during the last few days, that the Strait of Hormuz is not even closed. It's closed only to American and Israeli ships or tankers that belong to countries or entities that are supporting Israel and the United States.
So that was the most recent update from Tehran. I heard some folks might be watching and might find it helpful if they learn about what this channel does. And what I do basically is I'll grab you footage from around the world. If you'd like to get the update over the past, 6 hours, you can kind of go sequentially on my Twitter. I repost, they're mostly in Arabic. I repost the primary source videos. My accuracy rate is about 99.8. I'm a trained political scientist. I suppose I also am a philosopher. Then I went to law school, but I'm not a lawyer. I just am a journalist. I used to cover the criminal and civil courts and also regulatory agencies in Massachusetts, which are actually Article 1 courts. Very few people realize that. But in any event, I'll show you how I cover the war. So this is only going back a few hours. I'll kind of start up my stream, and then anything you see me reposting on Twitter, what I'm doing is then bringing it onto the to the stream here, and then I'm analyzing. I screen it on my X as it's happening in real time. Then I kind of take you around the world. There's a lot of simultaneous attacks that will occur, so I kind of monitor my chat to see if there's alarms going off in Israel or other areas like Bahrain or Saudi Arabia. It's a lot of translating Arabic, and then we have Interpretal with us, Naomi, and she helps me understand the Arabic reports. But a lot of the Arabic reports are outdated, so a lot of the footage you see here, you'll see before Al Jazeera Arabic, and like Al Mayadeen in Lebanon, which was taken offline tonight and playing anti-Iranian songs because they suffered a hack, along with the MTV Lebanon website, which is not a music channel, it's a news channel in Lebanon. So the only channel that was really up was that you could watch in Lebanon was El Mana, which is another example. See, that's Al Mayadeen when they're up. So anyway, I have some expertise in South Lebanon and also Yemen, and then Iran and Iraq, and also Syria a little bit, the border region, and Israel. And I get a lot of the primary source footage, very few, like I'd say 98% of it is very accurate, and then we cross-verify. Anyway, so I've been covering the war in Israel and Gaza since 2023, and so people like Ali Hashim and Zina Kador from Al Jazeera, they follow me, and I'm honored because I consider them colleagues. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts myself. But in any event, so like here's an example of what we did earlier. I was live on the stream, and there were explosions in Beirut, so I clipped them, and then I made a clip in real time, and then I wrote it up on Twitter myself while doing the production, and then I posted this for the world. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am reporting live from the war desk in Boston. It is 6:47 p.m. Eastern Time, and I can report to you that, as you can see on the AP camera of Beirut, just 3 to 4 minutes ago, which would be 12:43 a.m. local time, Monday, March 16, 2026, in Beirut, there has been yet a massive spike in the center of the city following a strike that occurred just minutes ago. You can see the light of the bomb from Israel turning night to day, even among the rain clouds and lingering dust storms in the area. I will show you now this attack as the ongoing battle between Hezbollah and Israel rages, with the 700,000 plus displaced people of Lebanon suffering as a result. Again, just minutes ago, a massive strike in the center of Beirut at the defense of the Israeli military, who appears to be targeting Hezbollah position, mentioned on an MTV Lebanon report, a local station in Lebanon earlier in the day. I will play for you the footage now. There is a loud sound and an explosion that you will see in this footage. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting from Boston. This was within about 3 minutes of the airstrike. A little loud. And so you can see I ended up doing like a 4-minute dispatch, but you'll also get, like, you know, the footage from of the missiles. Like, we'll watch the sirens, you'll get the footage of the missiles. If you're wondering about an update from tonight, there was a litany of attacks on the Dubai airport. I shouldn't say a litany. There was a single attack on the Dubai airport that shut down the entire airport. So I'll show you the footage as it came in real time. There was a bunch of attacks in downtown Tehran as well. These were the initial videos that came in. It was the Mahar airport, which is in West Tehran. It's kind of like the main domestic airport, but it's also what Iran uses to send a lot of weapons to like Hezbollah and the Houthis. Like, it's a domestic airport, but it's an airport, so it can go anywhere. Now, if we continue going up, you will see that I also had, you'll see some footage from the Palestinian territories. This was the south of Israel after a launch from Iran earlier tonight, about 5 hours ago. And then you'll also see this is the footage from the Dubai airport. And then, I can also full screen it during the coverage if I want to show you, and I can just let the clip roll. I do all this producing myself. It's just a one-man operation, no co-hosts, no moderators. Well, we have everyone's a mod in my chat, but I just do the production myself. I run an RTMP client. I don't have any co-anchors. We crowdsource a lot. It's a great channel if you've never learned about it. I'm giving people an overview because apparently someone said that people wanted to learn about my channel. So my name's Grant Smith Ellison. That's kind of what I do. That was the Dubai airport, and then I grabbed this angle. It was pretty far away, but you could kind of see the fire rising over Dubai when the airport was hit. Yeah, absolutely. And then one of the most interesting pieces of footage that we got, my dear friend Real Jack Matt just asked me if I would play it. There was a CRAM that fired over one of the bases in Iraq, but it could not intercept one of the missiles, which I think came from the Blood Guardians, which is just an umbrella name for the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. They're kind of like the single A equivalent if you're thinking about Iran as the major league club and you like baseball. This was the video of the fire in Dubai. This was someone in their apartment. They were kind of looking at the fire. You see what I'm saying? That was the fire at the airport in Dubai. You can kind of see it was an oil tank because in the clip it shows the actual oil kind of burning. You see what I mean? That kind of is pretty clear. It's oil there. You know what I mean? Good night, my dear friend Stu. You sleep well. I know it was a tough night. God bless you, my dear friend. Again, this was a video from someone's apartment in Dubai. If you're just getting caught up, the airport in Dubai is closed because of this attack. And then as I go forward, obviously some more footage. They didn't need to label it. You don't need to label it. They're just chopping. What they're doing is just chopping up this footage. You see what I mean? This person, whoever that was, on one of the Telegram channels, bruh. Just post the initial source video, bruh. See, this person's doing good. I like This Is Leb News. They do really good. Bro, don't cut it up. Don't chop it. Don't put your logo on it if you didn't film it. Unless it's your source and they're telling you it's okay. Just post the original, bro. That's all we need, okay? We don't need no, zoomed in. If I want to cut it and chop it, I'll do it. But I just need the primary source. It's incredibly important. So don't do this. No, it's not his fault. He didn't do this. It's this news outlet. Don't do this. Don't be doing that. Just post this. We need the whole thing. It's useless to us if you cut, to me as a fact checker, if you cut it like this. Don't do that. I just want this one. Now, I'm not saying it's his fault. He's a great journalist. I'm very pleased with his coverage. It's this, whoever, grabbed it. Either they didn't know that this was cut or whatever, but just give me the original. I just want the original. There we go. See? He found the original. You always just look for the original. And most of these journals will post 2 or 3 versions of it until they find the original. 3 in Dubai were arrested for filming this attack to show their families they were safe. They sent a text just to say they were safe with pictures and they got arrested. This was the Blood Guardians. Again, they've been targeting folks in Iraq. So if you want to see who I think was responsible for the CRAM shot that you're going to see misses, it's these folks. Now they have very intense clips in music. So, but before we look at the CRAM, this is the people who were shooting. Hello, Mateo Views 2. Welcome. God bless you.
لثارات الولي، يا لثارات الولي، يا لثارات الولي، يا لثارات الولي. يا علي.
So that was the footage the Blood Guardians released overnight. They're the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. They're the A team. The double A team's the Houthis in Yemen. And then the triple A team are Hezbollah, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. These were the rockets fired during the first missile salvo, or tonight's missile salvo, from Iran towards South Israel. It appeared to have been aimed at military targets in the south near the Negev, where the Dianoa research facility is located regarding the nuclear weapons. You can see this was probably the clearest footage that came in from the missiles heading towards the south of Israel overnight. Okay. That's the clearest footage that came in. I'm going to show you the CRAM footage. It's a counter-rocket artillery mortar device that fires to, it's like a land-based interception machine to protect bases. And it tried to fire, oh yeah, there's more footage from Mehrabad, Tehran. This is the airport. You might hear some of it, I'm not sure. No, a lot of this audio gets cut out so they can, you see how it's like censored by the people in Tehran so they can protect themselves. It censors out the landmarks that would allow geolocation so the IRCG can't find who filmed the video. It's meant to disorientate your perspective while allowing you to still see the hit on Mehrabad Airport tonight in Tehran. That's what you're looking at. Mehrabad Airport was hit seriously. It's Iran's main domestic airport, but at the same time, it is also an airport that is centered on allowing Iran to deliver weapons to its proxy groups around the region. Again, reverse angle of the Mehrabad hit. Okay, reverse angle of the Mehrabad hit. You can notice again all the Iranian footage recently from citizens in Tehran is censored. The citizens want to get the stuff out. They know how to get it out through proxies to like protect themselves, but you have to censor the bottom part of it so there's no what's called landmarks. Do you notice how like the Blood Guardians and other groups, they also censor it, like Hezbollah, so you can't see their launch positions? Citizens are adopting what's called counter-intel tactics, which I preach all the time on this channel, to protect citizens in war zones who want to share footage in order to highlight what's going on. Like in Iran, these citizens are sharing it because they hate their government. They're trying to make a point, you know what I'm saying? Ifti Ahmad, hello, my dear friend. I didn't see you come back in. You are a super towel. Ifti Ahmad and I are going to go one day, and my friend Hashim Karim. I think we're all going to go hang out. We're going to go to a soccer game. This is one of the missiles over Israel earlier tonight, if you're getting caught up on your wrap-up. Some of the videos from over Israel. There was a raid that killed one in Tulkarm in the occupied Palestinian territories. May God rest that person's soul. This was praying. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is closed in the Holy Land of Jerusalem, so the Muslims in the area pray on an overlook. They also pray on the streets near their mosques. And then I'm going to show you more footage from downtown Tehran. Again, more and more of it is censored. Okay, that was hits near the Mehrabad airport overnight. Okay, it was burning. Again, it's censored so that the IRGC doesn't know where this person is. This was the hit on the Mehrabad airport overnight. This was an arrival of a missile from Iran over Jaffa. Oh, if you missed this footage, listen, there's a volume warning for this. Volume warning. This is probably the most intense footage of the war. You are going to watch a man yesterday in Tehran. Actually, it's a western city. Let me give you the exact city. This is the city of Hamadan. It was spelled wrong in this. It's not Hamadan, it's Hamadan with an A. This is the western Iranian city of Hamadan. It is going to rock your ears. This man is in a car that gets hit by an airstrike, and then after the first round, his car gets hit again. He lived. I confirmed he lived. He's alive, thank God. He's just a civilian, but it is a violent airstrike. You can see it one more time. I know you probably want to see it again. Now, this man did live, but I want you to remember that although this man lived, there are people's families, there are innocent civilians in Tehran. And again, this is why I've been warning the citizens of Tehran, like, please don't go outside. I know it's really a disruption to daily life, but please don't. It will happen without warning. They will not tell you. They will just strike. And like the way that they strike is depending. I need to just be very clear with the people of Iran and their family members, T.A. Sarah and others. God bless all your family members. I need you all to understand something. If there is what's called an HVT in your sector, if you are like within like a half a mile or like let's say like a quarter of a mile of what's called an HVT, you probably aren't going to know it, a high value target. In war, when there is what's called an HVT, the way the calculus works, and I learned this earlier today from a report, although I kind of knew it before too, because Al Jazeera has talked about it. When there's an HVT, they will accept civilian casualties. Yeah, he's still alive. The man lived. I confirmed this man lived. That's how he got the footage out. He lived. But I need to tell you, the way that they strike, okay, it's a HVT calculation. If you are a high value target, okay, a very high value target, and there are civilians around you, they don't care. I'm trying to tell you, this is just how like all militaries work. If they are going to strike at a HVT, the calculus is going to be, okay, are we all right with 0 civilian casualties, 15, 100, 500, 1,000, 50,000? They won't get that high. I've never even heard of that. But like, are we okay with the 500 people who are not related to the HVT dying? How high? A high value target, that's what it means. Is it like the leader? Okay, well, they're going to kill everyone in a 5-block radius. They don't care. I just want you to know. Yeah, and collateral damage is the colloquial term. It's absolutely appropriate to use, but you should know what that actually means. I know folks understand that. What it actually means is like, how much civilian death are you comfortable with when you kill an HVT? It doesn't matter where, in their home, at a grocery store. They'll kill HVTs after they go home from work and are eating dinner. These are the scenes from the Mahrabad airport strike. Hello, T.A. Sarah, you do come to Towel class. You have perfect attendance, and that's why you have 77,444 billion bonus points. That's not really a number, I just made it up. Sarah's like, oh great, I have to learn a whole new mathematical system. He's making up numbers now. Which is true. Yeah, you don't want to be at a grocery store. This is a picture from Mehrabad Airport tonight, okay? This is the scenes over Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. I'll zoom in for you, give me one sec. This is as close as I can get for you. So this was the strike on Mehrabad. You might be able to get a little closer. Alright, so that was the hit on Mehrabad Airport. I can pull out a little bit, but yeah, that was the hit on the airport. There were more hits than just this. That was the initial hit. So if you're wondering how is Mehrabad Airport doing in Tehran, I mean, it got hit pretty bad. That's about as close as I can get. I mean, I can get you closer. I don't know if we're going to actually be able to discern what it hit. It's just a civilian camera. But that's, I think, as close as I can get. Yeah. So that's the hit. I don't exactly know what's on fire. at the Mehrabad airport, or what was, but that's as close as I can get. It looks like it's fuel tanks and like planes. I can't really discern. That's you're like a mile and a half out on a civilian camera there. And the DPI on the camera is decent. That's the only reason that we're able to do this. But yeah, it's still tough to tell exactly what was hit at the Mehrabad airport in Tehran tonight. Oh, by the way, did you know that in just 4 more Super Chats, you all might get gift memberships from Super Chat, from Super Towel Lynn, who's the chat mom? Just letting you know. Pardon me. So zooming out, that was that hit. All right. You can only zoom in so far before you lose the dynamic of the picture, and it starts just being pixelated. So that's probably the best I can get. God bless all of you, by the way. Thank you for being so kind to each other in chat. Now let me show you the CRAM footage. I know, I've been looking for it. All the Tehran hits came up, though. All right, here's the CRAM footage. Where is it now? I'll find it. Was it more recently than 2 hours ago? Might have been like more than 2 hours ago. That's why I couldn't find it. I'll find it, though, my dear friend. I need to show it, and I will find it. I will find it. You want to see the CRAM footage? We will see it. It was in Iraq. So it was probably like 5 hours ago. Is this it? No. Is this it? No. Is that it? No. 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 Where is it now? Where is the CRAM? No. It was before that. It was before that. Was it before? Yeah, it might have been actually before the attack on Israel. It was before that one. It was before that one. No, it was a while ago. We've been streaming for a while. 9 hours or so. That's good. All right, so I'll find you the, what did I tweet about? Oh, yeah, the tweet about the Dubai runway being closed, the Dubai airport. I will show you the CRAM. I said I would find it. It was from the attack on Iraq overnight, so I'm going to try to show you the CRAM now. It might have like been like interspersed with some of this, though. I'll find it, though. It was right around when the Dubai attack happened, if I recall correctly. My dear friend asked me to find it. I will find it. I am committed. It's here. I found it. Here it is. This is it. It's very loud. This is a Iranian rocket beating what's called the CRAM. Oh, Gunby, God bless you, my dear friend. So you're going to hear it long after. We are so close. God bless you, Gunby. You got us to within just 3. Oh, Super Chat. Oh, God bless you, my dear friend. You are wonderful. Again, you're watching the requested footage. This is a CRAM. It fires 4,900 rounds per second. It didn't detect the missile in time. So see how the CRAM goes up here, and then the missile hits down here? All right, so watch it again. The CRAM is going to go up here. The noise, this is like, remember, you see before you hear. Sound, light travels faster than sound. So see the CRAM go up. It fires 4,900 rounds per minute. It can't get the missile, though. It fired late. It should have fired way earlier. And then the missile hits. Okay, so... Oh, that's very good, Sarah. Thank you so much. So yes, again, this was a request from our real dear friend, real Jack Matt. Like what I did there. Real dear friend, real Jack Matt. But yes, when you hear zzz, that's the CRAM. And then right after, so again, remember, you're seeing a delay because light travels faster than sound. CRAM, it misses, explosion, and then sound of CRAM, sound of explosion. You got to learn to watch videos like that, because real videos, there's always you can tell a video's real because light travels faster than sound. You see lightning before you hear thunder. That's the rule. Yeah, real Jack Matt. It either was like a rad dome error or like somebody didn't operate it. I don't know enough about like the actual buttons you push on a CRAM. It's a counter rocket artillery and mortar device that is designed like it fires 4,900 rounds per second. That's why it looks like that. It has like a trail, and it's designed to like as a last ditch kind of like land to air interception system. And so that's what happened over Iraq. Now, like, you notice Look where this footage is, okay? You see how it's like on a house, like a camera? Look what the Blood Guardians, again, the Mujahideen for the Islamic resistance of Iraq, look what they put out like 3 hours later, bro. Like, I was monitoring these fools. They think they're so slick. They're not that slick. Look, bro, they claimed that attack like not even an hour later. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. They literally claimed it and put footage up like 3 hours later. Watch the footage at the end of this from the Blood Guardians. Yeah, it is probably automated.
المقاومة العراقية في العراق سرايا ودياء الدم نأخذ ثار سيدنا الخامنائي وشهداء الحشد الشعبي لبيك يا ابو عبد
Look familiar? That's called a kill chain. I'll play it for you again. That's called a kill chain video. It doesn't actually mean someone got killed. It's a formal technical term in the military. I'm not in the military, it's just a military term. A kill chain video is where you show the stage of, so what they're showing there to annotate for you without music. What they're showing is they're going to show the truck. None of this is fake. They're showing it's a literal kill chain video. That is the truck that brought the missile in. That is the missile they fired. I want everyone to understand. See, now they're showing the missile going out. Remember, they got to bring it into the loading area. A missile is useless without its radar. So you have to arm the missile. You have to bring the missile to the launch site. You have to prep the radar. You have to prep the coordinates. It depends what kind of missile it is, or if it's a drone. This is a missile. Okay, so here it is. It's taking a turn. See the car? The specific type of missile is a Qari, Q-A-R-I missile. Okay, now this is the vehicle the missiles were mounted on. There's the little force hanging out. There's one guy. There's another guy on a bike. There's some other guys. These are the actual missiles they fired. Okay, now that's another guy. See, he's showing himself. Now that's the missile. It has Arabic written on it. My guess is that's probably something along the lines of about God being great, or a message to the non-believers. It can it can be an imprint of the weapons factory that made it. Now they're kind of like 4chan bros. Listen, I don't mean to degrade the Blood Guardians, the Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance, but they're targeting my soldiers' bases, so I'm allowed to. They're 4chan bros, basically. This is the kind of thing you would do on 4chan if you were trying to show proof, bro. You're some guy on 4chan or 8chan. They're cool. If you've been around the chans, don't mess with them. They'll geolocate you based on the positions of clouds, and then go steal Shia LaBeouf's flag because it's effing hilarious. And then they'll troll him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trolling. You're trolling. I'm boxy. You see. Anyway, so my point is, they're kind of like Chan bros. You got to kind of understand the Chan bros. These are the folks who I don't know. It's very hard to explain. Imagine, how do I explain this? Okay, so imagine you grew up on the internet, okay? And you spent a lot of time on the internet. Now the internet gets bored. Once Eternal September hits in 2012, bro, the internet is bored. The old internet, it used to be for 9 months of the year, only college kids had access to the internet. It was very expensive, and you didn't really need it unless you were in the military, the government, or at college. So the first 20 years of the civilian internet, it was mostly college kids, and every September a new batch of freshmen would go on the internet. And so in September, you had to teach the new kids how to use the internet. Now, there were some exceptions to this rule, like Aaron, right? Aaron Swartz. He started using the internet when he was 14. He was talking to Professor Lessig and all these very smart people like Brewster. My friend Brewster, he runs the Internet Archive. He's a smart man. I met him, and we talked about multiple things. He's a very smart man. Anyway, I've met some smart men in my life. I've never met anyone as smart as my friend Brewster. I think I'm kind of smart. No, he's a super genius. He understands more than any human being on the entire earth. His mind is like a library. He's so fun to hang out with, you don't understand. It's like being in the presence of greatness. That's my friend Brewster. He runs an Internet Archive. It's such a useful website. You can go to the Wayback Machine, and you can do all sorts of other things on the Internet Archive. And they run it in a church. It's like a church that's dedicated to Internet service. They worship Internet service. I respect that. I don't really understand, but God bless them. You know, I think Brewster's a wonderful man. He's wonderful. Anyway, so, going back to my point, they're kind of like 4chan bros. And so if you've been on the internet a long time, like when the September would happen every year on the internet back in the old days when I was just a little washcloth, a young washcloth, we try to teach the new people on the internet what to do. And eventually, by like October or November, they would figure it out. Like, find your like PHP BB forum or whatever you're going to do, bro. Like, you find your news group or your chat room. Like whatever. You'll figure it out. But then you just got to follow the rules. There's just unspoken normative guidelines of the internet. But then around September of 2012, listen. A lot of you found the damn internet. I don't know how. I blame cell phones. But like a lot of you found the internet at the same time. And we kind of just gave up. Like we couldn't teach. Like it just became eternal September. Like you all were just new to the internet. And then we stopped trying to teach you because there were just so many of you and, exponential like growth and populating the earth and all that stuff. And it's complicated. So anyway, when Eternal September happened, like you had this like old god who like grew up on the internet, and they're not limited to any one country. They're from like Japan and like America and Russia and Ukraine. You'd be surprised how many countries use the internet. So anyway, when you get a little like Eternal September going on and you're the old guard of the internet, you kind of retreat to like different places. And this was kind of like right when the dark web was like coming up, but no one really. People trust the dark web, but like I think a lot of people think the exit nodes are like honeypots run by the Defense Intelligence Establishment, which, to be fair, is true. Anyway, but like, think about what Tor was first for, bro. It was for people in China to tunnel out of the Communist Party's like fucking firewall, bro. That's all the U.S. government wanted to really let them do. I have no comment beyond that. Anyway, so, if you think about like the dark web and set that aside, if you think about the surface web, so 97% of the internet is on the dark web. It's all that means is that it's not indexed by like search engines. When people say the dark web, I feel like people don't even understand what they're talking about. Like, yes, it is a .onion address, which is just like this convoluted protocol where you have to use a VPN to tunnel into an exit node in order to be able to access these websites. It's like an internet that makes you open another software before you can go on the internet, basically. So anyway, other than the darknet, setting that aside, the surface web, that's like 3% of the internet. The surface web, like if you're going to hang out on the surface web and you don't really want to go onto the darknet, like after Eternal September in 2012, you got to like find a place to go. These dudes, like they're kind of like that bridge between like the people who go on the dark web and do this stuff, like they're not in like armies really. Like they're a little bit more like underground, to put it lightly. The people who are like in the army but militant, like just on the border between like an army and like a hitter, is like these guys, and so they hang out on the Jans. How do I know that? Because this is exactly what you would do. Like no one except someone who spent 30 years like on the Chans, which is like kind of like a surface level website. It's like a surface website for like alienated old guard people who are like just want to post Pepe the Frog. Like they just want to troll the normies, and like they just think everybody sucks. And they're a little bit like jaded, but they also have a heart of gold. Like if you were like, that man's kicking a puppy, if you gave them a video of a man kicking a puppy, they're the kind of people who would like get 1,000 people and go find the dude who was kicking the puppy and like make sure he got arrested. It's this weird like gray zone. It's like a gray hat hacker. Like they have like very dangerous skills, and then they're also like kind of benevolent, and they've been around for a while, so like you can't really mess with them. That's kind of like what this like group is. You have to understand the psychological profile of these people. So anyway, oh, welcome, Bobby. I'm so sorry I didn't see you come in. Is this a weird channel? No, you're getting a lesson on what are called the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. They are called the Blood Guardians, and yes, they're basically like 8chan bros. I don't know what to tell you. If they weren't acting this way, I would not analyze them that way. I'm like a geopolitical commentator explaining to you how the single A affiliate of Iran in Iraq, who just bombed soldiers overnight in Erbil and defeated our CRAM system in a video I just played, and then played that video 2 hours later in this propaganda that was rapidly put together and is called the kill chain cam that takes you from the weapon system being put on the truck, then loaded up onto its launcher, then delivered to the launcher pad, then fired, and then you're going to see eventually the impact, which was the same video that I just played that my dear friend Real Mad asked me to show, so that I could explain how a CRAM functions, which is a counter rocket artillery and mortar device, in turn also explaining like how the missile from this specific group was able to defeat the CRAM. Now, furthermore, it's important to understand that the Blood Guardians are not actually a group. Although they are the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, which is like the AAA affiliate of Iran, the AA affiliate would be the Houthis. They're an Iranian-backed proxy in Yemen. We don't have time to talk to him about Mr. Houthi in the 80s in the parliament and going up to the caves and the modern Yemenis National Council and its factional split and how they're supported by Saudi Arabia and how the Houthis are supported by Iran. And we don't have time to talk about the AAA proxy in Lebanon, which is called the Mujahideen for the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. They're called Hezbollah. You probably heard of them. Anyway, so going back to the Blood Guardians. The Blood Guardians are not a group. They're an umbrella organization that claims credit for attacks on Americans so that America doesn't understand the various sub-factions within Iraq that are funded and backed by Iran that are firing missiles at American bases. Does that make sense? Welcome to the channel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm doing my very best. Not a lot of people even have this footage. You got to know what you're looking for. You got to speak a little Arabic, and you have to know what you're talking about. So again, when I say it's a kill chain cam, those are literally like they're doing like proof. They're like it's like a 8chan thing where they show the proof in Arabic. Now do you see they're trying to be all sneaky? They really adjust it. You can't even really see it in this video. I can see it because I have my colors adjusted on the other screen. There's a truck here. That is like that. It's all like blacked out, so you can't use it against them because they know like how counter intel works. There's a truck here. That's the launcher. Those are those two missiles mounted again, but this time on a launcher. Now, bro, I know that your launcher is a truck from this video. Like all I had to do was adjust the saturation Blood Guardians. Like this is the front of the truck right here. That's the like bumper, that's the wheel, that's the under. They try to black the truck out. That's the back of the truck, that's the front of the cab. Bro, nice try, Blood Guardians. You don't have like a mobile launcher. You faked it. You launched them from the same truck you brought them in on. You just tried to make it look like you unloaded from the truck. So for for OPSEC purposes, you wouldn't reveal to the Americans that all you're really doing is using the same kind of trucks that Hezbollah uses, which are sort of these like old model Toyota trucks. So you see what? This is just the same truck that they drove the damn thing in on. They're trying to make it look like they like took it in on this truck, unloaded it on like a trailer. This is the truck that, hold on. So this is the truck that actually fires the damn thing. All right. They're trying to be all sneaky, but this is the actual launcher. All right. They're trying to be sneaky, but they're not fooling me. All right. So like this is the truck that drives it in. They're trying to like say like, oh, see, we drove it in, then we put it on this little cart here, like we're the Blood Guardians. I'm not mocking them. This is what they're presenting as their kill chain. I'm analyzing it. Now they're like, look, we're taking it, see, we're prepping it, we're putting it on its like cargo bay, we're gonna shoot it. We're like, we have a base, you know? No. They're out in the middle of the desert with the same truck they drove it in on. You can't really see it, but I adjusted the saturation on my other camera so I can see it. That's all they're doing. They're just firing it off a truck. Bro, they're literally just firing it off a truck in the middle of the desert, trying to make it look like they're not so we won't realize what they're actually doing. Now, they fired 2 of them. Notice how they only had 2 missiles? So they take their missiles, they're on a truck, now they're from behind the truck, they switch the angle, they use this as the transition. So they went from behind the truck, I'll show you how this was cut. They went from behind the truck here, right? They're from like now we're looking at the right side of the truck. Now there's a cut. They actually, you can't tell because whoever edited this is really good. This is a jump cut, but they use that flash, which is it's brilliant. Whoever edited this, like Microdots would be like, oh damn, like they're really good. I'm telling you, like you see how this like flash over here, that's a different angle now. Now that it's meant to disorientate you. Now the truck is right here. Okay, it wants to disorientate you because now you're looking at the front of the truck. They're trying to blur it out. Bro, I know what you fired from, Blood Guardians. Do you think I am a moron? That is a truck, okay? The missiles are firing off the back of it, and we're now looking at the left front of the truck. They're trying to be all sneaky. When you watch it in real time, they think they can fool you. But, bro, I got an eye for video editing. If I caught the Mystery Man from 5:38 p.m. on January 29, 2022 on the Canton PD Sallyport, Blood Guardians, you're not going to fool me with your little creative editing. Come on, man. So anyway, they show one launch, and then they're trying to be so braggadocious. They're like, we could show the other launch. Yeah, but, bro, I know what you were doing. You just use that same truck. That's all. And then they're just like, yeah, see, we were launching off the truck. And then they want to show the kill cam. So they have 2 pieces of footage that show the actual hit. One is this piece. I don't know. Now, all right, so here's how you can figure this out. So you could take this dash cam footage. I didn't actually see this anywhere. And if you like geolocated this, and what I mean is, like you could do a project to break this video down where you could take this screen, okay? You could take this right here and you could look on the internet and Telegram channels to see if this was ever posted. How much do you want to bet that this never actually made the rounds, that they got this internally, okay? That is very valuable intel. You see what I mean? If this was never posted, now this second video I know was posted. This one with the CRAM, because I analyzed it. I see almost everything that flies up from every attack. This one I didn't see. So if we can find out, like you can't tiny eye a video, but if we can find out, like first of all, that is a big hint. You see that sticker in the person's corner? If they didn't actually post this to any Arabic channels, they try to attribute it to someone, that would be a great piece of intel. Most likely, though, what they do, which I've seen, is that these groups just take amalgamated footage from social media and add it to their propaganda video. So again, the group that managed to defeat the CRAM are these people. Like, this is the actual culprit. This is the actual men. It might be like, you know, a bigger group. It might be a smaller battalion. But those are the actual dudes. They're like, they kind of, like, if they really, like, wanted to own it, they would release it under their real name, which is a subdivision of the Blood Guardians. The Blood Guardians not a real thing. It's really just an umbrella organization that, like imagine you were like a small faction of like 50 people and you wanted to attack the American base. Wouldn't it be better if you attributed it to like an umbrella group that actually is like 40 sub-factions so that the Americans don't know who did it? And then you just film like 4 random guys in a cave who probably aren't even part of the unit that actually put together this missile or obtained it, got it from Iran, put it on the launcher. Yeah, bro. That's OPSEC, you know. So yeah, that's what you can tell from looking at these videos, and I'm glad I got to show you the CRAM video. There was so in the morning, 45 minutes ago, there was an Israeli raid on the southern towns. All right, so the bombs are still dropping this morning. Oh, it's coming up on 1 a.m. I hope you all were taking notes. Is T.A. Sarah still here? She's probably like, oh no, the final's going to be really hard. Yeah, exactly, Michael Cox. Exactly, you got it. You nailed it, Michael Cox. It's kind of like the 1%ers. Like, not every group is like that, but the ones that are 1%ers, yeah. Oh, yeah. and they're like militant 1%ers. So when they have like cruise missiles, you know. In our finals. Oh, thank you, Ifti Ahmad. God bless you, my dear friend. Ifti Ahmad is a regional expert. I take his praise very highly. Sarah, finals, I don't know. To be determined. I got to speak to the registrar. Okay? I'll update the Canvas page when I know when the final is going to be. Oh, in the red box, it says moment the target is hit. Thank you so much, T.A. Sarah. 77 million more bonus points for you. Sarah, you're going to have to give, T.A. Sarah's going to have to give some of these bonus points to her, like, animals, if she has any. Because she has too many. She's drowning in bonus points. Yeah, that's a rooster. You ever seen a rooster crowing while there's bombs dropping in the background? Here you go. This is South Lebanon. The position juxtaposition is weird. You hear the little birdie chirping? Guess it's a rooster. That's Southern Lebanon. Hello, Twin Beat Sauce. I'm sorry I didn't see you come in. 1 million bonus points to everyone in chat. Wow, Sarah, you are being super kind. And then the Dubai airport was, of course, closed. Here's another Iranian missile. I'm going to get some water. So here's a 1 minute and 42 second video while I get some water about Iranian missiles. This is from Saudi Arabian channel Al Arabia. I'll be back in 1 minute and 42 seconds.
معظم مسيرات الشاهد التي تطلقها إيران يتم اعتراضها وتدميرها، ولكن رغم ذلك أيضا مسيرات تسبب أضرارا كبيرة. فكيف تتجاوز مسيرات شاهد الإيرانية التشويش؟ رغم التشويش على إشارات GPS في بعض الدول التي تهاجمها إيران، فإن الشاهد قد تستخدم هذا النظام في وقت إطلاقها فقط، ومن ثم تستكمل طريقها بناء على ذاكرتها التي تقيس سرعتها واتجاهها وموقعها استنادا لنقطة الانطلاق. لذا عند اقترابها من أهدافها لا يؤثر التشويش عليها. قد تكون شاهد أصلا لا تستخدم نظام GPS، فبعض الخبراء يثيرون تساؤلات حول استخدام المسيرة لنظام الملاحة الصيني بايدو، وربما للنظام جلوناس الروسي. استخدام شاهد أيضا لآليات مضادة للتشويش أمر وارد، وبالفعل اكتشفت أوكرانيا أنظمة لتواجه التشويش في مسيرات جيران الروسية، والتي هي النسخة الروسية من شاهد. طريقة أخرى تتجنب بها شاهد الإسقاط هو تصميمها، فهي مصنعة من مواد خفيفة تمتص الرادار مثل البلاستيك والألياف الزجاجية، بينما الرادارات تركز على الطائرة المعدنية الضخمة لأن المعدن يعكس طاقة كبيرة للرادار. لكن رغم ذلك واجهت شاهد تحديات كبيرة أمام منظومات الدفاع الجوي الخليجية، والتي استطاعت أن تسقط معظم الهجمات التي تم استخدام شاهد فيها رغم إفلات البعض بالطبع.
How about that? I managed to get water in 1 minute and 45 seconds. That was an overview of the Iranian missiles. All right. I don't know if I want to read the tariff tweet. Oh goodness.
معظم مسيرات الشاهد التي
Let's take the 1 a.m. update. It's about to be 8 a.m. in Doha. Real Jack Matt, what they don't show is the launcher getting blown up. There, now you're talking my language. Only because, by the way, I don't mean to cheer for that, but they hit our base. You hit American troops, like, of course, shouldn't make me angry. But I try to still, like, be impartial. But you can't be killing American soldiers. You really can't. All right, it's about to be 8 a.m. in Doha. I have a headache, so we might only go 10 hours today. Once I get a headache, I have to sleep. Or I can have a headache for like 3 days, like a stress headache. I love Arabic. It's a beautiful language. I hope you won't mind if we only do 10 hours tonight. I need the extra sleep. But I'm ready for tomorrow. You all are so kind. I guess it would be cool, actually. While we're waiting for the 8 a.m. update, we just need 3 more super chats. And if Towel Mom Lynn is still awake, I'm not guaranteeing she's still awake. If Towel Chat Mom Lynn is still awake, she'll do a membership parade. Hello, Bobby Newman. God bless you. It is a war. So again, 3 more super chats, I think of any amount. And Towel Mom Lynn said that she will give you all memberships. How much time do we have left on this? I think we have a while left on the goal. So if you send a super chat of any amount within the next hour and 55 minutes, there's no way that I'm going to be awake for an hour and 55 minutes. Yeah, God bless you, Mad Pete. You know, I'm going to keep going till at least the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera, which should be right now. But yeah, so if you're listening and you can hear this, Super Towel Mom Lynn, who's a chat mom, if she's awake, she said she is awake. She said if we get 3 more super chats of any amount, and I'm only doing this because she offered, she is so kind, then she will gift you all memberships. So 3 more super chats, even like $1.99. I'm really not trying to be a salesman, but you know, Super Towel Mom Lynn tries to encourage me to support the channel, and she's going to gift you all memberships. Just 3 more super chats. And here's the top of the hour update. 8 a.m. in Doha. Take it away.
It's 05 GMT. I'm Imran Khan, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Iran, and Israel. Donald Trump says the US is talking to Iran, but Tehran is not ready to make a deal to end the war. The unrelenting US and Israeli attacks on Iran continue, where the death toll is now nearing 1,500. A defiant Tehran vows to keep fighting. Donald Trump warns NATO allies of a very bad future if they fail to help the US reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and he says he's asked 7 countries to send warships. Intense ground battles between Israeli forces and Hezbollah over the control of a strategic town in southern Lebanon. And a suspected Iranian drone attack in an area near Dubai's international airport temporarily grounds flights. Keep fighting or make a deal. President Donald Trump faces some stark choices as the joint US-Israeli war on Iran continues into a 3rd week. He's threatening NATO allies, and he says he's asked about 7 countries to help secure the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, goodness, no. Lynn, I'm sorry if I said gift everyone. Let me explain how gifted membership works. You get entered into a chance. YouTube doesn't even allow you to gift everyone in the chat a membership. You can gift random memberships. Let me rephrase. Everyone will have a chance to get one. My dear Lynn. Oh my word. Lynn, imagine if you tried to do that. First of all, Lynn, I don't think that would be possible. Second of all, YouTube doesn't allow, by the way, Lynn doesn't choose who get memberships. By the way, I want to just be so clear. What happens is Lynn is allowed to do this drawing where YouTube just picks someone who gets a membership. Lynn, thank you for correcting me. I'm a little tired. My headache's kicking in. Oh, G Reaper. God bless you, sir. I am very pleased to keep you awake on a long drive. You drive safe out there. Grim Reaper, this is a special message going out to you. G Reaper, I love your username, alright? I think you told me to call you Reaper or G Reaper, but this is a special message going out to you on your long drive. God bless you. Drive safe. Thank you for supporting Tower Channel and for being you and for being safe. And you drive safe out there. From town to you, my very best. So this is a special message going out to G Beast. We're now just 2 super chats away. And correction, Lynn cannot give out memberships to everyone in the chat, but you will have a chance. You will at least have a chance. And YouTube doesn't allow specific membership gifting. So I want to note that when you do, if that happens, or if anyone does that, no one's picking someone over the other person. It's random. It's just this very nice system that just kind of doles them out. I don't know how it works. You know, robots. How do they work?
Iranian blockade of the vital shipping passage is sending energy markets into a tailspin, and the human toll of the war is rising. Nearly 1,500 people have been killed in Iran alone, and more than 3 million uprooted from their homes. For now, all sides are refusing to back down.
We're talking to them, but I don't think they're ready. But they get pretty close. I don't know that I want to make a deal, because you know what? First of all, nobody even knows who you're dealing with, because most of their leadership has been killed, as you know. So I don't even know that we want to make a deal. If they want to make a deal badly, yes.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes.
We're live in Tehran, Doha and Beirut. But first, fighting has intensified between Israeli forces and Hezbollah around the southern Lebanese town of Khiam. The town sits on high ground just a few kilometers from the Israeli border and the Litani River, giving it a commanding view over northern Israel and nearby Lebanese plains. Because of that strategic position, Khiam has long been seen as the gateway to southern Lebanon. Zaina Khudr is in Beirut for us. Now, there's been regular airstrikes, but there is now a key battle being fought on the ground in the south over that town of Khiam. What more can you tell us?
Yes, the Israeli military not just carrying out airstrikes, but conducting ground incursions. You mentioned Khiam. That is a strategic town that lies on Lebanon's southern border with Israel. Elevated ground, which, you know, both sides really want to control. There have been fierce clashes in recent days, but the very fact that there's been an Israeli airstrike that targeted the town overnight gives us an indication that no side can claim control, at least for the time being. So elevated ground, it also lies on an important road junction that connects the eastern and western sectors of southern Lebanon. It also lies along one of the roads that links southern Lebanon to the West Bekaa, another area where Hezbollah has influence. So what the Israeli military wants to do really is start to cut the supply lines. It's already started to destroy bridges across southern Lebanon. So a major battle in Khiam, and it's not just in Khiam. There are major battles in two other border towns, the towns of Ait Shab, the towns of Aitarun. This is in the central sector. So the Israeli army trying to advance, Hezbollah putting up resistance. In late 2024, during the last major confrontation, nobody claimed control of Khiam when that ceasefire came into force. And many Hezbollah fighters were killed, dozens fighting to protect this town and prevent this advance. So it just shows you how strategic this area is. Just a few kilometers from the Litani River. The Litani River runs approximately 170 kilometers across southern Lebanon, but it is there where you have the shortest distance, which will allow the Israeli military to claim some sort of victory if it reaches the Litani River.
Zaina, the bombing still continues. You're at a displacement camp. We're nearly at 15% of the population of Lebanon being displaced. That's 15%. Just take us through where you are.
Nearly 1 million people forced out of their homes. They've had to leave their livelihoods behind, their businesses. Yes, many are in shelters, but many sleep out in the open. This is a parking lot. If you can see, some in tents, others sleep in vans, in buses. The government is struggling to keep up with this humanitarian crisis. So nearly 1 million people, the Israeli military issuing evacuation orders for much of southern Lebanon up to the Zahrani River, which is approximately 50 kilometers to the border. And the problem is, when you talk to people here, they fear that this is going to be a long and protracted conflict because they just don't see any end in sight, with both the warring sides really sticking to their guns, having maximalist demands. Israeli military demanding Hezbollah disarms, Hezbollah refusing to disarm, the Lebanese government's really unable to confront Hezbollah, facing a lot of Israeli and American pressure to do so. So all the while, people here are telling us, for how long are we going to live like this?
yesterday there were heavy rains and children are out in the open. Now they're sick. They have a flu. Most of them, if you talk to the people here, the children are coughing. It's a very, very dire situation.
That's Zaina Khuda live for us there in Beirut. Now, Iran, the attacks on the capital continue. That's after the Israeli army announced it was launching another wave of wide-scale overnight strikes on Tehran. Residents have seen heavy smoke and flames near the city's main domestic airport. They've also say they've been hearing massive explosions. Cities in western and central Iran were heavily bombed on Sunday. Tawhid Asadi is in Tehran. Just take us through the latest strikes.
Well, since the midnight, the residents here in the Iranian capital, Tehran, woke up to roar of fighter jets across the skies of the city. And I personally heard in the central Tehran two waves of actually bombardment in which multiple after sounds of massive explosions were heard. And that is obviously indicative of the continuation of the American and Israeli airstrikes, which is now in its third week. But we know that it is not just limited to the capital. Footages and reports are coming from the cities of Isfahan, Arak, and Qom, all indicating the continuation across the country. And we know that so far there are at least more than 200 cities in which these attacks have taken place, with casualties remaining gravely feared. We know that the latest says more than 400 people have lost their lives as a result, but statistically, this is the official one. We know that there are unrecorded losses. Therefore, unfortunately, there is a possibility for that number to grow up. And we know that there are thousands of people injured. And speaking of the other damages, we know that residential areas alongside the military headquarters, the state buildings and police stations are being impacted, targeted, some of them even fully demolished in some of the neighborhoods that we witnessed. And of course, speaking of the latest on that, they are saying that more than 50,000 residential units, including houses and apartments, including shops and factories, including even healthcare centers, and even very buildings belonging to the Red Crescent itself have been the target of these ongoing air strikes. This is one side of the story. And on the other side, Iran is talking about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes targeting the Israeli territories as well as the U.S. bases across the region.
Now, Tawhid, there has been some talk of negotiations. Donald Trump says he's talking to Iran, but Tehran doesn't want a ceasefire. What have we heard from the Iranians themselves?
Well, we hear almost the same statement every time there is a conversation about the possibility of talks and negotiations, and the latest of which came from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. But from the very beginning of the confrontation, they are saying that negotiation or even a ceasefire is not on the agenda as long as the Israeli and American airstrikes continue. They also say that they will, this is what we heard from the first vice president of the country. They're saying that retaliations are going to be continued as long as the security of the country is fulfilled, is guaranteed. And of course, militarily speaking, they are talking about retaliation and revenge. Of course, it was something that we also witnessed on the first statement by the new supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei. And this is the very gist of the matter. They are saying that they are not going to negotiate under an imposed war, and the minimum prerequisite for that is going to be the U.S. and Israeli airstrikes to be halted, and then there would be a possibility, or maybe not, for a negotiation. And also, let's just keep in mind that Iranians were already in the middle of a negotiation, not once, but twice. Back in June last year, when we were expecting a next round, to be specific, a sixth round of negotiations between Iran and United States, all of a sudden, the country faced a 12-day war. And this time, we were also expecting a similar situation. We were expecting a next round of US-Iran talks indirectly, and also we were expecting a meeting in Vienna to be hosted by the UN nuclear watchdog to discuss the controversial issues about Iran's nuclear program. In the middle of all of these expectations, the country came out to see itself in the middle of a war, all of a sudden, out of blue. So that is creating a sort of quite negative vantage point when it comes to a possibility of negotiation down the road.
Tawhid Asadi, live for us there from Tehran. Now, Al Jazeera's Manuel Rapallo has been following developments on the American side. Now,
okay, I have some more footage for you, so I'm getting a little tad, but I'm going to do my best. I've been going for 9 hours and 51 minutes. I said I would try to give you 10 hours. Here's the latest footage. What makes this hard is, like, the news doesn't do a great job, like, sorting actual live footage. No, I don't want to listen to an ad. So what I have to do is, like, when I'm reporting, I have to go on to the Twitter, and my brain has to be very focused, because I can't be showing you things that are, like, illegitimate or not real or not from a real source. I have to be, like, very good. This, I'm not sure is 100% real. She's pretty good normally, but, like, I'm not 100% this image. This one is real. She's probably legit if she's using it. I'm not 100% convinced. Let me show you the latest from TV Al Masirah, which I think is Iranian. But anyway, they're saying that the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be closed, but I don't speak Arabic, so I don't know what this is about. It might be loud. I think it's like music. I don't know. Here's an announcement.
وأشير أخيرا
It's about the Strait of Hormuz.
الأمريكية الفارغة التافهة بشأن مضيق هرمز وأخاطب الرأي العام العالمي وأقول إن مضيق هرمز لا يتعلق بحقيقها ولا بكل الطواغيت والجبابرة في العالم، بل يتعلق بشعوب هذه المنطقة. صحيح أن لأمريكا والغرب مصالح في هذه المنطقة، لكن مصالح الأصحاب الأصليين لهذه المنطقة أي مصالح شعوب هذه المنطقة مقدمة على أي مصالح أخرى. لو قدر لمصالحنا أن تتعرض لخطر، فما الموجب لبقاء مصالح أمريكا والدول الغربية؟ أود أن أؤكد للرأي العام العالمي ولكل ذوي الأفكار الحرة في العالم أن قرارنا بشأن مضيق هرمز حين تتعرض مصالح بلدنا في الخليج الفارسي لأي تهديد هو قرار قطعي وحتمي. إذا أردنا يوما أن ندلل الأمن في هذه المنطقة فمن المؤكد أن الأصول الأمريكي والبريطاني وكل قوة أخرى لا تستطيع أن تعيد الأمن إليها.
انهزام الناقص الأمريكي در محدوده شمال خلیج فارس.
والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Not really sure when that aired. Translator telling me it might have gone to bed. But anyway, that was the most recent footage. It was flashed by one of the Arabic channels. A flash is a big deal. I also want to say God bless you to T.A. Sarah. Look at T.A. Sarah, who said Professor Tao's class rules. Well, I think T.A. Sarah rules. T.A. Sarah, you are so kind. You know, my dear friend, you brought us within just one super chat because of your super Tao kindness of Chat Mom Lynn giving out memberships. So now, Even if there's like a $1.99 super chat, any super chat, I just wanted that moment to happen. Not because, one, I want the channel to be supported, but Lynn, I feel like she wants that moment. And I want you all to get some gift memberships. Not all of you. It's like a random lottery. Don't give out too many, Lynn. Like, 1 is good. 3 is fine. You know, even 1 person getting a gift membership is amazing. I don't want Lynn to be overloaded. Lynn, you got enough going on, my dear friend. You're under a tomato watch. You could see how tired I am, tornado watch. Imagine if Lynn was under a tomato watch. What would that even entail? God bless you, though, T.A. Sarah. You're the best T.A. of all time. You can't buy bonus points, but you, just for being you, you get 47.5 million bonus points. Translator Towel Naomi said, this video, God bless you, Translator Towel Naomi. Translator Towel, that is Interpret Towel Naomi. God bless you, my friend. Interpret Towel says, he's making the straight basically a religious fight against the empty and trivial Americans and the evil Zionists. He's high on the power of controlling economies of the West. Okay, thank you. So, I don't know who he is. Is that the new leader of Iran? The old leader of Iran? I couldn't really tell what was going on. Oh yes, there's lots of tomatoes in the air around Super Chat Mom Lynn. We're calling her Super Chat Mom. There's not 1 minute left. Don't Mad P, no trolling. Mad P, are you trolling? Mad P, are you trolling? I am not trolling. I am Boxy, you see. You know what I mean? I don't even know if Mad P was around for Boxy. You know? I am Boxy, you see. And don't be trolling now. Don't be trolling. I don't believe in trolling. No, Petty LaBelle, that's Naomi Towels. Thank you, Mad P. Naomi Towel was paraphrasing Petty LaBelle. We have our very own Translator Towel, and she summarizes. Hold on, now we have Sarah Towel with a translation. The option of closing the Strait of Hormuz should undoubtedly continue to be used, and... hold on, I'm going to read the whole thing. Oh my goodness, T.A. Towel is just absolute. T.A. Towel, Sarah is oh my goodness, this is like 47,554 million and 7,000 billion bonus points. This is so many bonus points, I don't even know what to say. Okay, wait a minute, I have a new statement. I have a new statement from the Ayatollah of Iran. This is breaking. Ladies and gentlemen, oh goodness, I have a new statement from the Ayatollah of Iran. I have a new statement. I'm going to break it as news. This is very breaking news. T.A. Sarah, you get 7,457 billion bonus points. Okay, you have to figure out what that number actually translates to into English. Good job, Sarah Towel. Good job, Naomi Towel. Okay, everybody ready? I'm going to break the news now. Good job, Sarah Towel. Oh my goodness, T.A. Sarah, you are the greatest human being I've ever met in my entire life. I'm gonna give you so many bonus points. You're gonna drown in your animals will need bonus points. I'm telling you, you will be giving bonus points to 7 generations of T.A. Sarahs. Now I'm telling you. Here we go. Oh, a tornado watch. I'm still concerned. Here we go. I have a breaking statement from Ayatollah Saeed Mohattaba. Okay, ready? I'm gonna do it as a video. Here we go. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a journalist covering the Iraq-Iran war. It's just past 1:22 a.m. local time, Eastern War Time, Sunday, March 16, 2026, here at the War Desk in Boston. I'm reporting to you live a breaking statement from the new leader of Iran, attributed to the new leader of Iran in a new video just published now. It is from Ayatollah Saeed Mohattaba. Okay, the quote is, "The option of closing the Strait of Hormuz should undoubtedly continue to be used, and studies have been conducted on opening other fronts in which the enemy has limited experience, and stated if the state of war continues in a manner that takes into account the necessary interests and considerations." So again, this is the latest statement from the newest Ayatollah of Iran. If he is indeed around, I will play you the video in full. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is the newest statement. You're seeing it on your screen in Arabic. I translated it in English from the wonderful T.A. Sarah. And we also have interpreter Naomi, who both helped with this. And then I am going to show this right now, the video in full. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is breaking in local time. It is roughly 7:24 a.m. in Tel Aviv on Sunday, March 16, 2026, day 18 of the U.S.-Iran war. And it is in Tehran, 9:47 a.m. Monday, March 16, 2026.
وأشير أخيرا إلى التهديدات الأمريكية الفارغة التافهة بشأن مضيق هرمز وأخاطب الرأي العام العالمي وأقول إن مضيق هرمز لا يتعلق بأمريكا ولا بكل الطواغيت والجبابرة في العالم، بل يتعلق بالشعوب هذه المنطقة. صحيح أن لأمريكا والغرب مصالح في هذه المنطقة، لكن مصالح الأصحاب الأصليين لهذه المنطقة أي مصالح الشعوب هذه المنطقة مقدمة على أي مصالح أخرى. لو قدر لمصالحنا أن تتعرض لخطر فما الموجب لبقاء مصالح أمريكا والدول الغربية؟ أود أن أؤكد للرأي العام العالمي ولكل ذوي الأفكار الحرة في العالم أن قرارنا بشأن مضيق هرمز حين تتعرض مصالح بلدنا في الخليج الفارسي لأي تهديد هو قرار قطعي وحتمي. إذا أردنا يوما أن نزلزل الأمن في هذه المنطقة فمن المؤكد أن الأسطول الأمريكي والبريطاني وكل قوة أخرى لا تستطيع أن تعيد الأمن إليها.
انهزام الناقشة الأمريكي در محدوده شمال خلیج فارس.
والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Again, Grant Smith Ellis reporting from Boston, where you have just seen the video confirming that the newest leader of Iran can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Again, it is coming up on 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Eastern Wartime, Monday, March 16th, 2026. I have been covering this war for 18 straight days, 24 hours the first day, 12 hours each subsequent day. You can find more coverage from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, and on X @GrantSmithEllis. Signing off for now from this video. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me record that. I now have to break this news, if you don't mind. Now, would you be so kind to just give me a little patience? I'm clearly tired. I need to sleep. I was stumbling on some words there. That very rarely happens. Breaking. In a new statement, Iran's new supreme leader has stated that he intends to keep the Strait of Hormuz. I thought it spelled straight. Of Hormuz. Oh, we did it! Ladies and gentlemen, we completed the goal. Miss Missy was the 10th person. We did it. Oh, God bless you, Miss Missy. We did it. Chap Omlin, we did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, celebration time. Even though there is intense agony right at the moment. What a wonderful moment to complete our goal. Closed going forward. And then I have to go get the quote. Oh, God bless you. Lynn sent 10 memberships. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, J-Bow and CBA and Renee Lynn. Oh, and Diane and Petty LaBelle and Jenny Lou and Deb and, oh my goodness, Joanne and who else? And Amber. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, you just were here for a very special moment where Chat Mom Lynn, she was ready. She was quick on the draw. She was quick on the draw. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Chat Mom Lynn. You are so kind. Chat Mom Lynn just dropped you all, J-Bow and CBA and Renee Lynn and Diane and Petty LaBelle and Deb and Jenny Lou. First of all, God bless all of you. Now you all have Super Towel emojis thanks to Super Towel Chat Mom Lynn. She monitors the chat. She's up all the time. She's so kind. She's always keeping an eye on me and reminding me to eat. I'm really so grateful. We're all so grateful to have her. She's so nice and she's so kind, and the vibe she brings. It's so hard to find someone who actually cares. And look at you all got such wonderful memberships. And Groovy Jojo, enjoy your new Super Towel membership, Groovy Jojo. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you can now go right into if you got a membership, you can go right, I was waiting for that for so long. You can go right into your chat. And when you click the emojis, oh, the goat guy. Oh, yeah, wait, hold on. Well, I'll show you the goat. I don't have an update. But I'll show you the goats. But I have to get this video uploaded because it just happened. Could get a siren emoji, I suppose. You know, you just go over and get the siren emoji. See, you just get it from right here. It's nice of Google to do that. Oh, God bless you, Chat Mom Lynn. Look at all the penguins. By the way, did you know Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins? If you post penguins in the chat, I made those emojis today just for Chat Mom Lynn. I have to make them by hand. If you post those in the chat, I'm telling you, Chat Mom Lynn loves it so much. Oh, Renee, I am so happy you got a membership. God bless you, Tal Mom Lynn. What a wonderful way. Although this news about the Strait of Hormuz is going to sound... Watch the oil prices right now. Listen, I feel like some of you make stock bets based on what you learn on this feed. And I'm just like, I don't know if you should be doing that. But watch the oil prices react to this. I mean, God bless Chat Mom Lynn. But watch the oil prices in the next, 20 minutes react. Oh, there you go. Wouldn't you know it? I couldn't even open the West Texas crude price. It is about to hit $100 a barrel. It's settling at 98. So listen, I don't give stock advice. Okay, I'm just saying, I could have told you that West Texas crude, dude, they watch this stuff so closely. Listen, those traders. Oh, look at all the penguins in the chat for Lynn. Listen, Lynn is so overwhelmed right now. You don't understand. Lynn is the happiest person in the world. There's a lot of tough stuff going on. But Lynn right now, I mean, just Super Towel Mom Lynn. Lynn is just the happiest person in the world. Look at all those penguins. I've never seen so many penguins. It is raining penguins. The Dow. Oh, yeah, I'm worried about the Nikkei. I'm worried about the Dow. I'm worried about a number of things. I'm looking at the Nikkei. Oh, the Nikkei's only off 0.5%, but it's about to go down. I'm telling you, the markets are going to react to this news. The oil. Now, listen. The Dow, yeah, I'll check the Dow futures. The Nikkei's only off 0.5%. But let me tell you right now, the oil markets are smarter than every other market. Dude, they knew about this within seconds. I'm incredibly impressed. Listen, now I see what people do. like the really, 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 really smart like traders, they don't like really smart people don't like do news. Now I get it. They just use information to make money. All right, well, I'm not down with that, bro. I'm trying to democratize information. But, bro, I literally, like, come on. It took me, like, maybe 29 minutes to, like, make the clip, write it up, whatever. Dude, I saw that within 3 minutes. I immediately knew what that was. Right away, I had to, like, have translator tell Naomi and Sarah, the TA, helped me. But I knew what that was immediately when it flashed. Because, like, I translated the Arabic. So, I'm telling you, these traders, they're on this right away. Oh, Mad P, you sleep well. Hey, oh, you did a very good try, J-Bo. God bless you. You sleep well, Mad P, now. God bless you. May God bless your cat. Now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Hello, that one girl, Millie. Hello, Robin Hood. Oh, you are all so wonderful. I've never seen so many floods of penguins. I've never done like I think we voted in the chat on something once, but I've never done like a penguin flood where I was just like, let's flood the chef of Super Tower Momland. And she got so many penguins. All right, let me show you the shelling in Tehran. This is one of the last things we're going to do. I'm exhausted. I need to rest. You are all so wonderful, though. And Super Tower Momland. I mean, you can't beat. Literally, I mean, that's just the nicest thing of all time. And we did it together. That's what makes it so wonderful. Like, literally, I just want to show you. I put the goal up, okay? I put the goal up, and Super Tower Momland came in and came through and did it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just wonderful. That's just wonderful. Like, I want to get a picture of this, if you don't mind. And then look at this. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Get out of the way. And then right away, Lynn lived up. Now, of course, Super Tower Mom, Lynn lived up. You lived up to her promise. You are wonderful, Super Tower Mom. You're my adopted chat mom. Oh, CBA posted a penguin. And name posted penguin. Everybody loves penguins. That's our kind of decompression. Oh, I know how we'll decompress. We're going to end the night after this with a little decompression. But let me show you the most recent images from Tehran this morning at 3 a.m. This was the Mahrabad airport. They struck several fuel-related sites, the U.S. and Israel, and also above the West Terminal on Rahami Street before reaching Hajaji and a spot near Azadi Square in the start of Jinnah. Professor, what does the quote from the Ayatollah mean? Oh, Sarah, it means that they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, and now it's the formal policy of the new leadership that they're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. And that would, I would guess, mean oil prices are going, oh, yeah, West Texas, watch this happen. Look at the West Texas crude price. It's about to hit $100 a barrel. It was down like upon open. It kind of like hit 110 and then dropped to like 98 because things settled. As soon as the Ayatollah put that statement out, the West Texas crude price reacted to it, and it's going to hit 100 a barrel like in real time as you listen to me talk right now. Kustada says, this is the most censored war. Some people like you, not like you. The USA get no upside from this, and they are patriots, I believe. Oh, I believe it, Kustadas. It's a very tough situation. That's why we try to get the information out there, and we pray for peace. T.A. Sarah's taking lots of notes. Absolutely, T.A. Sarah. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is a big deal. Now, T.A. Sarah, the Strait of Hormuz is not the Shabaz al-Shabaab Strait. That's over near Yemen that the Houthis control. That's another key vital passageway for international commerce. But the Strait of Hormuz, that is kind of between Iran and I think Oman kind of and Saudi Arabia, and that's a very big strait. Like, it's a beautiful strait. It kind of looks like Mars, but anyway, that's a different strait. And Iran's the one that's exercising control over that strait by using mines and their military, and ships won't go through the strait. And you could have a world war if a bunch of the NATO countries send their militaries to try to escort the ships through the strait, and then the Iranians mine the strait, which is very easy to do but very hard to clean up. There's 7 different type of mines. There's floating mines. There's mines that shoot torpedoes. There's other type of mines. There's trip mines. There's deep mines. There's like shallow mines. Oh goodness, mines are very scary, especially mines in the water. And so anyway, this was the new leader of Iran saying that he was going to continue to close the Strait of Hormuz as a formal state policy, and now the oil markets are reacting to it. And I'm watching the West Texas crude price, which is the benchmark oil index for North America. The Brent price would be the benchmark for Europe. I'm watching the West Texas crude hovering right at 99.60 for a barrel of oil, and it could hit $100 in the next 5 minutes or so. It's like watching the markets. Markets are just people with information trading. These are the latest pictures from the strikes on Mehrabad Airport. Yes, Miss Missy, we pray for all in harm's way. Latest pictures from the strikes on Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. Latest from Tehran. Oh, that's a big cloud of smoke. Oh, goodness. This is Tehran this morning. I gotta go to bed soon because I have a headache. But I just wanted to show you, I can't, when I'm working and doing this for you, I try to show you as much as I can, go as late as I can, and then I'll sleep, and then I'll hopefully sleep for like 10 hours, and when I wake up tomorrow, I'll feel better. I hope. You all should get some rest if you can. But, the people in war zones can't rest, so that's why I don't stop. They can't just turn it off or escape, so I in solidarity with them, will do this every day. I'll wear myself down. It doesn't matter. I'll never stop. Put me in a hospital bed, I'll bring the computer, I'll stream from the hospital bed. I'm not kidding. Latest images from Tehran. I put sweet plantains in the air fryer and I burnt them, but they were still good. That sounds delicious, Renee. I'm glad you enjoyed those. Again, these are the latest images from Tehran. I'll zoom out for you. This is Tehran tonight. Okay? That's Tehran tonight. How's that for an image for you? How's that? Just hours ago. Yeah, a guy who always had sources now have to go to Al Jazeera to watch news, and he sees that even Al Jazeera is censored. Yes, Custadas. I'm sure those people turned on me and they're like, wow, Grant's his own little news channel there. He knows so much. He's a little towel. Now, T.A. Sarah's like, listen, I just took a lot of notes, Grant. I don't know if I can take any more notes. I have 40 pages of notes. This final is going to be 6 hours. No, the final in this class, let's see, it's going to be 3 hours. There's going to be an essay, minimum 5,000 words. You can use any language, English, Spanish, Arabic, French, whatever you want, it's fine. 5,000 words minimum. All right, you have 3 hours for this whole thing. So 5,000 word essay, you got to write it out. You can use your computer or you can write by hand. 5,000 word minimum, not maximum, minimum. Then there's going to be 3 short answer questions. Each one is going to be 1,000 words minimum. All right? Response. And then 60 multiple choice. And you have to do that in 3 hours. So you're really going to want to take notes on how you break up your time. You have 3 hours to write 8,000 words across an essay and then 3 short answers and then 60 multiple choice. Now a lot of you are going to say, Grant, that is way too much for a 3-hour final. Yeah, probably. I can't do anything about that though. Towel News Network, thank you, Sarah. You're so kind. And then here are the images from, this is in the lobby of Ektaban town in Iran. I guess he probably didn't want these up for very long because he deleted them. Uh-oh. I got them before he could delete them. Uh-oh. 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 Well, just take some screenshots, you know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. It was probably an accident. I gotta go to bed. I have a headache. I have one of those headaches that's telling me I should go to bed. All right, Pete, come on, let's do this. I gotta go to bed. All right, we'll catch up more tomorrow once my head doesn't hurt. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Those once images started to get deleted from the primary sources from Tehran within 2 minutes of them being posted, I think it's bedtime. Mimi, it was so good to see you. Celtic Linda, you need to sleep and I need to sleep. That's my sign to sleep. So, do you know what it means when you see Peep on a towel? It means I'm exhausted, but it also means it's time for bed. God save the towels. God save the people of Greece. God save Custadas. God protect the innocent. God protect our soldiers. God protect Pete Bunny Tao. Good night to you, Robin Hood. And by the way, if I don't say your name, it's only because I'm looking down at the chat and I'm only seeing certain names. I have a headache. I promise I love all of you. That's why I chat with you all day, because I want you all to know I love you dearly. You too. You too, Sui, all right. God bless you. And Mimi, thank you. Oh, that's okay, Mimi. I appreciate your prayers. I know all your positive energy will make me feel better when I'm sleeping, and then I'll wake up and see you again tomorrow in the afternoon. I'll set that stream up right away for you, so you have somewhere to chat if you need it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Did you know if you need me overnight? I'm very tired, but you can find me on my Discord. So if you want to see me and talk to me, you don't have to be alone. I have an email too. Oh, God bless you, T.A. Sarah. You can join me on the Discord. God bless you, Celtic Linda. Good night to you as well. God bless the people of Ireland and Palestine and Israel and Iran, Iraq and Bahrain and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Oman and Yemen and also Lebanon and Iraq and anywhere else where people are in harm's way, in Amsterdam where that building was bombed, the World Trade Center building in Amsterdam, or in Belgium, or in Switzerland, or in Rotterdam, anywhere where people are in harm's way. I pray for them and our troops, and the troops of our allies. Now I'm tired, I gotta go to bed. If you know Pete Bunny Tao, he lets us end the same way every time on this public information service. I hope you've learned something today. I try to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. 40% education, 40% information, 20% entertainment, in order to use that entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. You can support this stream. It's a one-man operation. Go 12 hours a day. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. God bless you all for that. The Cash App's # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo's at Grant-E1. PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. You can subscribe on YouTube. You can like the channel. And as Pete Bunny Towel says at the end of every day with me, although I got to go to bed because I have a headache, if you learned something today, if you benefited from the stream, look for a reason to donate to our veterans, especially now. They need our help, our homeless veterans. No veteran should be homeless, but our veterans' families need our help. Just donate to veterans. Look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness. Look for reasons to donate to animals. Our furry friends need your help. You can donate to animal shelters run by veterans or just animals in general. In the UK, you can donate to The Big Issue. If you don't have to donate, though. You can smile at someone on the street. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Or, yes, even donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, in that way, even in my tired state, I believe we can change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. Thus living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and, in turn, bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. And to test my cognition, with Mr. Truman in mind, Custadas, and yes, I remembered, let's do the presidents in order in the U.S. Tippecanoe and Taylor, too. Right? So you got Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Chester A. Arthur, Garfield, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. There you go. My cognition is still with us. God bless the United States of America. God bless our troops. God protect the innocent. God protect those in harm's way and the troops of our allies. And God bless and protect all of you. I'm going to bed. I love you all dearly. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Find more at youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. I really got to go to bed. All right, towel friends on YouTube. My head actually really hurts. I got to lay down now. God bless. Good night. Until we see each other tomorrow. Triple a Bob. God bless you, my dear friend. I always get a smile seeing you come in. I know you love Tippecanoe and Taylor too. All right. God bless you. Thank you all for being so kind. I really have to lay down. I need to rest my brain. I'll see you in the morning. I love you all dearly. Signing off. Grant Smith Ellis, giving you a big towel hug until we see each other in